For the pod to end. William Ospina. Colombian writer, novelist, and critic born in Hervio, a municipality in the department of Tolima. Every Colombian has to tell the truth. And only when all truth can be told, when we stop being locked up in the truth of others, will we again learn to argue without killing ourselves, and will we have given meaning to the musical cry of Emiliano Zulta that has toured Colombia for 70 years and gives its name this book. Something is changing in Colombia. After centuries of repetitions where a culture, a people, and a territory were persistently erased and ignored by arrogant powers, an enormous reality is emerging, an unknown people is discovering its own existence, a territory is sprouting light. Sooner or later what was war will learn to be dialogue, what was violence will learn to be demand and claim, what was silence may become a story. William Ospina. For the pod to end. For half a century, Colombia has been experiencing one of the most dramatic political conflicts in the Western Hemisphere, with hundreds of thousands of deaths, millions of victims and internal refugees, millions of migrants to other countries, and a growing deterioration of the institutional order that can be measured by the crisis of justice, the scandalous levels of corruption, the number of congressmen and governors who go directly from power to jail, the rates of poverty and misery, insecurity, delinquency, the backwardness of infrastructure and the inability to convert the undoubted wealth of the territory into something that benefits the majority and guarantees general prosperity. The most alarming thing about this phenomenon is how imperceptible it is to the world. Colombia is a country that has the same population as Argentina and Spain, twice the territory of France, and an extraordinary geographical situation, with extensive coastlines on the Caribbean Sea and the Pacific Ocean, with the point where the two halves meet of the continent, with the most populated region of the Andes mountain range, and with half of its territory in the fluvial prairies of the Orinoco and the Amazon. The first question that one has to ask is why a complex and persistent conflict, in a territory so important for the planet, with all the natural resources, an amazing biodiversity and the greatest sources of water and oxygen, can be so invisible and so incomprehensible to the world. Throughout the 20th century, a world that knew everything about Cuba and Santo Domingo, Haiti and Jamaica, Panama and the Falkland Islands, seemed to know nothing about Colombia, and the novel 100 Years of Soledad, by Gabriel Garcia Marquez, so that in the last 3 decades of the century people would know where to locate this disturbing and paradoxical country on the physical map and on the spiritual map of the planet. But the truth is that not even Garcia Marquez's novel would have managed to make the country fully visible, and the crime novel of drug trafficking had to happen for another side of this reality to burst onto the world stage, showing, in a way very different from language-dazzling novelist, the extreme contrasts and the dramatic exuberance of Colombian society, allowing some to finally ask what is happening in this blind spot of the continent, what has allowed the tragedy of 50 million people not move as it should, neither the press nor world public opinion. One of the cruelest legacies of colonialism is that the subject countries are forced to erase their differences with the metropolis and sometimes take centuries to show their true features. And the truth is that the nations of Latin America have only become visible to the world when they were able to show their true face, their complex originality. The European powers sought to make Mexico an empire governed by the House of Habsburg-Lorraine, and this forced Mexican society to show in the indigenous face of Benito Juárez the singularity of an entire people, its firmness, as well as the inexorable decision to not allow its American clay to continue to be molded by the hands of Europe. This in turn allowed Mexico to deepen its self-awareness with the turbulent peasant and indigenous revolution of the early 20th century, and to incorporate the people into its national legend in the image of popular leaders Pancho Villa and Emiliano Zapata. The face of Argentina was drawn at the same time by that infinite pampa that for decades provided food to the world, the legends of Sarmiento and the Gaucho, and the progression of immigrants who made Argentina not only a European country but at times the only rich country of Europe, and that allowed Jorge Luis Borges to become the guardian of the planetary libraries and place the mythical Aleph of language in a basement in Buenos Aires. Colombia is the territory with the least desire for unity that can be imagined. It is enough to go 3 hours in any direction to find yourself in a different climate, surrounded by different vegetation and with a landscape of ever-changing depths. The majority of the population lives in the equinoctial Andean region, the one with the greatest biological diversity of the mountain range, and it is worth remembering that, as Borges said, perhaps deploring the flat world of the south, all the plains are the same, but there is not a mountain the same as another. Although in Latin America it is easy to find plains as considerably different as the Argentine pampas and the Venezuelan plains, such as the Valle del Cauca and the Bolivian salt flats, it remains true that the landscape of the Andean mountains, so picturesque in the romantic sense of that seems to demand to be painted, is changing before our eyes with an extraordinary rapidity. In this meticulously diverse territory, 120 indigenous nations had managed to develop their particular cultures in regions that were very different from each other, the deserts of the Huayu of La Guajira and the snowy peaks of the Cajas of the Sierra de Santa Marta, the swamps of La Mojana in the country of the Zanus and the rainforests of the Embarcaderos of Choco, the islands of the Cuna and the Cauca River Canyon inhabited by the Abejicos and the Pantagoras, the hot land plains of the Gualis and the Andamas of Magdalena Middle East, the fluvial plains of the Panchas of southern Tolima and the cold mountains of the Nasas and Guambianos of Cauca, the emerald mountains of the Musos of Boyaca and the golden kingdom of the Muiscas of the Savannah, the world of complex natural myths of the Yuas of the Sierra del Coque, the shoreless prairies of the Siquanis of Vishada and the flowery forests of the Kamsas of Putumayo, the jungle valleys of the Andaquis and their tutelary branches, where the great rivers are born in a cross, and the infinite jungle of the Amazonian communities. In addition to the many peoples whose cultures are still alive, they still tell their stories of staggered stone cities in the mountains overlooking the Caribbean Sea, maps of the constellations on the stones of the great rivers, the legend of the forests of golden tombs of the Sinu, the complex gold work of the Calimas and the Quimbayas, of the Zanus and Malagana, of the Taranas and the Muiscas, the refined realistic pottery of the Tumacos on the Pacific coast, the hydraulic engineering of La Mojana, the necropolis of Usm, the funerary niches of Tierra Dentro, the megalithic gardens of San Agustin in the shadow of the kingdom of the Andaquis, the countless rock pictograms over 20,000 years old in the Chiribiquete Mountains. Added to that geographic diversity was ethnic diversity, mestizajes and mulatterias, as well as the gradations and degradations that the bureaucratic curse of centralism works on a very rich territory. The idea of a unitary nation was imposed on us by the colonial regime, but the principle of an autocratic and distant capital, converted into the administrative center and organization of the nation, was one of the dramatic consequences of our history. It could be thought that we were united by the climate and the geographical area to which we belong, but this is the region where geography breaks up and climates multiply, where the elements of ethnic and cultural diversity disperse, each seeking its most favorable niche. For something, the groups with the highest indigenous content tended to always seek nature and the banks of the rivers. For some reason, the slaves emancipated from their masters, but not from poverty or segregation, sought out the remote coastlines and formed communities there marked at the same time by poverty, solidarity, and refined cultural creativity. It's not for nothing that the more European whites and mestizos always sought out urban areas or egalitarian small holdings. In the absence of the unity of the territory, of an ethnic identity or of an integrating legend, the role of uniting the inhabitants was assumed very early on by an element that had come from afar: language. It was through the Castilian language that the national project was built, which until now has kept Colombia united, despite its original diversity, the wars that cyclically tore the territory, and the mutations of projects and customs. But the story that built the nation and that kept it, if not united, at least together, even in the last 2 centuries, was the colonial discourse, not even eradicated by the adventure of independence, a European interpretation of nature, a Catholic interpretation of the social order, a Republican discourse imitated from the French Revolution and the imitation of institutions born of liberal thought but based on the power of castes and arms. And I say imitation because in Colombia the liberal thought that built the modern republics never made its way. All the countries of Latin America were incorporated into modernity through a borrowed liberal discourse, the one used by the liberators to gain independence from Spain and create the first autonomous institutions. But for that vocation to be authentic, profound liberal reforms were necessary everywhere to make the discourse a reality, even partially. This is what the reforms of Benito Juárez in Mexico and that of Eloy Alfaro in Ecuador did, the reforms of Roca and Irigoyen in Argentina and the revolution of the miners in Bolivia in 1952. It was necessary to incorporate the towns into the national legend, give them to the law a foundation that was not the will of the Spanish crown or the Napoleonic Code, that was not only the doctrine of the superiority of writing over the pledged word. Because against an indigenous world where the living word on the lips was the greatest source of legitimacy, here the written letter was imposed in such a way that very significantly the property titles ended up being called, in an almost biblical tone, the writing. What could property guaranteed only by word and by custom be worth in the face of the notarial power of the deed and its tremendous capacity to legitimize theft and usurpation? It seems that talking about these things would go too far back in the history of the continent, but the truth is that we are talking about real and recent problems. In Colombia, property today is experiencing conflicts identical to those that characterized the outrages of the conquerors of the 16th century. Millions of small landowners have been dispossessed again at the end of the 20th century and the beginning of the 21st, as the populations of small peasant owners had been in the violence of the 1950s, and as they had been before with the civil wars of the 1950s. 19. Expelled forever from their lands through a phenomenon whose repetition every few decades only reveals that something essential to democracy failed to be established in our social order, that the state failed to become a true legitimizer and protector of life and of the property. Violence, sometimes tolerated if not sponsored by the state itself, remained the ominous source of legal order. Some have held the thesis that what is required to correct this old drama is a strong state, which prevails over the violence of minorities, but we will see that a strong state is not enough, that a legitimate state is required, and that to sustain this legitimacy, the formal instruments of democracy, ballot boxes, judges, police officers, civil servants, and armies, are not enough, but an incorporation into the legality of the community as a whole. And to join the legality, it is not enough that everyone submits to the law and is protected by it. Something deeper and more subtle is necessary, that the community feels that the law comes from it, expresses its will and guarantees its rights. To read the history of the 19th century in Colombia, from the battles of independence to the battles of the Thousand Days' War, which ended in 1902, is to witness the gradual defeat of liberal ideas and an even more deplorable phenomenon, the way as those who abandoned those ideas pretended to continue embodying them, although in reality they bowed to the thought and customs of their adversaries, and went, to put it in Emerson's words, relinquishing their world star by star. There are those who say that one of the first steps in that direction was taken by our own father, Simon Bolivar, who at a dramatic moment in the wars of independence resigned from confronting the powers of the Catholic Church, and for reasons that someone will explain to us sometime day, he allowed clerical education to find its way into the young republic. Since then, the power of the Church has been consolidated in such a way that all those who attempted the most important of the liberal conquests, the separation between Church and State, the establishment of the secular state and of a modern education, free from the threats of obscurantism and the arbitrariness of the Inquisition, were silenced, banished or erased, to the point that one of the most beautiful poems of our literary tradition, the sonnet "I Wandered Through the Deserted Cathedrals," by Nito Restrepo, possibly will be read by Colombians for the first time on this page. I wandered through the deserted cathedrals, still a teenager, when I believed that the organ in its notes brought me music from celestial regions. Tears of pain I shed in torrents as I looked at that cross on which the God-man hung, who on a disgraced day died to save mortals. Then faith fled from ignorance, a ray of light crossed the void, and the cathedral was a gloomy room, the music of the sky ran wild, and Christ was a flower whose fragrance was carried away by the summer winds. It is significant that this poem reached me orally, years ago, saved by the memory of a great liberal, Alvaro Garcia Cortez, it is significant that, as in ancient times, that order of words is kept alive by the faithful memory of a people. Without a doubt, many essential things for our future will also be hidden in the memory of Colombians. It is important to know that liberalism has been losing its historical project since the end of the 19th century, so that we can understand how the leaders who officially called themselves liberals ever since have always denied their principles at some decisive moment in history. They renounced the agrarian reform that they themselves had proposed in 1930, they left the national wealth in the hands of the North American oil companies, they prevented Gaitan's victory in the 1946 elections, they refused to accompany the rebellious crowds in 1948, they gave up the electoral contest in 1950 when they only participated could save the country from violence, they sponsored the violence of the 50s and later abandoned the humble peasants whom they had armed. They made an anti-democratic pact with the conservatives in 1958 to share power for 16 years, they renounced the duty of finally bring Colombia to democracy and plurality of parties in 1974 when the National Front was to end. Beginning in 1990 they dismantled the few institutions that had proven to work for the people in the bipartisan republic, deepened the old habit of handing over the country's economy without protection and without scruples to the world market, and left becoming a small party of dolphins who live off the fame of their parents and uncles, vote counters and budget distributors, already deprived of all philosophy and far from all greatness. Such was his resignation that it would have to be said that the main renovating projects, such as the incipient industrialization or the layout of the railways, were due more to conservatives such as Rafael Reyes and Pedro Nel Ospina, and that when they tried to establish the liberal republic they immediately backed down frightened because of the enormity of their responsibilities. When someone said that the main difference between the Colombian parties was that the conservatives went to mass at 5 o'clock and the liberals went to mass at 8, he was not making a joke but rather revealing the essence of one of the greatest historical defeats in Colombian politics. It must be recognized that it was reckless for the ideologues of independence to propose the creation of republics in our continent at the same time that the European republics were born. It was evidence of an avidity to be contemporary, to synchronize the Atlantic clocks, to overcome the uncomfortable feeling that, while Europe was entering modernity, we were still stuck in the mud of that late Middle Ages that Spain had brought to America. And that is why the anti-colonial struggle vehemently assumed a liberal discourse that, as I have said, did not have sufficient support in the social reality of the countries. It was already difficult to build republics in Europe, where in any case people had lived together for centuries in the territory of each country, seeing each other, if not as fellow citizens, at least as members of the same species. It was already difficult in Europe to confront social stratification and overcome the contempt of the aristocracy for the common people, but it was much more difficult to found republics in a world where the natives had just suffered centuries of servitude, where the slavery of the children of Africa prevailed everywhere. Using the European worldview to manage a territory barely snatched from the gods of corn and the snake was as absurd as pretending that the same Catholicism as the Spanish and Italians would prevail here. No, the difference was enormous. Here they brought a Catholicism for Indians and for slaves, not for Christians who considered themselves equal, and the preachers who spread the empire of faith throughout these lands implanted it with the greatest severity, trying to erase day after day the beliefs born of the territory and the long familiarity with its secrets. Let's say that in learning about modernity, without forgetting all the tasks of our memory and our soil, we had to advance at a different pace, achieve in years what others had done in decades, and pretend that it was possible to have modern citizenships without that process of accumulated conquests that marked the European adventure, without the theological debates of the Middle Ages, without the mental freedom of the Renaissance, without the conquests of portraiture and perspective, without a philosophical view of our own conscience like those launched by Descartes or Montaigne, without the controversies of the Enlightenment, without the illusions of the noble savage, without that egalitarian storm that grew in France from the ironic smiles of Voltaire to the blood necklaces of terror, without the process that it created in large sectors of Europe the expectation of a new age and a new dignity for individuals. Also in the United States, the blind spot in the construction of the Republic was the attitude towards the slaves and the Indians. There the discourse of equality and human rights stopped abruptly. But the natives had been almost exterminated and the slaves were a minority in the face of the massive immigration of Europeans. That is why a theory of equality before the institutions was able to make its way, which tried to be confirmed as much as possible with the formidable liberal effort of Abraham Lincoln. The United States early assumed the recognition of the territory and its poetic appropriation, its incorporation into the sensibility of a people, as we can see in the torrential psalms of Whitman, in the poems of Emily Dickinson, and later in the beautiful poem The Giftful, which Robert Frost wrote for John Kennedy's inauguration ceremony 50 years ago. This land was ours before we were of this land, it was ours more than a century before we became its people, it was ours in Massachusetts, in Virginia, but we were settlers in England, owning some things that we didn't yet own, possessing that complaint we didn't own. Something that we refused to give wasted our strength, until we understood that that something was ourselves, that we did not give ourselves to the land in which we lived, and from that moment it was our chilblain to give ourselves. We gave ourselves fully, just as we were. That feat of giving ourselves was like multiple feats of war, to this land, looking vaguely to the west, but still without history, without art, without reinforcements, just as it was then and already with everything that would be. Here, despite the enormous and splendid effort of Juan de Castellanos, the task of knowing the territory, of recognizing ourselves in it, and of building an economy and a policy based on that knowledge remained pending. Also, of course, the task of constructing a religious discourse that would truly dignify Indians and slaves, recognizing their type and their customs, the mythical and historical horizons from which they came, the depth of their own past and the richness with which their languages had figured out this world. During the War of Independence there were two moments when the generous thought of the liberators and their project of a new age of freedom and justice collided with almost insurmountable difficulties. Not even Bolivar, the most enlightened and understanding man of that time, managed to fully understand what his conflict with PR on the Orinoco and his conflict with Agualongo in southern Colombia meant. He ended up solving in a barbaric way two of the central problems of his time. Despite his contradictions, PR raised the issue of slavery. Blacks and mulattoes warned that independence was above all the struggle of the Creoles to inherit the continent from the Spaniards. For this reason, although Bolivar freed his slaves, fulfilling the promise he had made to President Pétion in Haiti, he was unable to get all those slave owners, whose support was essential for the cause, to give them freedom, to demonstrate in the practice that this was not only a revolution against the peninsular, but against inequality and injustice. As we advanced in the expulsion of the enemies, the hopes of the slaves were postponed until when the conditions were favorable for the abolition, and in all the continent that hardly happened 2 generations later. PR seemed to understand where things were going, or took advantage of that undoubted malaise, and so opposed the progress of the revolutionary process that the General Staff sentenced him to death, and Bolivar, who was his friend, agreed to sign the sentence. Still, in the central regions of Venezuela, many people who respect and love Bolivar continue to pay homage to PR, seeing him not only as the great liberator of the Orinoco but as a martyr in the fight against slavery. In the south of Colombia people love Agualongo, the great fighter who understood that with the Creoles, for a long time, the Indians would have a harder time than with the Spaniards. These, after the terrifying initial extermination, had developed a more benevolent legislation towards the natives, and on the other hand the Creoles, despite the good intentions of the chiefs, could not prevent discrimination and exclusion from being for centuries the inheritance of the natives. Republics. If Agualongo, spokesman of the Indian world, of the voice of the land, of the importance of the province and its singularities, had triumphed, perhaps independence would not have been possible, because the terms of the war are inexorable, and the hateful domination colonial would have lasted for a long time. So it was fortunate for the continent that Bolivar fought his way to Quito, and continued his campaign until he defeated Spain at Junin and Ayacucho, and drove their armies from the continent. but something very noble in the defense of the indigenous world and the secrets of the territory was sacrificed there. A debt of respect and dignity with the native peoples remained pending for a long time in Colombia, and it continues to be one of the challenges of our incorporation into the modernity. Fortunately, this time teaches us more and more that as the world globalizes, this cannot mean the forgetting of the regions and the voice of the place, but quite the opposite, a reunion of the place with the world, a dialogue more complex in which the voices of all regions will have to be heard. We have all seen that one of the effects of globalization is that it makes each place on the planet more visible. In the fight for the preservation of the planetary water, it will be more and more evident that the protection of the great oceans supposes the cleaning of the rivers, that the protection of the rivers in turn imposes the care of the smallest streams, and that in the root of the defense of the great global water systems is the purity of the springs. Only seen in this way can one appreciate that generous, self-sacrificing struggle of so many local heroes who understood the value of the place, the dignity of the provinces, the respect for the territories, in the face of all politics that made its way fighting for more abstract things, such as the homeland, freedom, or independence. The defense of individuals and communities, of trees and seeds, against the dogmatism of ideas, the defense of rivers and forests against the arrogance of the world market. We call the period from 1880 to 1930 in Colombia the Conservative Republic. It corresponds to the centralist constitution of 1886 and began with the regeneration government, which subjected the country to an alliance between landowners and the clergy, prohibited free reading for much of the century, educated the country in racism, intolerance with different ideas, pettiness as a lifestyle and disrespect for the rights of citizens. In the most mestizo country on the continent, where marital unions were in fact between people of all races, there was nothing more persecuted than free love and nothing more discriminated against than the children of unions not blessed by the church, who were surely the majority. How can a country that grows in hatred for the Indians and blacks, who are the inalienable origin of the majority of the population, love itself? How can a country grow without intolerance and without resentment where the children of love are outlawed and considered second-class citizens? When they tried to be Catholic, those same children of free love were met with discrimination and mistreatment. In this way, many beings who found in the Christian doctrine of love and equality, respect and compassion, a consolation in the face of the difficulties of the world and a promise of dignity and affection, saw their intimate faith mocked by an ignoble alliance of the ecclesiastical powers with the powers of the world, and if something must be said it is that the original Christ of the poor and meek was betrayed by the merchants in the temple itself. That is the most serious fault of the Catholic Church and its old prelates, and it is at the root of all the ills of Colombia. It is the stigma that the Church, allied in 1,000 ways with political power and even with military power, traced on the nation's forehead, and that is the size of the historical debt that this closed and fanatical clerical power has with the country. A debt that will not be compensated with all its charities and its good examples. But the responsibility of the Church in the persecution and demonization of liberal thought is also great, not only because it knew that it would moderate its influence on citizens, to protect non-believers, non-practitioners and children of free unions, but because it was going to question the properties of the Church, which in Colombia were barely comparable to those of the army. Thus the cassoks and bayonets contributed to the perpetuation in Colombia of a darker Middle Ages than anywhere else on the continent. It is enough to remember that just a quarter of a century ago, those who wanted to contract a civil marriage had to go to any of the neighboring countries, Venezuela, Panama, or Ecuador, because in Colombia, which was vain about its supposed modernity, the only marriage with legal validity was the Catholic. It is enough to think that even today, when even the Roman pontiff preaches in Rio de Janeiro that nothing suits societies as much as the secular state, which allows religions to live together and dedicate themselves to preaching their values, to train their faithful in of respect and responsibility, still today at the apex of Colombian power there are rulers who speak with the dogmatism of the old bishops and somber officials whose rulings are governed less by the Constitution than by the Inquisition. The elite that inherited the republic and dominated it for 2 centuries was in charge of perpetuating the colonial discourse. For a long time the school model was made to reproduce a few eternal truths, that there were some metropolises that had to be imitated in everything, that the Catholic Church was the only creed, outside of which there is no salvation, that church marriage was the only source of social legitimacy, that Colombia was a white, Catholic country of European origin, that our duty was to speak a language of traditional purity, and that democracy only demanded absolute respect for the authorities, total submission to the rules, obedience to the state and its armed forces. The language was therefore initially used to unite the country through clerical orthodoxy and the disqualification of all dissidents. The narrative of the nation was articulated in the pulpits. But as many people were left out of that ideological statute so closed and so full of hypocrisy, economic power, religious power, school power, and state power were used to subjugate by any means anyone who did not felt included in the order of the republic. But those who submitted did not deserve to be treated as citizens. The republic was not the name of a coherent national project but the name of a set of private businesses, caste projects, and initiatives of the powerful, and the role of the community was to submit to its priorities, to accept the place of those who did not. He has been invited to the party, and he can only be there as a servant or as an intruder. Even a name was invented for those who tried to assume that condition of equality that the doctrine lied, but that reality continually denied, equaled. It is a phenomenon that we can notice in the pettiness of public spaces. When one visits France or Spain, Brazil, or Argentina, the first thing one notices is the enormity and refinement of the spaces made for the enjoyment of the community, a park like El Retiro in Madrid, spaces like the Invalides Esplanade in Paris, like the Trocadero fountains in front of the Eiffel Tower and the successive Champs de Mars, spaces like the banks of the river or the Luxembourg Garden, show societies where the citizen is considered the main recipient of public investment, where rest, recreation, community meetings are a main part of the government agenda and public works. One sees the immense parks full of works of art, the museums, the courthouses, the pantheons, the transportation systems, and one tends to tell oneself that of course, all of this is possible because France is vast and rich. But later one reflects on the subject and remembers that France is a country with half the territory of Colombia, and that in Colombia the parks are tiny or inaccessible, the urban prospects are mean, the practicable areas for the community lack design, greatness, and of spirit, to the point that only in recent decades have timidly begun to see spaces like the Simon Bolivar Park in Bogotá, where massive events are sometimes held. And even there it is possible to notice that a city of this magnitude does not have stages for great shows, so they end up charging fortunes to the attendees to listen to a concert between the cold and the mud, in the most deplorable discomfort. Just at the end of the 20th century, frightened by the explosions of violence in the neighborhoods, it occurred to the administrators that perhaps by giving something to the community, offering spaces for recreation and culture, installing minimally operative transportation systems, it could ward off the explosion of an exasperated and aimless social energy. Thus, what democracy should have offered from the beginning as a natural gesture towards the dignity of the majority, because public spaces are the common abode of democracy, were improvised in the end as gifts to contain the social eruptions long gestated in darkness, and there were those who were surprised that these investments did not immediately conjure up a social malaise matured over centuries. We have allowed ourselves to reach the second decade of the 21st century without a subway in a city of 8 million inhabitants like Bogotá, not to mention cities like Cali or Barranquilla, whose urban space was conducive to all kinds of generous works and that have taken construction of spaces for collective happiness for a long time. And a few days ago it was revealed that a state that invests fortunes in weapons and armies has a budget for all its museums in the national territory that would be insufficient for just one. That is why no one is as right as Fernando Vallejo, the great opponent of a disrespectful and iniquitous social order, who has said that the only thing that this petty and dreamless leadership taught the country is the miserable art of dividing a napkin into four. When one visits the Delta del Tigre, in Buenos Aires, at the mouth of the Rio de la Plata, and seize on weekends the comfortable boats that take walkers between the islands full of gardens and country houses, through the arms of the delta, you cannot help but remember the Magdalena River, deforested and poisoned by the mercury of the gold seekers, by the agrochemicals that rain down from the mountains and by the industrial and organic waste of all the cities, a river where miserable fishermen and poor travelers crowd into despicable boats in which the country's central administration has not invested a single peso. Only the powerful military boats that run through it remind us that there is state wealth, and that wealth never thinks about the ordinary people who live on those shores and have to invent every day the way to cross a river that once was life itself. Of the country, and today it is just a testimony of the way we are turning paradise into a bilge. What made the leaders so petty and so capable of despising the people? Surely the colonial conviction that they had to administer a third-class country, the pain of not having been born in Spain or France or the United States, having to resign themselves to deriving their wealth from this soil and living with what they always called a country of Kafirs. But if it depended on them that Colombia had public works, beautiful spaces, fountains, parks, monuments, places of memory, railway networks, agriculture, industry, why did they dedicate themselves to venerating distant places and envying their excellence instead of doing in turn, as did other countries of the continent, beautiful cities and admirable works? My opinion is that the people who were lucky for them did not seem worthy of those efforts. It was better to be able to go to Paris, and return here to be proud of those trips, than to build on this soil a worthy homeland, beautiful cities, and respectable communities. The power of the colonial discourse had seeped into their marrow, and that is why everything that came out of the hands and spirit of the people, the original music of the communities, the theater, the dances, the crafts, the regional narratives, everything that gave some recognition to the popular initiative was immediately disqualified by the sieves of the aristocracy. When Jorge Isaacs, at the end of the 19th century, wrote a book on the languages and myths of the indigenous peoples of Bajo Magdalena, the president of the republic himself, Miguel Antonio Caro, prohibited its publication, because the writer was defending the value of languages and customs that the government had already decided to eliminate, subjecting the indigenous communities to the dissolving power of the religious missions. And Maestro Rafael Campo Miranda, author of some of the most memorable cumbias and joints in our music, has said that until the 60s it was forbidden to play joints in the social clubs of Barranquilla, because the only respectable music was that of the international orchestras. In vain the people showed them with their music, with their dances, with their stories, with their nobility, with their simplicity, that a true, proud, and humane culture was possible here. The owners of the country started from the colonial assumption that this community was inferior, and this did not allow them to understand that educational processes, that respect for their cultural creativity, that the construction of a shared legend, were the way to form a large society. And respectable. There were too many prejudices and arrogance in that elite to allow a people mistreated since the conquest to be the master of its destiny and to be able to be the spokesperson for its country before the world. Here there has always been a tendency to leave the crowds in poverty and abandonment, and run to hide the poor when the world came to look at us. Perhaps the best thing was that nobody came and that the perfumed spokesman of the country went to meet the world, that the chosen ones go to Europe for the hand-kissing ceremony, to honor those highly respected powers, while trying not to let their American copper be noticed. The English, the French, and the North Americans don't mind speaking Spanish with the strong accent of their land of origin, because they don't mind knowing where they come from. Here you had to speak English and French without any accent. No, it was that someone listening to them realized that they came from elsewhere, from provinces ashamed of themselves, prostrate in the veneration of distant flares, and not very convinced that they had the same right as the others to breathe the air of the planet. Because the sad part of the matter is that those elites who despised their people did not do so deep down out of pride but out of a secret feeling of unworthiness. Perhaps by despising their countrymen they were cured a little of the discomfort of having been born in barbarian lands, in that further margin of the seas that seemed to them stripped of beauty, deprived of history, lacking in grandeur and dignity. It is always that certain aesthetic prejudices already contain a drop of fascism, the colonial idea that beauty was European, that on a planet as diverse as this one it is possible to postulate a single canon. Still today, if the President of the United States, who cannot ignore what poverty is because he knows the slums of Chicago and the Mississippi Delta, comes to visit us, here they manage to turn the 20 showable blocks of Cartagena into a playpen of silver where you don't see a poor man or a beggar, and they would only like the walls to be a little higher so that it would not be possible to see in what state of prostration they have a noble city of almost 1 million inhabitants. And they will never allow themselves to convene a summit of Pacific leaders in Buenaventura, because although that city is the main port of Colombia and the source of the extreme wealth of a few businessmen and merchants, the abandonment in which the Central Powers and the violence that has been unleashed there as a consequence speaks very well of what we call our leadership and of the respect it feels for the country. The official world only tolerated intellectuals and writers subjected to power and eager for gifts. Great authors, such as José María Vargas Vila, were exiled, but at least in this case it can be said that they expelled him because they recognized him as someone powerful, dangerous, and not for sale. And that Vargas Vila was the expression of the defeat of liberalism. His language was like the foam already without sustenance of an abolished world, he lacked contact with reality and with people, he fed on books, and his style sometimes gives the impression that he uses the data of reality to give a flavor to the texts, but that he is in combat with illustrious ghosts of imperial Rome and classical France. All in all, Vargas Vila lived in exile, fiercely combated clericalism, punished the continent's dictators with his rhetorical cunning, and managed to be the best-selling writer, the most hated writer, the most loved writer, and the most read writer in cities and villages, in a paradoxical age when the books that were read along the spine of the Andes were printed at number 7 Rue de Elodion and in the printers of Barcelona. The effort to make popular culture, dance, music, stories, arts, and crafts invisible was part of a more complex process, the amazing effort to make an entire people invisible, a process that continues to this day for the method of making visible only those who in some way represent the social canon. Any verbal caricaturist of the weekly magazines can ironically undress that ancient Colombian custom, proposing to the laughter of his readers photographs on the social pages of poorly dressed people, with imperfect smiles or with surnames of dubious origin. A delicate dictatorship of good taste, good manners, and good families, by those who condemned the entire society to bad taste, rusticity and shadowy lineage, made its way and became the tacit decalogue that had to be obeyed to be people, the only decalogue that had some application in Colombia, where instead the state committed crimes, the children of many good families practiced social cleansing at midnight, the landowners paid henchmen, and even the most irreproachable businessmen ended up financing the crime and horror with the best of intentions. It is possible that along this path Colombia has become the most racist country on the continent, while at the same time being the most mestizo country, the most ethnically mixed. This is explained because it is only when the elites are as mestizo as the rest of the population that need arises to emphasize some differentiating element, and in this case it was undoubtedly customs, education, and tastes that established the difference. But true democracies make an effort to integrate the majorities into models of education, health, hygiene, construction of shared rituals, and instead the plutocracies, accustomed to repulsion, take advantage of these differences to build a regime of stratifications capable of to prevent any proximity that is not labor subordination, which turns the pyramid of social classes into a scale of almost infinite gradations, where everyone aspires to ascend even one rung, and for this they consider even their closest relatives as rivals. With this, the dominators manage to keep the community prostrate in a kind of negative awareness of their own virtues and unable to build ties of solidarity with others, since each one aspires to quickly escape from their environment and leave their equals behind. They're like that little girl from Tango who only had yearnings to live and love, go to the center, succeed, and forget the percale. This fact, normal in societies in formation, can become a technique managed by power to keep communities stratified and with all their ties broken by necessity and competition. There are no societies that achieve it more fully than those that abandon people, those that do not build a minimally protective and benefactor state, and leave the entire struggle for survival in the hands of individuals, so that they hardly have their own resources. Arms and end up trusting, if they trust anything, only the family institution. The technique ends up making visible only those who manage, due to their talent, ambition, docility or cunning, to climb the social ladder, and condemns the majority to a kind of practical non-existence. Individuals end up, in a way that is highly compatible with the trends of relentless capitalism, barely converted into producers and consumers, voters and taxpayers, prostrate in the veneration of celebrity, opulence, power and spectacle, or excluded from everything by indifference. Or out of skepticism, but unable to assume the voice of their community, to take initiatives, to demand that the state fulfill its duties. Their sufferings will not be measured by anyone, their lives will not count in the definition of social priorities, their very deaths will end up being as imperceptible as the disappearance of the industrious ants. To this absence of a sense of the public in the construction of democracy must be added the lack of a law rooted in the conscience of citizens. It is enough for a system of privileges and exclusions to be established in society for citizens to begin to feel that the law is not a guarantee but a trap. The only thing that can ensure compliance with the law is the evidence that it applies to all, guarantees equal opportunities and respects the dignity of each one. In Colombia, the affirmation that the law is for those in Ruana made its way long ago. Peasants and humble people were called those of Ruana, perhaps in contrast to more luxurious or more urban clothing. But that phrase reveals how the law lost its universality and became selective. It was applied differently for different sectors of the population. All societies live the risk of falling into the clutches of regimes of privileges. The novel Les Miserables by Victor Hugo would not exist without this phenomenon in which the crimes of a humble man are punished more severely than the crimes of the powerful or arbitrariness of the officials. Here there was for a long time an exceptional regime for politicians and soldiers that made them above justice, and a model was perpetuated in which wealth and influence are in a position to delay and make the application of the law impossible. It is very recent in Colombia to see members of Congress or officers of the armed forces tried and sentenced in court, and no one ignores that there are hierarchies in the payment of sentences, that the imprisonment of certain ministers consists above all in having a place to ride in the mornings. However, I am not one of those who believe that justice consists of punishments and prisons. No one has ever shown that prison makes human beings better, and whoever aspires to justice must know that the only truly effective justice is the one that does not represent revenge, that comes after the fact to punish, but rather the one that prevents evils and strives to prevent unjust events from occurring. The history of Colombia also shows the gradual and alarming way in which large sectors of the community have been pushed into illegality, the way in which society as a whole becomes increasingly skeptical of regulations and ends up preferring fraudulent paths to the legal ones. To understand the climate of illegality, and the broader and more serious phenomenon of how an entire world is sinking into distrust of norms and a culture of transgression, it is necessary to understand how an irresponsible leadership forgot to educate the society by example, allowed the law to lose its majesty in the eyes of citizens, and how the state itself, which is the one that has the power to ensure compliance with the law and punish those who transgress it, became in Colombia in a mess of irresponsibility, made more to hinder than to facilitate citizen life, a network of crooks and traps whose main purpose is not to aggrandize society but to prevent any transformation within it. A society with more requirements, with more paperwork, with more waiting rooms seems impossible. A state where officials are less capable of solving problems seems impossible, because everything has to be resolved at the highest levels, those that are inaccessible to the community. In any operating country, the official who attends to a person at the window is in a position to solve his problems, to reschedule his debts. In the Colombian state, every official has to consult even the most trivial things with a superior, who in turn sometimes he consults with another, even the heavenly spheres, and no one is empowered to make decisions. In this way, in a society drunk with mistrust, superiors ensure the privilege of decisions and subordinates manage to avoid all responsibility. You have to see how much time the community wastes queuing for the most basic things, how much social time is wasted on formalities. Citizens' time does not concern the instances of power, and the arrival of new technologies has not improved things because the machines, incorporated into an irresponsible system, can present, more than the officials, unappealable points of solitary confinement that paralyze all procedures. Faced with the accusation that the state is a mechanism of privileges, any member of the elite could rightly tell us, go see who are the ones who attend to the state offices and you will realize that it is not the aristocracy, but the village. At some point in history, the Colombian elites understood that the state did not require their presence to be at its service. It was enough to leave the institutions in the hands of a bureaucracy whose priority duty is to prevent anything from changing, and which receives as a reward for that work invaluable Kafkaesque maintenance of the status quo, the right to parasitize institutions, charge for procedures, delay paperwork, send the characters of the novel eternally from window to window, and turn what could be done in a day into a nightmare of weeks. A valuable film, La Gente de la Universal by Felipe Alger, caricatured this dramatic phenomenon by showing some foreigners who go from office to office trying to comply with the desperate procedures of the labyrinth of unreason and arbitrariness, and that with each request they receive the same answer: "That's why I tell you, ma'am, that first you have to go to such and such a part and do that." There is even the official word tramitomania. All the presidents of the republic come to power with the promise of simplifying procedures, of making things easier, and at some point in their government, which always consists of a refined metamorphosis, they abandon that task, more arduous than cleaning the stables of Augias, and when leaving office, if they decide to leave it permanently, perhaps they spend many days signing the infinite documents that guarantee the dusty eternity of the model. But it is from these procedures that each small official derives his omnipotence, because the Colombian state well illustrates this phenomenon of a social sector that he finds on his desk, in his window, in his file, in his stamps, in his anteroom or in his gatehouse. A place to exercise omnipotence. We already know that each doorman is the king of his door, and each official invents his personal code, which no one has time to compare with the laws. The effectiveness of the state is different, spending the energy of the entire society in endless laps through the narrow corridors of power, severely maintaining an iniquitous and irrational order, subjecting everyone who reaches its spheres to a process of incorporation into the arcana of the documentation, of the photocopies, the stamps, the comings and goings of a world where the papers are a kind of inscrutable divinities, and where the pretext that corruption is being prevented keeps the small officials busy, while far away above them, the great hawks of corruption fly freely in the skies of power. Here the law is the mirror where the citizens do not see themselves reflected, and this illustrates the way in which the community was excluded from the beginning of the decisions, and an infatuated and arrogant elite felt entitled to issue norms that the others only had the duty to obey. Often the representatives of the law allow themselves to violate it in the eyes of the citizens, and the policeman who sternly imposes a fine on us for going through the red light not only allows himself to go through the red light as many times as he wants, but usually resigns blow to the severity of the law if the price is right. I do not intend to affirm that they are exclusive evils of our social order. If speaking of money, Quevedo already wrote 4 centuries ago, "Who judges with passion, without being an ointment, makes them human, since by anointing their hands they soften their hearts." But what is truly critical are the dimensions that these behaviors reach in a society like ours. In a history of successive violence since the time of the conquest, if the numerous civil wars of the 19th and 20th centuries did anything, it was to break from time to time with the continuity of customs and with the roots in the territory. How can a knowledge of the world become acclimatized, how can shared customs and rituals remain, if from time to time the devastating wind of war and displacement comes to frustrate that intimacy with nature and that possibility that generations bequeath to each other their experience, their skills, and their wisdom? It was already difficult to live in a territory where the ancient knowledge of the indigenous peoples, Their knowledge of nature and their interpretation of the secrets of the world in myths were profaned and erased by the arbitrariness of the cross and the sword, but after the from time to time, it conquers a new breath of discord and oblivion shook the provinces, and as of independence, violence did not allow 3 successive generations to inhabit a region without the expulsion and contempt of that inherited knowledge. Something old and persistent has conspired so that we Colombians always feel like foreigners in our own country, and at the same time so that we do not learn to see ourselves as fellow citizens. Here everyone understands the phrase "the owners of the country." Here too often humble people tell each other that these evils are eternal, that it is useless for someone to want to change things because they won't let him. Although its face is not easily located nor its place definable, it is understood that there will always be something or someone that prevents that model of arbitrariness, exclusion, irrationality, and injustice from being modified. It is already known that in societies where the bonds of solidarity have been broken, where individuals abound but citizens do not exist or hardly exist, indignation and rebellion do not manage to assume the character of political transformations, that is to say, communitarian, and each one drifts rather towards transgression and crime. The projects, the noble causes, the shared ideals sink in the well of personal appetites, individual resentments, and private hungers. Keeping people at minimum levels of subsistence, trapped in the trap of need, not letting them enter a symbolic order of values and ideals, is what prevents individuals from becoming citizens. The old peasant tradition was full of values that the falsely modernizing wind despised and erased in a suicidal way. Wherever a decent peasant economy could develop, even a little free from the opprobrium of the noble castes and the horror of war, trust between neighbors, the tradition of hospitality, respect for the word pledged, the pride of cleanliness and ornamentation even in poverty. Because although the struggle for survival tends to enclose it in precariousness and in the immediate, humanity tries to save those more abstract values of compassion and respect that are what make an order of coexistence and civilization possible. It takes a lot of pettiness, the guilty persistence of numerous exclusion schemes, so that a noble community in its origins, spontaneously supportive and hospitable, gradually loses confidence, sinking into mistrust and selfishness. For people to lose the ability to put themselves in another's place, to help each other and to sympathize, true storms of uprooting and long rains of adversity are required. Nietzsche rightly said that any custom is preferable to the lack of customs, and the most reprehensible thing about social models that despise the poor and abandon them to their fate is that they threaten the foundations of a moral order without which life is impossible. In society, it is already alarming that in a society that central skepticism is incubated against the positive law that makes citizens prone to transgression, but what governs our daily conduct are less the codes of law than custom and tradition. The most serious thing is that the members of a society end up not believing in honor, in dignity, in the value of the pledged word, in the pride of respecting commitments, in compassion in the face of the pain of others. To be human, said Aristotle, is to be a member of a community, of a polis. Being continually uprooted from the sense of community by violence, by dispossession, by displacement, by exile, by exclusion, by helplessness, by daily adversity, can make us less and less capable of acting as members of a community and nullify us as protagonists of historical transformations. And the day we have to fight for dignity, for freedom, for justice, we run the risk of drifting down the dead channels of vandalism and looting, we run the risk of trying to save ourselves alone, turning everyone else into victims. Stanislaw Zolta once said that one of the evils of Colombia is that many times the revolutions left early for the palace, but after 3 hours they had already drifted towards the Sol Cementarius. But if the main characteristic of the nation is its dispersion and its difficulty in configuring a supportive community, the main characteristic of the leadership, to give it that undeserved name, was from the beginning to respect the forms of democracy more than its essence. Ours was always a facade democracy. What was important was not the rights and dignity of individuals, the important thing was not equal opportunities, equality before the law, the protection of life, honor and property of citizens, the important thing was the formalities, the stamped paper, the pompous speeches, everything that fit, no in the complex reality but in the blow of an eloquent phrase, the wealth of the subsoil, the territorial waters, the colors of the flag, the national sovereignty, the traditional parties, the rights of man, the civil liberties, the chief magistrate, the second instance, the third debate, the letters of recommendation, the historical records, the free elections, the beauty queens, the transcendental speeches, the great demonstrations, the distinguished ladies, the correct gentlemen, the honorable soldiers, your honorable honor, the Supreme Court of Justice, the articles of prohibited importation, the liberal ladies, the problem of the meat, the purity of the language, the examples for the world, the legal order, the free but responsible press, the South American Athens, public opinion, democratic elections, Christian morality, the shortage of foreign exchange, the right to asylum, the communist danger, the ship of state, the cost of living, the republican traditions, the underprivileged classes, the messages of adherence, as Gabriel Garcia Marquez rightly undressed it with a laugh when he enumerated, in Big Mama's Testament, the empty style of our grammatical presidents and our pompous politicians, all that rhetorical foliage with which the country was governed for centuries. And it is that if the cohesive discourse of the country was articulated by the pulpits, from a certain moment it was the tribunes of politics that made the nation's story resonate. It is not uncommon for great orators to write our constitutions, and the one who had the most lasting effects was Miguel Antonio Caro, a limited poet but a notable translator of Virgil, a man who only spoke Latin under the 7 leathers of the savannah and who never came out of the Altiplano, not even to know what kind of country this was that he was shaping in the institutions. For the spirit that governed Colombia, and for the logic of the growing centralism that made its way after the defeat of the federal forces, nothing was more convenient than an academic locked in grammar and subsections, to build the framework of institutions that they erased the Indians and the blacks, the jungles and the burning valleys, the jaguars and the anacondas, the oceans and the outside world. The process that had begun by making cultural expressions invisible and that had continued to make dispersed communities invisible could only reach perfection by making the entire country, its geography and history, its nature and its spirit, invisible. Perhaps in this way the miracle would finally be achieved that Colombia would be what the elite so desperately needed, a portion of Spain lost in the tropics, a fragment of Europe located by mistake of destiny in the equinoctial regions, a fraction of Christendom besieged through malignant jungles, an inch of the Castilla-Mancha surrounded by stammering languages and barbaric customs that had to be civilized or erased in a hurry. While Miguel Antonio Caro locked himself in his ivory tower to draft the Constitution of 1886, a very different man, Jorge Isaacs, traveled the country discovering its extraordinary diversity, its beauty, its potential riches, its memory, its ethnic complexity, the rumor of their languages. That man who participated in political struggles moved by love and admiration for his land did not belong to the old lineage of the conquerors. He could look at the country with curiosity and without fear and without guilt. It would be the symbol of another type of immigrant, who did not carry on his back the old burden of the desecration of the territory and the extermination of the native peoples, nor the paralyzing ties of miscegenation that delayed in other sectors of society the possibility of conceiving a future. Later it was possible to notice in those different immigrants, in those Englishmen who came to look for the gold mines and who brought their industrial revolution and their railways, in those Italians who made our cartography, in those Germans who established the first industries and founded with Colombians the second commercial airline in the world, in those Syro-Lebanese who brought their commerce and their architecture, how enriching the contribution of immigrants can be and how serious was the mistake of the governments that systematically prevented immigration, that not only tried to keep the country confined within its borders, but they made the canyons, the jungles, the jungle plugs, the deserts, the natural borders that already separated us from neighboring countries, be seen deepened and aggravated by politics. Vargas Villa had left, and had had to resign himself to being an indignant whip, not the builder of a new story for Colombia. He almost needed the satraps to have someone to whip and against whom to be eternally right. But Jorge Isaacs and later José Eustasio Rivera, saw the territory, named it, showed the diversity of its people, the arrogance of stately life and the harshness of peasant life, the patience of some and the recklessness of others, the looting and the wars, the way in which greed and pride insisted on turning the equinoctial paradises into hell. Like Juan de Castellanos in the early days of the conquest, they understood that here every story had to include the natural space, not as a background landscape but as the protagonist of the story. Bolívar, too, in his astonishing campaign against the Spaniards, understood very soon that the main difficulty that had to be overcome was not the enemy armies but the climates and the soils, the jungles and the hurricanes, the abyss and the fog. Isaacs set out in his novel Maria to show the customs of the haciendas and the pastoral idyls of some unfortunate young people, but what made its way was the splendor of nature, and his novel is less a tearful story of postponed and frustrated loves than a botanical expedition through the beautiful spaces of Valle del Cauca and the western cliffs. Rivera set out to tell the sad story of a couple who flee the city to take refuge in the Casanare plains, but what made their way was the impregnable jungle, the wild nature with its overwhelming fertility, what Alvaro Mutis would call the elements of the disaster, and the horror of the rubber factories and the hells of the Arana house. A struggle was already underway, which always continued, between those who erased the country and those who discovered it, between politicians bent on submitting our diversity to the Procrustean bed of precarious institutions, a reading of reality not made for the well-being of citizens but for the narrow purposes of power and bureaucracy, and the discovering spirit of thinkers and artists determined to make us finally see what we had before our eyes. It is not easy to follow the long processes of conformation of the monoreal society, colonial haciendas that were in their time great as countries, lands that the encomenderos and landowners received with their wealth from the subsoil and also with the communities that inhabited them, lands of the nation and of the native communities that were handed over to the generals of the independence and to the officers of the civil wars in payment for their services, extensive provinces, both in the coastal plains and in the interandean valleys, lands of great fertility and extraordinary beauty simply fenced and often converted into unproductive large estates, or dedicated only to livestock or the extractive economy. As long as the country combined its enormous extension with a small and dispersed population, these phenomena could be as picturesque as the reproduction in the Argentine pampas of wild cattle, which simply had to be left for years to graze on their alfalfa meadows and then come to collect, multiplied, in hordes of dairy farms and epic-flavored expeditions. But as the population grew, the irrationality of the model became increasingly apparent. To understand the forces that were unleashed in the 20th century, it is convenient to look at the population processes of the regions, the formation of economic realities and the relationship with the world that took place in this land since the mid-19th century. None as remarkable as the formation of the coffee region, the transition from mining to small-holding agriculture, the slow process of urbanization of the virgin forests, the opening of roads and railways, and the arrival of the first promises of modernity. Since colonial times, in the central zone of the country, an extension of 200,000 hectares was granted by the Crown to José María de Aranzazu, especially so that he could exploit his mining deposits, but curiously, that concession was extended for the same owners after independence. This is how those regions of the Central Cordillera from the south of Antioquia to the north of Valle del Cauca, where the indigenous populations had been practically exterminated, and which had been closed in guajules and almost impenetrable cloud forests, remained depopulated until when the settlers from Antioquia, who came from their parents' small holdings in search of fortune, invaded them starting in the mid-19th century. The English came with them, collecting in the mines the £3 million sterling from the loans of independence. In a process that did not cease to be conflictive and violent, dozens of towns were born there in half a century, 3 cities with more than 500,000 inhabitants grew there, Manizales, Armenia and Pereira, and today more than 3 million people inhabit the lands that they belonged to a single owner in the 19th century. It is a good proof of the dynamics that are unleashed when archaic property schemes are broken to see how that region, dominated for centuries by a single family, became with the cultivation of coffee not only the source of subsistence for millions of people but at the center of the national economy for more than 100 years. Throughout the 20th century, Colombia lived mainly on exports from the coffee region. Following this process of formation of the coffee region is exciting, the clearing of the closed forests, the colonization wars, the Guayqueria, and the discovery of a buried indigenous world, the titanic opening of roads, the contribution of English and German miners, the laying of aerial cables, navigation on the Magdalena, the layout of the railways. In the coffee region, a country was built in the mid-19th century, and a country was destroyed there in the mid-20th century. You have to know it to understand what happened in Colombia in the last 70 years, and how the catastrophe was developing. Because if the triumph of the regeneration and the conservative republic had perfected the model of exclusion, the spiritual domination and the central skepticism towards the law of an unprotected society, subsequent history added some dark elements to the mosaic. While Panama was part of the territory, Colombia was more open to the world and was notoriously a Caribbean country. But the century began with a terrifying civil war, and one of the consequences of that war was the separation of Panama. The United States, determined to build the interoceanic canal, encouraged the insurrection on the isthmus, and in a very typical maneuver of its interventionist policy, the following day they recognized the newly proclaimed government, making it clear that they would not allow the intervention of the National Army to prevent the secession of the territory. Garcia Marquez has said that this fact, more than any other, strengthened both Bogotá's centralism and the policy of confinement at the borders that characterized the country from then on. It can be said that the territory was made up of two clearly differentiated parts, divided by an oblique line, the middle country of the mountain ranges, its interior river valleys and the Caribbean and Pacific coasts, where the vast majority of the population is found, and the middle country of the plains of the Orinoco and the Amazon basin, occupied by some indigenous communities and by the gods of the jungle and the river. Agricultural and livestock activity, as well as urban dynamics, was always in that northern region to which governments only paid attention according to its proximity to the centers of power, but a century ago hardly anyone thought that the other half could have some value that would justify the interest of the powerful, the presence of the state, the construction of institutions. Even on school maps, the southeast was seen in a tiny box. It seemed more like a ballast than a sacred part of the territory. It was the land of Indians and jungles, of snakes and malaria, of suffocating heat and flooded prairies. Nothing in it suggested the efforts of civilization, and needless to say, these lands resembled the idolized European Arcadia even less, so that they were not even worth looking at. This was the green hell. Despite the fact that shortly before the feat of the Chorographic Commission had been experienced, an adventure of knowledge that unfortunately remained unfinished and whose fruits unfortunately were not shared with the country, despite the fact that some politicians with a business vocation, such as Rafael Reyes, toured the remote regions of the geography, there were no real efforts to build a project that would integrate the country. Colombia, at the beginning of the 20th century, had 4 million inhabitants, 1 in urban areas and 3 million scattered in the countryside. It was easy to lose sight of the human variety, it was difficult to encompass the geographical complexity. Nothing was so lost from sight as that region of jungles and plains that almost did not fit in the mental map of the leadership. And it was not that the country arbitrarily incorporated these regions, as was its custom, into agriculture or industrial projects, much less into the unrestrained extractive economy or the looting of timber resources, all things that were happening gradually. It was about having a vision of the future, an effort of knowledge, an awareness of the territory. How admirable it is that the indigenous peoples had come to have such a detailed knowledge of plants, soils, animals, climates, the cycle of rains, that they build their malokas considering, in the cosmic sense of the expression, all these factors, that they had always understood the combination of exuberance and fragility that characterizes the ecosystems of these great river basins, and that they had always known that the territories could not be exhausted, that the springs had to be protected, and that they had to be established with the world natural more relations of symbiosis and exchange than brutal relations of domination. Of course, it is undoubtedly easier to do so when the communities are small and maintain a ritualized relationship with the world, but all the more reason these dynamic societies that grow at a more urgent rate, that can exhaust the earth more speed. And it is clear that the main problem is profit, what is not done by the pressure of necessity but by the imperative of profit, which does not stop at any consideration because it is not interested in balance but in a blind dynamic of growth, which does not have its true origin in human needs but only its pretext. Like Jorge Isaacs in the North, José Eustasio Rivera also made an effort in vain to draw the attention of the Central Powers to another side of the country where he sensed the future lay. His poet's eyes had made him notice the beauty and diversity of the regions, his spirit captured the richness and sublimity of the jungle, the rivers, the water sources, the amazing fauna and infinite flora moved him endlessly. Forming part of the commission that traced the borders with Brazil, he had been able to tour those territories, he had gone out on his own in a canoe through the wild rivers, with a revolver at his belt and accompanied by a couple of guides, and from those explorations he brought not only his novel Love Origin, which moved the continent, but also the call of a world who claimed to be taken into account, to be incorporated into the narrative of the nation, to be integrated into the strategic project of the country. Nobody paid attention to him, because the Colombian diligence never knew how to hear the voice of the territory, but now we understand the magnitude of that man's effort, the clairvoyance of his call. Beginning in the middle of the century, many of the dramas that Colombia has experienced had their source and setting in that area that no one noticed, the most invisible half of a country that did not learn to look at itself, that never had eyes to see itself. Full. The history of land grants made by the Spanish crown in New Granada is amazing. If the Aranzazu concession reached 200,000 hectares, the Villegas concession, from 1763, covered what would later become the municipalities of Sunson and Abedjoral. The La Burila concession, which covered the lands of Cali, Buga, Toro, and the nearby valleys of the Central Cordillera, since 1741 belonged to Nicolas Cachado Hinestrosa. In other words, a good part of Valle del Cauca and the happy lands of Quindio, before independence, belonged to a single family. The Cachado family undoubtedly joined the side of the liberators because they kept, not their hacienda but their country, in the Republic. In 1840 it was inherited by Colonel José María Cachado Zorrilla, and his descendants must still be owners of bitter and sweet and extensive regions of sugar cane. 30,000 settlers came to live on that enormous property, but in 1888 a judge ruled in a lawsuit in favor of the landowners, and bands of paramilitaries hired by the owners of the world began to burn ranches and expel and kill settlers. The right of the owners of the land was sacred and prevailed over the lives of thousands of human beings. This in itself is painful, but it hurts more to know that at the same time thousands and thousands of indigenous people throughout the country were working on the properties of the lords, lands that had belonged to their people before the gods were erased by God, and that now belonged to the great landowners of the Republic, still by decision of the King of Spain. An Indian who scratched the land of others one day raised his eyes from the furrow and wondered why, if we were all equal before the law, the whites had the right to the land of their fathers and the Indians never. There the little Indian who scratched the earth disappeared and Manuel Quintin Lame emerged, the greatest fighter for the rights of indigenous people that Colombia had in 3 centuries. He learned to read and write, he read the codes, he studied the laws, he organized the communities, he learned the exasperating art of writing memorials, filing complaints, requesting hearings, invoking rights, claiming, demanding. He went from Cauca to Putumayo, from Huila to Tolima, went up the savannah, spoke with Marco Fidel Suarez, and the lawyer president allowed him access to the nation's archives. Quintin Lame delved into the abysses of memory to argue for the rights of the Indians. He must have understood that Aguilongo was right in distrusting fine Creoles, including the ardent General Bolivar, who knew how to see the Spanish enemy well but did not know how to understand the deep wound of the American Indian. Simon Rodriguez, teacher of Bolivar, had said well that here, more important than understanding a Latin author, was to understand an Indian. A century had already passed since independence, and the Indians were still white porters, cultivators of alien furrows, cleaners of floors, reserve of recruits for all the armies and cannon fodder for their endless civil wars. It was time for the Indians to fight for something of their own, for a small republic that was theirs, even a piece of dignity and honor from the lost paradise. 9 months in prison first, long persecutions later, attacks and arrests later, and finally 4 years with their feet in the stocks were the prize that the democratic republic that sang night and day o unfading glory offered, the epigone of the pride of a desecrated humanity. And yet the little that the indigenous peoples have obtained since then is the result of the example of Manuel Quintin Lamé, who grew old in Ortega, Tolima, giving encouragement to his people until the last day, and to him we will also owe much of what the indigenous memory will contribute to our future. Those treasures of wisdom, knowledge of the territory and respect for the natural universe without which the republics will not survive. The territory demanded from the beginning that effort of knowledge. The indigenous peoples of La Mohana had already demonstrated this, whose wisdom in relation to the soil and the climate led them to build a network of canals covering 500,000 hectares, a work of art and knowledge whose vestiges can still be seen from the air when they fly over these regions, a hydraulic engineering model that allowed them to manage the flood regime for a long time, where all the waters of the Andean region converge, where the Cauca and Magdalena rivers meet and the extension of the swamps begins. The shamans had already demonstrated it, who through their particular paths of knowledge had reached the intelligence of the medicinal properties of countless jungle plants. Juan de Castellanos had already demonstrated it, that in his silent and self-sacrificing effort to collect in an infinite poem the exploits of the conquerors, he understood that what really moved him was the discovery of the American world, and he left us the living fresco of a world that it was born to language and from an unrepeatable historical moment. José Celestino Mutis and the scholars and artists of the botanical expedition had already demonstrated this, who recognized, studied and painted a considerable part of the equinoctial flora. Alejandro de Humboldt had already demonstrated it, that in a single trip upstream through the Magdalena he left that river meticulously measured, studied, and recognized by the knowledge of the Enlightenment, that on his tour of the kingdom on the eve of independence he was able to study the soils, climates, minerals, forests, and even reflect on communities, on health, on the powerful influence of natural phenomena on human life and in social processes. For this, something was required that the indigenous peoples and the enlightened sages alike had, knowing how to look at what exists, not having their eyes blindfolded by the dogmatic veneration of another world, not being blinded by the shame of one's own, not trying to mechanically impose to one world the truths of another. But alas, our elite sighed for more illustrious worlds, and they did not want to even look at the world that fell to them by lot. Just as they had meekly accepted the Spanish thesis that in the poem by Juan de Castellanos, Elegies de Hombres Illustres de Indias, which introduced a world into language, there was no poetry, because it was full of barbaric and exotic words that marred the classical sound of the Spanish language, they saw the American world in the same way and were ashamed of it. In the story that tyrannized us there was no room for American nature nor for the mestizo humanity of this continent. They must have been ashamed when looking in the mirror did not see the Apollo of Belvedere or the divine Aspasia, just as they rejected those indigenous words that from the first moment the poet considered worthy of poetry, pineapple and soursop, canoes and bohayas, paparos and gualandays, yarumos and toucans, jaguars and anacondas, hurricanes and sharks. Those words could not be poetic because they were not sacralized by Spain. The names of the Indians that Castellanos lavished in his poem were unacceptable sonorities. For them, the gods were definitely not here. Perhaps the English and the Germans found it easier and more fascinating to appreciate and recognize this American world. They were not so blinded by cultural or aesthetic prejudices, as were the great chroniclers who, at the time of the dogmas of the conquest, did not seem to obey a greedy and obtuse Spain but rather the spirit of the Renaissance, which was inventing another era because dared to look at the real world. Leonardo no longer believed that the duty of art was to distrust reality. He went down to look at what real stones were like, and in the Virgin of the Rocks almost for the first time the stones of art are as hard and forceful as the stones of the world. It is enough to see a poet like Leon de Graeff, descendant of Germans and Swedes, totally rooted in the American world. He can sometimes write like Carranza and Guillermo Valencia to satisfy the sonority of the language and to yearn for distant things, but when he wants to, he knows how to be fully pleased with the real world, with the places, the customs, the climates, as in that enthusiastic cavalcade of Ramon Antigua through the towns of Antioquia and the canyons of Cauca. They drove spurs if the mules stayed, they stopped at all the inns, they drank the liquor of iridescent froths, pure, dynamic, lofty and in the totumas of mother of pearl, and they required loves with honey of fine words, to the pispiratas girls and the married ladies. The poet knows how to delight in the mention of the people of the town and in the names of the places, their Don Pipo the muleteer, renowned super cup, from Amaga to Titiribe del Cangrejo to La Pintada, from Ansa to Cocahondo and in Medellin and other places. De Graeff fully felt the possibility of making this territory an abode for action, for desire, for imagination, and for the joy of living. They went down the corridor, climbed into the hammocks. Now came the balance count of the day. While they serve the congemio they greedily talk, while they talk they smoke. You drink while lying down, one talks in hyperbolic quasi-lying, while the kettle sings on the stove, while the mountain dreams a dream of robust sabots and very slender palms. But the poet had already warned early on that there were shadows conspiring against that happiness, and perhaps that certainty plunged him into skepticism, or at least forced him to look from a distance at the official Colombian world, before whose ceremonies he was always a rebel. When Leon de Graeff was 18 years old, he had been very close to the tragedy, because he knew Rafael Uribe, the general of the Thousand Days War who signed peace with the government, and was his private secretary when the general was assassinated. Hacking at the gates of the national capital. How is it possible that in those same landscapes where the poet sees the eager life open to all miracles and the celebration of coexistence, others have built a dream of horror and desecration, the entrance at midnight of implacable armies in the humble villages, the defense at all costs of petty powers and the triumph of hatred and resentment? We still have a lot to decipher about our land, so that we can finally inhabit this land that has been profaned so many times, and converted, not only into the serene bed of our dreams, but into the honorable tomb of our dead. Colombian poetry has always moved in two directions that seem contrary: Juan de Castellanos' attentive look at the outside world, who does not want to lose anything of reality, and the confinement in the sonorities of language and in the treasures that language brought with him from his long journey through the kingdoms and through the centuries, as in the wild and tender work of Hernando Dominguez Camargo. It goes without saying that, like so many others, Leon de Graeff is both, a man capable of seeing everyday reality and singing it with mocking music and a familiar voice, and an artist locked up, when whim dictates, in the cabinet of the pure sounds. Both things belong to us with the same intensity. Perhaps being Colombian, being Latin American, is living simultaneously in the immediate present and in distant memory, in a present so unknown that sometimes it has no words and in a past so remote that sometimes it has no boundaries, to be like children who have memories of old people and like old people still full of childlike curiosity. See, like Pedro Ruiz, Corinthian columns sprouting from the banana trees. See, like Miguel Angel Rojas, mutilated sculptures of Phidias on the bodies of soldiers who were victims of antipersonnel mines. Trace, like Fernando Botero, Renaissance compositions with the rest of the gorillas in their hammocks in the tropical jungles, among the flies of death. This is what the 20th century came to teach us all, that we will not be able to fully inhabit this territory if we persist in the illusion of not belonging to it, of being travelers from more illustrious lands, if we persist in denying it and not listening to its voice. A whole world struggled from the beginning to come to light, to show its originality, but a closed discourse of inauthenticity and oppression, self-contempt turned into a doctrine, first dragged Colombia into madness and horror. Before that we learned to listen to the murmur of all our traditions, before learning that no teaching is more wise than those old words of Pindar, become what you are. That does not mean that the country has not tried to decipher, as far as bayonets and cassocks allowed, the keys to its own originality. The grip was not so strong as to make us not realize that we live in the equinoctial region of the planet, that the north of the territory belongs to the Caribbean, a whole world with its legends and mythologies, with its own languages and symbols, that the most populated region belongs to the Andean world, which extends its memories and its traditions, its customs and its music to the Antarctic confines, that the east belongs to the plains of the Orinoco, and shares its culture and nature with Venezuela, that there to the south the extensive Amazon basin expands, a world that was barely foreseen, that the official ideology tried to ignore, but that always exerted its influence on life and on the imagination, perhaps because it is the profound source of the air that we breathe and of the water that we drink, from the exuberance of our vegetation and from the exuberance of our living. Beneath a persistent discourse of inauthenticity and simulation, the real country was making its way. Isaacs's Maria and Rivera's Love Origin were just the first rays of that summer. Our literature and our journalism were for a long time in the hands of the aristocracy, and Guillermo Valencia was the last of the refined followers of that exotic gaze that had a hard time taking root in the world to which he belonged. A poetry of storks and camels, of biblical tapestries and cameos, exquisite in its structure and extremely refined in its melody, seemed to perpetuate the vocation of Europeanism and simulation, but in reality it could not escape the searches that were moving the whole world continent into the Spanish language. Colombia seemed to ignore more than the other countries that it belonged to a continent. It seemed to be closed in on itself, but without looking at itself, dreaming of being a piece of Europe lost by magical arts in these virgin lands. But the sap of America ran through our veins. Everything that happened outside had repercussions here and brought us an urgent message. When the sentimentality and love for the landscape that the European romantics had infected us with ran through the continent, Maria and Love Origin emerged here to respond to that call, and they went beyond the models. They created something new because a different world emerged in they. Also when the influence of the French, of Victor Hugo and of Verlaine, awakened the sensitivity of an entire generation on the continent and led it to reinvent the Spanish language, to fill it with other themes and other rhythms, the voice of José Asuncion emerged here Silva, and with him an unknown music in the language, a throb of freedom. Valencia also captured this new thrill. He was a feudal lord of Cauca, heir to the stately spirit of Julio Arboleda, but beyond his Catholicism and his conservatism, the pomp of imagination and outbursts of sensuality that Verlaine infected them triumphed in him. To all, a beautiful sinner with a voluptuous body passes by, leaving a trail of temptations in front of the poor stylite who has sought the desert to mortify himself, and leads him back to life and pleasure. In the depths of its decorative stanzas, however, it feels like a tedium of that village world where passions are drowned. It is heard like a call to shake off stillness and agony, drink pain in them, flutists of Byzantium, you love polish the dactyl to the sound of chains. Only those eyes can tell you the weariness of a world that is dying without blood in its veins. Even the aristocracy became sad in its clerical Arcadia, but in other sectors of society the buried world broke out. With Tomás Carrasquilla, the ability to look at reality, to observe the life of the province, to listen to the voice of the land, to paint the original types of the mountains of Antioquia, beings that still seem to be only archetypes but that are already escaping towards individuality and are filled with color and details, bursting forth with extraordinary vigor. Carrasquilla knew the Castilian language like few others, but he was also interested in listening to and celebrating the nuances that it assumed in the speech of his region, which at that time covered a considerable part of the country. Already in Carrasquilla there is no imitation, but mischievous and delicious originality. Some think that his work was weakened by giving the language an excessively local tone, but the truth is that nobody in the field of language sees Martín Fierro's intonation as an obstacle to their understanding, nor the Creole tone of El Hombre of the Pink Corner by Jorge Luis Borges, nor the idioms of Mexican corridos, nor the mulatto concerts of Luis Pales Matos, nor the lunfardo dictionary of Cadícamo's tangos, nor is it too difficult for us to feel in our own soul the moans of Conte. John, though it is false that the local flavor, when it is authentic and necessary to show reality and convey emotions, is an obstacle to the enjoyment of literature. Don Quixote is very Castilian, Dante is very Florentine, Pushkin is very Russian, and from that roots they derive much of their charm. The modern world can be spellbound for a while in the dream of an international language, devoid of local nuances, colorless and rather insipid, but the local flavor, combined of course with an extraordinary charge of humanity and expressive force, has not prevented Homer is one of the most lively authors circulating in the world today. It has not prevented a book as tribal as the Bible from continuing to be, to the astonishment of some and the impatience of others, the Book of the West, the one that shaped the German language, the one that inspired Hölderlin's visions, the one that taught William Shakespeare to write. That same region of Antioquia produced the work of Porfirio Barba Jacob. The clerical village that Colombia had become in the first half of the 20th century was suffocating for anyone who wanted to live and dream. Barba Jacob suffered all the oppressions of the clerical country, intolerance, contempt for the people of the countryside, the aesthetic dictatorship of the mestizo caste that dominated the country, the homophobia of the village. If Byron and Shelley did not fit in England, if Rimbaud suffocated in France, how could this disproportionate man who did not fit in himself, who did not fit in his name, in his sex, in his language, not take flight? Lived in an extreme way all the passions prohibited by the priestly caste and repressed by political power? Fernando Vallejo has painted his portrait for us. He has meticulously reconstructed his years of exile, his adventures in Cuba, his delusions in Guatemala, his disorders in Honduras, his madness in Mexico, his failure when he tried to return to Colombia and discovered that the Colombia of 1930 it was perhaps worse, more suffocating and violent than the Colombia of 1909 that he had abandoned through the port of Barranquilla, full of dreams that life frustrated, full of an energy that he displayed in thousands of adventures, with a dissatisfaction that grew with the decades. It resembled this country like no other, the country buried by the colonial simulation, the one that had been silenced by the clerical gag, the one that was going to be massacred by intolerance and greed. A good part of our tragedies, of our anxieties, of our silences, were encrypted by him in some of the most powerful verses of the language, and if we can establish a contrast with someone, it is with the rhythmic, irreproachable, antiseptic language of his contemporary Guillermo Valencia. Some time later, Jaime Jaramillo Escobar would say that he had moved to live in Barba Jacob's work because it was very cold in Valencia's verses. In Barba Jacob the tongue is not restrained and delicate, it is nervous and volcanic, it is made of explosions and spasms. Barba's work is born from the heart of a people more determined to feel than to simulate. It is not a song but a cry, it has no doctrine, it has few certainties, it is made of questions and challenges, of the sensation of a great deception, of enormous frustration and overwhelming defeat, but also of the will to survive even his defeat, not to submit even to death, to challenge fate, the world, and the gods for the farce to which they have subjected him. It is the pain of a world, the genius of a people that speaks there. I know that we will not decipher the arcana of that voice that does not quite satisfy the academics, that does not manage to adjust to the canons, but that survives decade after decade to fashions and the cenicals, and is approaching the timeless and the eternal. In it, we hear the tragedy of a tremendous inability to accept oneself, self-hatred, I am wounded, self-hatred, you have gangrened my heart. He mentions beneficial rains that put an end to centuries of drought, happy fields where the villagers fill the mountains with cries. He talks about an Indian boy who is with his mother at night under the stars, but always ends up exclaiming, imaginations. Imaginations. This land is very sweet, very warm, not at all sterile, and it is fertilized by long rivers of pain. Barba Jacob does not want to console or seek consolation. He shows the emptiness, the nothingness of a culture made against man, and only proposes that we be able to resist, to oppose ourselves to the end. Someone say in my name, one day, in vain, no 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 no. That call to an indomitable resistance burns in his verses like a mysterious key. It is not himself, it is perhaps his world that he wants to teach, to say, even though the ages have collapsed and the generations have succumbed, my time has not yet come. He says it because he knows that every defeat is provisional, that for a people death is a lesson, that before the afternoons that fall forever, there is a voice that has the duty to say, how many will not alloy, even more blue. It is no longer time to learn, he shouts. Nothing, nothing forever, he shouts. Nothing is heard, silence and mist, breaths of the arcane, the false light, the false song, it screams. And then he says that when he dies they tie his hands with the strings of his lute, let the knot be very tight, because my heart surrenders fiercely and spitefully to death. The drama has been a horrible, mean and frustrated drama, a good game they have played me. I believed that this had meaning, with the tangle and the embellishment of illusion. How does he manage, with that message of permanent defeat, with that fateful declaration of the impossible, not to leave us with that feeling of fatalism and discouragement that Kafka's works produce in us, but rather a curious sensation of energy, rebellion, and vitality? The power of music is not in what is said but in how it is said, and Barba Jacob's voice is one of the strongest in the language. He doesn't stop at the morose delight of euphony, he doesn't know how to be ornamental, he isn't making literature, but shouting at night, and the mandatory doesn't manage to tame him, nor does the rhetorical web manage to delay him. He knows that nothing is to be expected from power, that the tired are only helped by the tired, that the sad are only helped by the sad. Support your fatigue in my fatigue, I will support my sorrow in your sorrow. In the midst of his clamor that does not want to be virtuous or exemplary, however, he leaves us the key to what is, and above all what will be, the world in which he was born. May his mother listen to that cold child who is lying on the hard ground, under the stars, crying, and lull him to sleep, and breastfeed him. Perhaps it is the only time when it will be able to quench its thirst and leave it wet with the milk of human tenderness, as Shakespeare taught. When life does not give us the elemental on time, perhaps we will no longer be satisfied with anything, and ours will be the eternal search for what does not exist. All the clamor of romanticism is condensed there. Barba Jacob has expressed a secret, that whoever is the child of necessity, and was not suckled by a generous law, becomes something insatiable. I asked him for a sublime song that would sweeten my rude, monotonous, and harsh life. He gave me an enchanted rhyming lark. I wanted 1,000. I asked him for an example of the safe rhythm so that he could govern my eagerness. It gave me a little stream, nocturnal murmur. I wanted a sea. I asked for a never extinguished bonfire to lend warmth to my dreams. It gave me a dim glowworm. I wanted a sun. How vain is life, how useless my impulse, and the Edenic greenery and the Aeol April. O sordid guide of the nocturnal journey, I want to die. Perhaps only the peoples facing their cruelest moments, their most extreme challenges, manage to find that power of synthesis, those sentences that seem to catch numbers of the world and keys to eternity. Danilo Cruz Velez once maintained that Colombia only twice approached the possibility of modulating the highest poetry, with the work of José Asunción Silva and with the work of Aurelio Arturo. I have no doubt that Silva brought to the language the music of new obsessions and new dreams, that Aurelio Arturo discovered the path to a reconciliation with nature that will be the key to many things in our future, but Barba Jacob's voice is more mysterious. It seems to contain a tear that can only have its origin in the way in which the American land was incorporated into Western civilization. The cry of a snatched world, the astonishment of two halves of the human that look at each other and do not recognize each other, deep irredeemable suffering, silent heroism of which only God was a witness, the pain of a humanity whose pride was taken away. Desperation before a land that does not know how to be a homeland, resentment before some infatuated powers that torment the world and are hopelessly blind to its beauty and deaf to its song, and consequently the duty of humanity to despise all power that denies it, to build their paradise in dialogue with the humble earth and in alliance only with those who suffer, a vindication of the marginal and the postponed, the courageous decision to love the world despite the admonitions of history, the promised defeat and irremediable death. The poet finally says that the source of his inspiration, fed on gall and deceived by the gods, on nights without dawn and in tears of agony, he will no longer believe in anything, not even in poetry. And I am serene. In the midst of the dark someday, of thirst, of fever, of mortuary bouquets, the day of farewell to everything we love, I will evoke this hour and say to myself, smiling virilely, poet, in what are we left? And I will fill my glass with shadows and the abyss, the day we say goodbye to everything we love. That same torrentiality of language, that same reactive virtue capable of contesting a power of centuries and going against long-established habits, emerged in the 1930s in Colombia in the fiery cry of Jorge Elier Gaitan. Barba Jacob and Gaitan belong to the same world, to those mixed-race middle classes denied by caste, children of those teachers, of those decent cultists of language who read Vargas Vila under the covers and dreamed of a time when ancient kingdoms would finally be rescued, profaned, erased wisdom, dishonored races, the sullied dignity of a world. It is no coincidence that Barba Jacob arrived in Mexico when the revolution began, in Latin America, in the absence of continental political or economic union, deep rivers flow, secret canals, and everything that is powerful and again occurs simultaneously everywhere. This is how the enlightened generation that preceded independence was born, this is how the liberating generation arose, this is how the modernist generation sprouted, this is how the so-called boom in Latin American literature would appear in the middle of the century. In the second decade of the 20th century, Mexico exploded, and there was Barba Jacob experiencing the awakening of a race, the pride of a people, benefiting from that Mexican hospitality that was the propitious space for the birth and strengthening of Colombian literature, which he had no space in his own country. Because here no one expelled them, there was no longer even the respect and fear that they had for Vargas Vila and that led them to banish him. Now they didn't care. Colombia was capable of appreciating the books, but not of helping to write them. An artist was abandoned to his fate, and it is most likely that he did not make his way, because the fight against adversity devoured him, which extinguished the genius of Antonio Llanos and extinguished the music of Luis A. Calvo, which he allowed to get lost in the indifference to Luis B. Ramos, the photographer, and led to the suicide of the young cartoonist Ricardo Rendon, the even harder fight against indifference and loneliness. That is why Barba Jacob and Leo Matis, German Pardo Garcia and Alvaro Mutis, Gabriel Garcia Marquez and Fernando Vallejo found cultural asylum in Mexico. It must be said, as part of the memorial of grievances against the dark history of the country, that a good part of Colombian literature had to be written in exile, and that if a literary life finally began to be possible in Colombia, it was only after when Garcia Marquez won the Nobel Prize for Literature. Perhaps one should fearfully add that the reason so many now appreciate writers is not because literature has achieved a new dignity in our official world, but because Garcia Marquez's publishing success produced the illusion that literature could be a profitable trade and even a path to riches. The Colombian elite was not in a position to build a coherent and worthy country. Not only because the territory was too large and too diverse to be truly encompassed by such a narrow and distant interpretation of itself, but because the country was too complex to be truly represented by just one puffed-up, ignorant caste. But that caste was entrenched in the power of a double tyranny, the ecclesiastical tyranny, which annulled ideas and exchanged them only for the Holy Rosary, and the military tyranny, which promised all insubordination, the stocks, torture, or even more difficult solutions. Definitive. And yet, the conservative republic for the first time had enough power to keep the country under a single discourse for half a century, and in that half-century it tried to build institutions worthy of the name. That strength could be seen in the consolidation of the coffee zone, in the growth of cities and the effort to provide them with roads, public services, hospital systems, in the first impulse of the industry, and even in revealing details such as the beautiful buildings of some hotels, especially the Prado de Barranquilla and the Estación in Buenaventura, which showed a vocation for beauty in dialogue with the territory, and which influenced the style of the hotels of the 30s and 40s. such as the Caribe de Cartagena, the Notibara of Medellin, the Bucarica of Bucaramanga and the Guadalajara of Buga. And if the early times had left us beautiful Spanish-style cities, Villa de Leyva and Santa Fe de Antioquia, Riohacha and Cartagena, Mompox and Popayan, and the old quarters of the main cities, we must appreciate that recent times have preserved them. When the devastating wind of apparent modernity arrived, which exchanged jewels for rubble, because the same cannot be said of urban treasures such as the Manga neighborhood in Cartagena, the Juanambu neighborhood in Cali, the Prado in Medellin, or the Republican architecture of Bogotá, almost completely devastated by what we now call progress, by forgetfulness, and by the thirst for profit. The aerial cables from Mariquita to Manizales and from Gamarra to Ocana were in their time feats of engineering and true fictional sagas. The laying of the railways meant an enormous exercise in the study of soils, climates, and economic systems, and a great technological adventure that included the design and construction of locomotives in English factories designed specifically for these soils and these mountains, such as the 12 wheels of 3 cylinders designed by the Englishman Paul de Wurst, so powerful to climb the mountain range and so agile in traversing the curves of the Andes that the people of the town began to incorporate them into their mythology, calling them tigers and snakes. Modernity was beginning, a modernity that dialogued with the territory. The navigation of the Magdalena, awarded to the German Elbers, caused deep draft steamers to cross the river as far as Honda. Already the first explorers, Barco and Amarres, were obtaining concessions for the exploitation of Catatumbo oil. Banana cultivation grew on the coastal plains of Santa Marta, and coffee cultivation had made Old Caldas prosper, which was, after the Ambalima tobacco plantations, the first rural province truly connected to the world. But the loss of Panama would be a warning that other interests were at stake. In 1908 the mass production of automobiles began, and that extraordinary invention in which Benz in Germany, Peugeot in France and Ford in the United States competed day after day not only changed the rhythm of the world, but also marked many things in the destiny of our land. The first of these, the gradual abandonment of the railway project, and the abandonment of the search for public transport systems that could respond to the needs of the country. The United States surrendered to the consumerist dream of a car per family, tracing the network of highways that interconnected the country over the immensity of its territory. And our imitating elite experienced the passage from English influence to North American influence as a change in the paradigms of life in society. Now what had to be done was to build roads and start importing cars. Did they really intend to do it, or was it all a fit of imitation and pretense such as once led them to despise popular music and worship symphonic music, but not to found a single symphony orchestra or to offer a single child the possibility of accessing a violin or a piano? The truth is that today, a century after the invention of the automobile, and more than 50 years after the moment in which Colombia abandoned the railways, the country's road network is pitiful compared to that of many nations on the continent. The United States, the country that our rulers always looked to, has 4 million kilometers of highways. Colombia, at the beginning of the 21st century, has 30,000 kilometers of paved roads and barely 1,000 kilometers of dual carriageway. Its leadership, better at imitating than stimulating creative solutions, prefers to pretend that it professes certain truths and that it accepts certain solutions invented by others, but everything remains in plans, because in reality its interest in the territory does not reach beyond where the officials have the farm, and their interest in making life in the community better is just a sham to get votes and appease impatient spirits. After the period of independence, only 2 large organized structures remained in the territory, the army and the church. The army, throughout Gran Colombia, amounted to 30,000 men for a population of 1,250,000 inhabitants, which is as if an army of 1,200,000 men corresponded to the 50 million current inhabitants of Colombia, and despite the efforts of reduction of the troops and of diminution of its influence, the arms decided the luck of the country during the rest of the century. Still today, on a continent where Brazil, with 200 million inhabitants, has an army of 350,000 men, and Mexico, with 110 million inhabitants, an army of 270,000, Colombia, with less than 50 million inhabitants, has armed forces of 480,000 troops. Around 1,861, a third of the real estate belonged to the Catholic Church. Then came the confiscation of mortmain assets, a macaronic name that means the authorization of the sale of ecclesiastical assets that until then could not be disposed of. The radical liberals confronted the absolute power of the Church, they fought for secular education, they brought modern ideas and tried to open the way for them, and it was for this reason that the Church, seeing the threat of losing its immense power, conceived in defense of its riches and privileges a deadly hatred against liberal ideas, reacted by allying with the landlords, both resorted to military power that had not been able to be replaced by civil power in half a century of wars, and the sun of the 20th century rose over the triumphant clericalism and the defeat of liberal ideas. This fear of modern ideas and their influence produced a curious phenomenon, since the discourse of the Republic, inherited from the liberators, could not be eradicated, and since this discourse imposed certain duties, such as universal suffrage, there was a long struggle between those who wanted to promote modern education and free reading to train conscious voters open to new ideas, and those who knew that books and education would spoil the majority that voted obeying only faith and fanaticism inoculated from the pulpits. In Colombia, for a whole century we have been told that we live in a perfect democracy because the population is regularly summoned to the polls, because from 1957 onwards women were also able to vote, because in recent decades the age for voting was reduced to 18 years to citizenship. But alternatively, the fraud of those who scrutinized, military control, religious fanaticism prevailed in our democracy, and later the transformation of that fanaticism into partisan sectarianism, the imposition of anti-democratic pacts that left out everyone who was not affiliated, and even a strategy of terror that we cannot say has been state policy but has prevailed in spite of it and often with its complicity. And beyond all this, Colombia knows how clientelism, the power of the game on nails, the direct purchase of votes and its muted version have worked in the form of the offer of positions and the transport of voters to whom only the ballots already marked at the very moment of accessing the polls. Finally, we have reached a time when the costs of electoral campaigns leave out of circulation anyone who does not have large fortunes to finance expensive advertising, programs lose importance in the face of image and marketing strategies, and when rate of degradation of public debate, cunning and rumor end up being more powerful than proposals and principles. Modern democracies are increasingly aware that ballot boxes and regular elections are not enough, that every election should have as an unavoidable condition social inclusion, incorporation into an order of values, and freedom of expression and conscience, but also the universal, compulsory, and free education, precisely to prevent manipulation, ignorance, blackmail, intimidation and fanaticism from hiding behind the democratic facade decade after decade. As a tragic ending, those customs of the solemn parties that shared power and that fanaticized and manipulated public opinion for a long time were inherited and perverted even more with the arrival of the immense fortunes of drug trafficking, with the formation of illegal armies and with the decentralization of corruption, one of the most recent phenomena in Colombian institutional life. Everything had been gestated in the succession of wars in the second half of the 19th century. Conflicts over land and power in the regions, the rivalry between the provinces and the tension between them and a capital that was already showing its arrogance and indifference to the complexity of the country, the power of illustrious families against the anonymous mass of indigenous people, slaves, and peasants, the use of weapons as the only argument at the time of major disagreements, the presence of the Church, always vigilant of its two main resources, its immense properties and its power of persuasion and intimidation over the mass of the dispossessed. All this produced a way of governing the country that could never give up the power of arms and religious discourse. Those who had access to liberal ideas, and saw in them a business opportunity and historical progress, nevertheless belonged to the privileged elites and could not resign themselves to the unfortunate fact that in order to build liberal republics, such as the United States or France, to give power and dignity to the people, to that mob of people with rude hands and dark names who did not share their ways or their lifestyle. The people always seemed like a threat to them, they used it as cannon fodder in their wars, they put it to march in the name of the Virgin Mary and freedom, they included it in their speeches at the precise moment when they had to be forceful and euphonious, but that this mob did not intend to get out of the channel of its leaders, that it did not intend to ask for more than what the chiefs were willing to grant, and above all that it did not intend to take anything for itself or become an independent force due to some diabolical ideology, into a grotesque protagonist of the story. For that reason, the liberals ended up not only resembling the conservatives but sometimes assuming their voice with greater determination. In fact, very much in accordance with our mental tradition, in which words are not used to name things but to disguise them, liberal and conservative were not words that denoted a philosophy, but labels that differentiated the same protagonists at different moments of history. Scramble. That is why it was possible for more than one great leader to begin as an ardent spokesman for one party and end up as a fiery representative of the other. And that also allows us to understand why conservatives were sometimes more progressive and liberals more retrograde, why the conservative republic began to industrialize the country, recognize itself in it and bring modernity, and why, as we shall see, the so-called republic liberal, after a resounding revolutionary manifesto that intended to reform land ownership, modernize industry, build infrastructure, found a secular state and incorporate workers into the social order, overnight decided paralyze all that apparatus of reforms and ordered, during the transition government of Eduardo Santos, what they called the Great Pause. It was a very appropriate name, because Great Pause actually meant infinite pause, to stop forever, ironically, what they themselves called revolution in progress. With this, the Colombian people learned, or should have learned, that the great transformations belong to the people or they do not belong to the people, that when the powerful decree a revolution they always reserve the right to stop it at the time that suits them best, that in a true transformation the social sectors follow one another in the ideological debate, in social initiative, in cultural creativity, until society finds another balance, more appropriate to the sum of the sectors that have taken center stage and have assumed leadership. These political bosses like to call themselves liberals, and seem modern with it, but they failed to be so in practice, and when a liberal leader did appear and offered the country indispensable reform, they did everything possible to prevent his triumph. That selective liberalism, which took from the liberal ideology the things that served it for business and political purposes but crossed out from the agenda everything that endangered the order of privileges, was the one that celebrated its alliance with the old powers under the maternal tutelage of the church and among the solicitous rumor of the military garrisons. And the whole country came out of the carnival and entered the procession. With the defeat of the English model, we came under the influence of the United States, and it is curious that despite having begun that relationship with the loss of Panama, the Colombian state has been the most faithful of the partners of that great power in the continent. In the second decade of the century, the slogan of the governments was Res Pice Polum, look to the north, to the polar star. The North American industry began to provide many elements of daily life, so that in the table of the following generations there was no lack of Quaker oatmeal and cornstarch, and there was no bathroom without the Colgate-Palmolive brand, nor a humble table without its Coca-Cola, nor Colombian landscape without the moving colors of the Buicks and Chevrolets, nor a middle-class house without its sewing machine, to the point that in his provincial prints the Cartagena poet Luis Carlos Lopez wrote, speaking of the precarious family economy, the issue is a matter of cot and pot without pawning the singer, which helps to eat poorly. But it was not only that, but from a certain moment in Colombia not a piece of the board moved without the powerful brother from the north knowing and accepting it. Decisions made in the United States determine whether the peasants of our mountain ranges plant corn or coffee, whether the entrepreneurs of our valleys produce sugar, rice, or cotton, whether the furniture manufacturers of Itagüí will prosper or fail in their industry. If a peace process advances in Colombia, it will be because the United States accepted the conditions. If a military coup seems distant in Colombia, it is because for now it is not part of the US strategy to support military coups, as it was in the middle of the last century. That the country most jealous of freedom, democracy, and citizen rights, was the one that supported Trujillo in the Dominican Republic, Duvalier in Haiti, Somoza in Nicaragua, Batista in Cuba, the one that put General Augusto in his chair Pinochet in Chile in 1973, and the one that allowed the military dictatorships of Uruguay, Brazil, and Argentina, is one of the paradoxes that we had to get used to in the time that we have had on earth. There to the north, however, was the beacon of democracy, one of the few proofs we had that a prosperous, opulent society was possible, drunk with innovations and transformations, where homes were full of the comforts of the time, where it was consumption possible, where the state returned in guarantees what it received in taxes, where there was no visible contradiction between the preaching of the laws and daily reality. But the more the virtues and the canopies of the United States shone, the more incomprehensible became our own reality of towns without drinking water, poorly laid out and poorly maintained roads, the impossibility of accessing those goods that advertising endlessly proclaimed, the lack of a reliable job, the lack of state guarantees, insecurity, extreme inequality, and the anxiety of millions of citizens condemned to search and tempted by illegality. It is not surprising that many Colombians have felt early the temptation to emigrate and to seek in the United States that minimum horizon of justice and opportunities that history denied them here, a petty and groveling way of managing the country, its economy, and its culture. This was experienced throughout the continent, but in few countries did the comparison produce consequences as dramatic as in Colombia, since we will see that it was precisely the contact with the United States that awoke in an entrepreneurial sector of our society, lacking opportunities in the framework of legality, the temptation of illicit enrichment, not easy money, as some say, but the insatiable thirst, the blinding temptation of absolute wealth. But when we go through the history of the 20th century in Colombia, and see how the national leadership managed the country, we cannot help but wonder what role the United States played in that process, why they never advised their unrestricted friends, the Colombian rulers, to do something generous for their people, to really think about education as a coexistence strategy, about public health, about the minimum equality before the law, about the construction of a responsible and functioning state. Rather, it seemed that a society where the rulers were obsequious and docile when it came to signing the agreements, and where the citizens had no capacity to demand or control power, seemed to suit them. It usually happens that governments that within their borders practice respect for the citizen, incorruptible ethics in public affairs, adherence to the law and the search for the aggrandizement of their country, outside their borders and in relation to others, allow themselves the trap, the plunder, and the pillage. They will think, without reason, that the sacrifice of others is convenient for the well-being of their own people, or they will say that the defense of their own interests is the task of others, and that it is not a crime to abuse the venality of governments or the irresponsibility or negligence of communities. In the United States, the minimum equality of opportunity for citizens is not a trick of speech but a legal principle that they strive to respect in practice. I don't know if wealth is a good preaching for the people, but it is what is preached to us throughout the world, the gospel of advertising. And in the United States it is legal to get rich, or rather, legal enrichment is possible. In general, those with managerial talent are able to set up a company with the support of the state, and there are not a few who can affirm who were enriched by their work, by their talent, by their initiative. In Colombia, in recent times, nothing is talked about as much as illicit enrichment, and whoever hears it might think that it is foolish to opt for crime and not make a fortune in legality. But it is enough to try to create a company in Colombia when one does not belong to the circle of the chosen ones, who have resources, who can move a rusty wheel with their influence and open the door of heaven with a timely call, to see how tricky the discourse of equality in a society full of discrimination, how difficult is the most basic thing for everyone who is not registered in the Book of Privileges. In the United States, modern trade unionism, the fight for 8 hours of work and the right to strike were strengthened, respect for the demands of the workers was established there. But when we think of Colombian trade unionism, nothing comes to mind as quickly as the massacre of the banana plantations, an event that already seems to be part of the national mythology. It is not a mere anecdote, it is a symbol of how many times the struggles of the workers ended here. And it is significant that it was precisely in the camps of the United Fruit Company where this crime took place, an open incursion by the army, set up as everywhere to defend the nation from its possible external enemies, and that here it intervened to defend the interests of a North American company murdering Colombian workers. It is not that the massacres of striking workers were a custom, but the expulsion of workers who worked for trade unionism, harassment, persecution, the declaration of illegality of strikes, and increasingly the loss of the formality of work, were the sequence of a model that has been taking us to alarming levels of labor instability, to the dismantling of social security, the pension systems and a good part of the guarantees that workers once had in Colombia. The tradition of servitude and slavery, the rejection of modern ideas, the confinement in the customs of the village, the disrespect for popular initiative, the arrogance of the lords and masters, everything conspired so that the labor regime was between us oppressive and inhuman, so that the reward for work was especially offensive and petty. Even today, rulers who squander fortunes on lunch are able to cynically explain to the community, through television, that only those who earn less than $100 a month are poor, and even allow themselves to demonstrate how that bill is distributed to meet the needs of subsistence. The most recent of the government methods to reduce poverty does not consist in efforts to create employment, to strengthen industry, to make agriculture grow, but in the resource that is certainly offensive to intelligence, but also to sensitivity, of changing measurement systems. This allows them to lift millions of people out of poverty without having to make any other effort than playing with the numbers, and then show off those office juggling as real triumphs of a policy of change. With the takeoff of industrialization and with the first efforts to enter modernity, all of this also began. In 1928, the massacre of the banana plantations precipitated the loss of prestige of the conservative regime. The liberals then launched themselves to conquer power, and with the candidacy of Enrique Olea Herrera they won the elections in 1930. The conservative president Miguel Abadia Mendez loyally handed over power to his opponents, but from that moment on the regions began the reaction local of conservatives displaced from power who, egged on by the church, built the black legend of rising liberalism, and proclaimed to a gullible and manipulable peasantry that a satanic wind was coming. Liberal leaders vigorously preached the list of their reforms. Olea's successor, Alfonso López Pumarejo, transformed the reformist discourse into something even louder, the revolution in March, and launched the land law, to reform rural property, and other modernizing projects. But those leaders who seemed convinced of the urgency of this set of transformations, as soon as they saw that the church reacted, as soon as they saw that conservatism was inflamed, before the first setback of their revolution they decreed the great pause, and renouncing the possibility of modernizing the country, they abandoned their historical project. Modern ideas can really only be believed by those who need them. For something in Mexico it had to be Indians like Benito Juárez who started the liberal reforms. Our liberal leaders were part of the owners of the country. Deep down they also saw a danger in the modernity of ideas and in all popular demands, and they did not dare to really oppose the agrarian property regime, which had been the guarantor of power since independence, and that had been strengthened by the civil wars. Perhaps they were attracted to liberal ideas, but they did not want to spread them to the people, because of course they mistrusted them. The old radicals had disappeared, no one now tried to confront the habits of exclusion, they did not have a discourse that they could share with the multitudes, they were incapable of taking a comprehensive look at the complexity of the country, of conceiving an original idea about its destiny, of understanding the role imposed by its place on the continent. Another thing that had grown stronger in Colombia was intolerance, and this could be seen dramatically in 1914, when the head of the troops defeated in the war, who had signed an armistice with the conservative government and who belonged to the literate elites of the country, Rafael Uribe was hacked to death on the steps of the capital by a couple of artisans fanaticized by the official discourse. It was a serious omen, 40 years later, liberal guerrillas such as Dumar Alger and Guadalupe Salcedo, who had led the resistance against conservative violence and who had laid down their arms, hoping for a pardon and reintegration into civilian life, were assassinated in the streets of Bogotá in an astonishing revival of the customs of Pedro de Ursua, who in the 16th century killed the Indian chiefs and the rebellious Maroons at the same banquets in which he celebrated his pacts with them. Throughout the century there was no political concession made by power that was not violently denied by dark forces in the streets. The reinserted rebels were eliminated many times after having trusted the institutions, and in the end they did not even wait for the insurgents to lay down their arms. Beginning in 1986, pacifist members of the Patriotic Union, the political party that had been founded to reintegrate the FARC guerrillas into society, were killed by the thousands before the guerrillas demobilized. Their executioners accused them of being guerrillas, but if it was possible to exterminate them at close range in the streets, it is because they were unarmed citizens. Gabriel Garcia Marquez recounts in his memoirs that when he passed through the Plaza de Ciénaga, on his way to Araucatica, where they were going to sell his childhood home, his mother, Luisa Santiago, turned to point out the large plaza weighed down by the sun and told him, "Look, that's where the world ended." That typical phrase of magical realism could be something else, it could be the symbol of something engraved deep in the consciousness of Colombians. Perhaps it is true that in that square, one day in 1928, a world came to an end, the confidence that Colombians had placed in the institutions of the conservative republic, because no one ignores that from that moment that republic began to crumble, and with it an epoch of Colombian society, the epoch of the peasant Arcadia, of the pious, hospitable, and trusting village, where one could fish at night, where one could happily greet those who met along the way, where one did not I was afraid of strangers. But the peace that began in 1902 had not lasted 30 years, and the tensions and fanatical violence against the liberals that Gannon would denounce in his famous speeches had already begun. It was the time of the indigenous people led by Manuel Quintin Lame, fighting for their land and for being respected as different communities within society. It was the time of the struggle of the braceros of the Magdalena, it was the time of Maria Cano's struggle for workers' rights, that time that culminated in the movement of the Ciénaga banana growers. An old social malaise of slaves freed only for food and shelter, of acculturated Indians abandoned to poverty and ignorance, of mistreated workers, of obscure lineages that had to live poorly on the shores of a world, began to take the form of a struggle for the rights of minorities, of workers, of women, of forgotten regions, of landless peasants, and violence was increasingly used to annul and discourage these struggles. Social unrest grew as the old country, made invisible by the formal discourse of the Republic, began to make itself felt. Because as cities grew, as the forces of modernity arrived in communications, in transportation, in urbanization, the ideas of modernity, the struggles of a new age, sectors that they demanded their presence in the social order, to see themselves integrated, recognized, respected by power. The liberal republic at the beginning tried to channel those forces, to represent that silent and invisible world that claimed its place in history, and that was the moment in which liberalism postponed could have channeled the course of the nation, strengthening communities, supporting the forces that called for a modern order, listening to the intellectuals who were constructing a discourse appropriate to the new times. People like Ignacio Torres Giraldo, like Maria Cano, like Antonio Garcia, original and admirable thinkers like Fernando Gonzalez, who was transforming the old language of priests and politicians, of manipulation and hypocrisy, into something else, into a vigorous instrument of reflection and rebellion, a steely criticism of social deformities, a discourse which, articulated from the province of Antioquia, exposed the impostures of the central elite, elevated the criticism of customs to the level of a work of art, and did not proceed from any political doctrine but from civil value, from the lucidity of a fine observer of society, of someone who warned in the racism and classism of Colombian society the gestation of a kind of underhanded and hypocritical fascism, a moral and philosophical critique of the serious shortcomings of our society, of the already dangerous absence of all modernity in leadership thinking. But even the thought of this vigorous critic of society as a whole was subjected to the old strategy of making it invisible. In Colombia, for the official world, it is as if Fernando González had not existed, and it is as if France had erased Voltaire's work, as if no one had heard Sartre in the 20th century. Because Fernando González is one of the most valuable spokesmen for a Colombia hidden by the official discourse, who dared to think in an original way, who ran the risk of being wrong but who never remained silent in the face of crimes, nor condescended to barbarism, neither did it legitimize arbitrariness, nor did it cower before a power that tried to nullify thought, silence dissatisfaction, and only rewarded submission and obsequiousness. We are left with the stamps of rural Arcadia, the verbal watercolors of Luis Carlos Lopez in Cartagena, the customs paintings of Tomás Carrasquilla becoming novels, the peasant soul vibrating in the strings of the guitars, the tipples and the bandolas, that humble world and dismayed that they named the bambucos and the corridors, and the growing awareness that the urban world that was already making its way in Mexico and Buenos Aires was also going to arrive for us. The 20s were one thing in the forgotten villages of the world and another in the cities that heard the rumor of the outside world, the feminine fashions that the cartoonists of Fantox magazine copied in their caricatures, the automobiles that began to circulate through the narrow streets from Bogota and Medellin, from Cali and Barranquilla, the first recordings of acetates in the studios of Discos Fuentes. Perhaps because of its geographical position, perhaps because of its ethnic diversity, perhaps because of the importance that language has always had as a unifier of this society, perhaps because Colombia looks at a different world from each side. The truth is that in the country all the songs of the continent were always heard, the Mexican corridos and rancheras, the Cuban and Puerto Rican sones and boleros, the music of the South that was already flying on the radio, Ecuadorian corridors, Chilean cucas, Argentine zambas, Peruvian Creole valsecitos, music of harps from Paraguay. That outside world to which the elites were politically closed was reaching the people through the path of sensitivity and sentiment. The shameful elite did not recognize themselves in this world, but the people did not even have to ask themselves if they recognized themselves in it. There were La Mucura by Crescencio Salcido, El Gallo Tuerto and La Pirogua by José Barros, that train like a devil of songs of Escalona, the art of naming Eurumita and Fundación, the yellow bird that comes flying through the flowery reed bed of the stream, the man who, looking at the landscape, almost without effort, turns it into these unforgettable words. The cowboy is singing a tune and the afternoon is dying in the river, and there is that crazy crybaby who goes out on a street in Tamalamaki, that man from the river who, to express that he is in love with a Mompesina, only needs to say my life is hanging on a rose, and without a doubt it is the wharf of Puerto Colombia, through which modernity had tried to enter the country, the one that makes Campo Miranda say, on the wet sand, under the old wharf, I kissed her with mad passion. That was a lost love, lost on the beach, lost in the mist of the sea, and there on the Pacific coast someone will be capable of these clear and tender pictures. The Chintajuro palm, the root also rots, when a man is jealous the woman also gets bored, little white snake, little black snake, and everything ascended to music, the deserts of the center of La Guajira, and up there in La Guajira, where contraband is born, and the Guatapuri River, and the lament that Santa Marta has a train but no streetcar, and the coachman of Shambeco, and the man-turned-alligator who later leaves for Barranquilla. Everywhere the country emerged into consciousness and language and was celebrated, and it was not just the strings and the drums and the voices that celebrated it, but the bodies in the endless cumbiamba, the fire of the candles that spin in the night, the vaqueria songs through the long plains of Córdoba, the drummers of the swamp, the pipers of San Jacinto, the corraleros of Madrigual, and the boats of the river, and the washing of the laundresses and the pillar of the pilanderas, and that black girl who timidly he appears in the song of the whites and that he comes to them in the night of a bitter pain, and that sad and talkative mestizo who tells the shopkeeper that the Indian woman has left him and that he will not return to the hut, and that inhabitant of the banks of the Magdalena who keeps telling us that his brunette left him one night, in the middle of a hike, with a treacherous rower who said beautiful things to him. And that he no longer wants to see the river because he thinks that in those canoes that they cross towards Ambalima she will go very happy with that thief and so well spoken. It is not only the meticulous recognition of the geography, it is not only the eruption of that wild fauna and that motley tropical flora that jumps like this from the prints of Matisse and Rizzo to the lyrics of the songs, all those cisqueros and guayacans, gualandaes and cambulos, guajules and carob trees, acacias and myrtle trees, hanging nests of orioles, blackbirds that sing in the morning, turpials of the Antioquia jungles, wrens and sparrows, pigeons and brown herons, kapok trees and blue mountains, strips of arable land, plains that they are paradise, and the Cauca River itself of Leon de Graaf and Barba Jacob, and the little owl of the Montes de Maria, is not only that but through this the sensitivity, the tenderness, the simplicity of a world turned into letters cordial and delicate melodies, the spontaneous celebration of an infinitely loved world, of propitious climates, of temperatures that are never intolerable. That world that would have all the conditions to be a dwelling like the one that what Aurelio Arturo yearns for in his poems, and which we slowly and insensibly turned into a space of tragedy and a scene of horror. Perhaps that world of trust and coexistence, that happy arcade that feigns our nostalgia, was not something so widespread or so indubitable. Perhaps a painful proof that something was wrong is on a night in 1864, when José Asunción Silva's grandfather, the old Bogotá merchant José Asunción Silva Fortal, was with his brother Antonio on the hacienda they both shared in the Bogotá savannah, and were assaulted by bandits who entered suddenly, and clubbed the old patriarch to death. Antonio, who managed to flee at night across the plain, was so dismayed by this fact that he sold all his properties, bought an apartment in Paris and went to live there for the rest of his days. We know that wars cyclically disturbed people's lives, but this incursion of barbarism and horror on any given night in a country house so close to the capital of the Republic seems to say something else, that already in the 19th century there was hordes on the margins of society that perpetrated absurd crimes in the midst of the peace of the fields. And what could be expected from a history in which thousands of beings were left out of every project of civilization, of every effort of inclusion, of every educational and cultural process? Nothing like a society that expels and forsakes, that deprives human beings of tenderness and dignity, to breed monsters. And it should not surprise us that Colombia has increasingly become a factory of monsters, beings that seem to have escaped from barbarian cosmogony, creatures of horror and loneliness that seem to spring from the darkness of the underworld. I do not know of a country in the American continent that has produced so many monsters, monsters that once filled the nightmares of a generation and darkened with their shadows the cradles of children and the loneliness of the elderly. Nothing would be more comfortable and more reassuring than looking at them as the ones responsible for everything, as the culprits of an age of misery, but I can only see them as the atrocious products of a long history, perhaps as a tragedy that fed on our miseries and repulsions, of our ignorance and our cowardice. The wars became more and more cowardly, and that is typical of this era that kills from a distance and that increasingly risks less in the exercise of its violence. And nothing is more chilling than those who act in cold blood against unarmed beings, in the heartless hour of beheadings, torture and dismemberment. Undoubtedly, events like these can happen everywhere, although their proximity terrifies us and their dimensions discourage us, but in any place on the planet, societies react, the community protects itself not only in institutions, norms, and police forces, but also in the correction of social tragedies, in reflection, and in the search for an order where those forces of rancor can be conjured. What happened to us was different. Those things that in the 19th century could have been exceptions became more and more the norm. They were generated by exclusion and misery, fueled by ignorance, multiplied by wars and reconfirmed by any peace without social consequences, without collective reparations, without policies of reinsertion and reconstruction of the social fabric, any peace made of promises often unfulfilled. At certain times in our history there were mayors who decreed the felling of trees in towns with the argument that bandits could hide in them or in their shadow. Our history is the history of a growing loss of collective confidence, of the growing transformation of the camps into regions of fear and stalking, and it is painful to remember that in the face of the atrocious climate of expulsions and exiles, of threats and displacement, there were times when the national leadership itself took advantage of this horror to recommend and promote the exodus to the cities with elaborate academic speeches, under the pretext that the city needed that workforce. That there would finally be security and employment there, that the future was in the cities. It was inevitable that the clerical discourse, the contempt for the indigenous peoples, the contempt for the children of Africa, the shame of miscegenation and the colonial gaze on the territory, as well as the extreme personalism that led us to be incapable of assuming historical tasks collective, things that had characterized the Colombian leadership for a long time, were embodied in an extreme way in a political leader. Already in the 20s a tremendous man began to emerge in the public life of the country. Energetic, eloquent, inflexible, somber. The most disturbing thing about Laureano Gómez was that all those prejudices that had prevented Colombia from recognizing itself in its territory for centuries, dignifying its humble citizens, modernizing their ideas, giving room for thoughts and emotions different in the cultural order, manifested themselves in him together with a great personal magnetism, a great oratorical force, a mysterious power of influence, and an important political weight. Before the parties and in the parliament, which contributed a lot to Colombia becoming plunged into an era of militant fanaticism, sectarianism, and intolerance. It had emerged within that same conservative party that history had led to a kind of timid liberalization. That gloomy leader must not like the way his party was being forced to open up to the world. The conservatives tried to modernize the country without letting go of the clerical powers and without giving up their rearguard in the large estates. They forgot at times the extreme cult for the church and for cultural imitation. They welcomed the English and their railways, the Germans and their industry. They tried to unite with roads and means of communication the vast country of enormous isolated mountain ranges, isolated regions, indomitable nature, and almost insurmountable technological challenges. That party even sometimes allowed men of humble origins, who had made their way into public life by their talent and collaborative spirit, to become administrators of power. The Colombian leadership more than once allowed men who did not belong to the elite, but who identified with its mental model, to gain access to important public positions, and on several occasions Colombia was able to verify how tragic it is that someone has the government of a country without having the power to make real decisions. One of them was Marco Fidel Suarez. From humble origins, he had stood out as a grammarian and as an expert in international law, to the point that at one point there was no one in the entire republic as capable as he was in handling international relations. He was not saved from being the chancellor of all the governments, and he ended up being designated as his party's candidate for the presidency of the republic. In 1918 he was elected president. It was he who supported the creation of SCATA, the Colombian-German company that was chronologically the second largest commercial airline in the world. It was he who for the first time gave the country a fiscal order by establishing the income tax. The great grief of his life had been the loss of his wife, who helped him overcome the frustrations of a very poor childhood, and the eternal ghost of illegitimacy, with which natural children were harassed here. Shortly after his possession, a major tragedy befell him, the death of his only son in an accident in the United States. Suarez was so poor, and so upright, that he only managed to sell his salaries and representation expenses for the sad purpose of repatriating the remains of his son, whose funeral he had not even been able to attend, when in a case like that one means that the state would have had to bear the costs. But that gesture of human fragility and honesty was enough, in a moment of personal affliction, for the great inquisitor to launch an infamous campaign against Suarez in which he accused him of offending the dignity of the country by having alienated his salaries. That old formalism for which the homeland is not the pain of the citizens but the cult of sealed paper and formalities rose like a wave, harassing the poor president to the point of humiliation and moral torment, and forcing him to resign from the presidency. Claiming his first victim in a humble man from his own party, Laureano Gomez showed what an implacable spirit was reaching our society, the inability to be moved by the pain of an old man, the way in which for a certain formal spirit there are no human considerations that are worth facing to the rancorous power of politics. It seems like an anecdote, but it is the symbol of a country where the power of speech and the cult of formalities and appearances outweighed the elementary sense of justice. His contemporaries called that unappealable tribune the monster, and although he was not the one who invented racism in Colombia, contempt for the people, the obsession against our diversity, for a long time he was its main representative. In a way that would seem incomprehensible, Gomez allied himself with the rising liberals to precipitate the fall of the Conservative Party, of which he was a member, and of the Conservative Republic, but from the moment the indecisive Liberal Republic triumphed, he did not hesitate to wage a campaign of intolerance against liberals. His relentless oratory played a key role in unleashing the violence of the 1940s and 1950s, and his spirit was soon echoed by other political leaders of the half-century. It is possible that in the hostility against Marco Fidel Suarez even his natural son status weighed. The clerical and fanatical spirit of Laureano Gomez must have felt offended by the fact that the first magistrate of the nation had those origins. So an old and sustained custom of disrespect for the human condition had an increasing presence in the circles of power. Gomez also embodies the extreme personalism of Colombian politicians. That personalism made the interest of the bosses weigh more than that of the parties, and the power of the leaders more than that of the programs. Laureano first sacrificed his own party in the name of the nation, then the opposing party in the name of tradition, and later did not hesitate to sacrifice the nation and tradition for his personal pride. You have to see his smile in fragments of old movies, the smile of satisfied despots, to catch a glimpse of a man whose main concern is to make everyone submit to his influence. Gomez's project summarizes the spirit that prevailed in Colombia throughout the 20th century, the power of the church, the denial of diversity, the refusal to recognize oneself in the territory, the exaltation of the logic of the Spanish conquest, the glorification of the white conqueror over the supposed inferior races, the confinement in an exclusive nationalism that discriminates against its own people and invests rights only to a privileged elite, the exercise of government with a spirit of religious and racial crusade. Several times in history, to hide personal appetites, or interests of sectors bent on nullifying the country's diversity, Colombia was offered that bitter cocktail of blood and holy water. Gaitan was the first to notice that the announcement by the liberal leaders to finally carry out the postponed transformations of society was wavering. Every true liberal could understand what was hidden in the solemn flight of that phrase. The Great Pause, by Eduardo Santos, was the renunciation of the so-called liberal elite to keep the promises that had brought it to power, their decision to conform to the prevailing model, thus abandoning millions of people to uncertainty and violence. Shocked at this abrupt abandonment of principles, at this obvious betrayal of the liberal people who had believed in the revolution on the move discourse, the peasants who wanted land, the students who dreamed of an educational revolution, the workers waiting for respectful and dignified labor legislation, Gaitan suddenly understood what had happened. The two parties were merging into a single project, and they hoped that the people would accept the indefinite postponement of their hopes. It was this, without a doubt, that unleashed the thunder of his eloquence. In his speeches, since then, he did not say anything else, but that the liberal conservative oligarchy had formed a pincer to guarantee privileges, and that the people had been left out of the pact, as always. So he not only proposed to be the incarnation of that abandoned national project, essential for Colombia to gain access to modernity, he was very clear in specifying that the struggle could no longer be led by those two aristocratic parties, that the political debate was now between the neglected people and the elites who excluded and despised them. The liberal and conservative peasants had to understand that these two parties, which were not two doctrines but a single ambition, did not represent them and perhaps had never represented them, that rather they had been used for a long time in projects of which the people were never the beneficiary. If the language had been the instrument to articulate the colonial discourse that dominated Colombia for centuries, If the language modulated in the pulpits had been the instrument to make the people sleepy, if the spasmodic language of the tribunes had later shaped the story of the Republic, language also suddenly became the instrument that came to give the people another idea of their possibilities and their own power. Some have suggested that it was not simply that Gaitan's speech was addressed to the people, but that something more magical or more mysterious was happening, that Gaitan's speech was giving shape to the people to whom he was speaking. We could say metaphorically that that speech made the people emerge, because it made them aware of their own desires, their needs, and rights. That is why it grew so quickly, that is why in a few years Gaitan became the voice of a country, the voice of an era, and also the voice of a neglected and excluded world, of a humanity stubbornly erased by the colonial story, a story that made her invisible. And suddenly the true people, the one that Miguel Antonio Caro had dismissed in Latin, the mestizo, Indian, black, mulatto people, the people of the provinces, of the mountains, of the plains, of the valleys, of the coasts, those grandchildren of slaves, those great-grandchildren of the Indians erased by the sword, the cowboys, the peons, the braceros, the landless, all that people appeared like the genie that springs from the lamp. He existed, they were reflected for the first time with his face and his dreams in a language that had always been used to deny them, and Gaitan's voice was like the poem by Juan de Castellanos, a world-entering language, and Gaitan's voice was like the botanical expedition and like the chorographic commission, a territory appearing in the space of politics, and Gaitan's voice was like Barba Jacob's poetic cry, the soul of a world bursting with passion and fury into the speech. And the owners of power who for centuries had reigned over the silence of the innocents shuddered, because that which they had always feared was awakening, that which they had always silenced was speaking, and that which had always embarrassed them now claimed a place in history. It wasn't Gaitan, it was finally the 20th century that was rising in that clamor. Postponed modernity flew in its cry, a clamor for justice that came from the Mexican reform and from the struggles of Eloy Alfaro, from the powerful and rebellious energy of Vargas Villa. They were the fights of Quintin Lamé and Maria Quino. It was the cry of that leader of the Cienega banana growers who, when they heard the troop commander's warning that he would give them a minute to leave the plaza if they did not want to be machine-gunned, made these words sound in the silence: "We give you the minute that lack." That dignity, that pride, emerged in the voice of that man, in a speech that shocked the Colombian people in such a way that even today, 70 years later, we do not hear it as a document from the past, as the anecdote of an era, but like a living promise, because only Gaitan woke up the invisible people and summoned them to a historical transformation. The liberal reforms postponed for decades, the reforms that Mexico had undertaken 80 years ago, would finally confirm our republican vocation, would finally place the people in the national legend, would give a destiny of pride and dignity to those marginalized villages, to those parcels sunken into oblivion, those miners, those fishermen, those workers, those peasants, and they would make true the promises of the new times, the dignity of the citizens and the rigor of the trades, the respect of work and the pride of the land, public works and creative culture, the railroads and the ports, the highways and the transportation systems that a petty leadership preached but did not do, promised day and night but never did. Liberalism was on the rise. When he won the elections for the first time, in 1930, with Enrique Olea Herrera, he did so because conservatism had divided. But in 1934 the candidacy of Alfonso López Pumarejo was so successful that he obtained the largest number of votes in history, almost 1 million votes. In those elections and in the following two, the Conservative Party abstained from participating. It must not have seen favorably that the López government had opened the way for citizens to vote regardless of their degree of enlightenment or their economic level. The truth is that 16 years of the liberal republic were enough for liberalism to become the majority, and for popular pressure to become stronger and stronger within it. The conservative leaders, whose candidates were ultimately appointed by the Archbishop of Bogotá, so rejected the liberalization of the country that Laureano Gómez threatened a civil war if López won again in 1942. López won, but the liberal impulse was no longer in the bosses, who had surrendered to the plutocracy, but in the popular sector, where Gaetan was beginning to stand out. He had held a debate in Congress over the massacre of the banana plantations. As mayor of Bogotá he had established the official value of the hour of work, and as Minister of Education he had been concerned with school canteens, hygiene and footwear for the workers, and for important initiatives such as the traveling cinema for all, the National Artists' Hall and the massive program of cultural extension. When the liberal leaders saw that Gaetan's speech was making its way, and that the liberal people really wanted the fulfillment of the revolution in progress that they had stopped, they understood that the country was determined to elect Gaetan as President of the Republic, and so they chose to name as official candidate a man who had no ascendancy over the multitudes, Gabriel Turbay. Once again, Eduardo Santos took action. He managed to get the official party machinery to support the leader's candidate against the man who aroused popular enthusiasm. Knowing that Gabriel Turbay had no votes of his own, that his was the wealth of the political directories, Gaetan did not agree to bow to that maneuver that the liberal leaders mounted to stop his path. The center of his speech was the criticism of the policy of closed doors behind the backs of the citizens, the maneuvers of the boards that he called convivialism, so that he advanced in his cultural Fridays, in his tours of the country, in his radio speeches and in his summons to the multitudes, and he resigned to leave the decisions in the hands of the hierarchs. They reacted by blocking his path. If the popular clamor had been trusted and not the manipulative will of the elite, if Gaetan had been the candidate in 1946, the history of Colombia would have been different, but contempt for the people was already a tradition of the leadership, and the stately spirit was preparing another half-century of postponement of the national project, of mental modernity and of the liberal reform that the country required. With only 560,000 votes, conservatism won the presidency, because although there were more than 800,000 liberal votes, they were divided between the 359,000 for Gaetan and the 440,000 who voted for Gabriel Turbay. Gaetan knew that if he bowed to the decisions of the liberal chiefs, who had already abandoned the town, his own hosts would not follow him anymore. He knew that only by showing that he had an electoral base of his own could he be recognized by the liberal leaders, but he could not overcome the hurdle that the aristocracy of his own party was going through. I know of a 12-year-old girl who in 1946 asked her liberal father if she was going to vote for Gaetan. His father replied that, although he admired Gaetan, he had the obligation to vote for Turbay, the official candidate, because that was the slogan that the party had given. The girl told him, with some anguish, "No. He is. And 2 years later the news that Gaetan had been murdered was one of the great sorrows of his adolescence. The elections turned Gaetan into the leader of liberalism and the safe candidate for the presidency. What the liberal leaders feared had come true, the way was open for the people to enter the national legend. But Colombia's fate was sealed, because the most recalcitrant sector of the old country made the desperate decision, and very Colombian, to defeat the new historical forces not by arguing with them but by trying to exterminate them. The most direct result of Gaetan's work, the power of his eloquence and the pedagogical force of his oratory, was the emergence of a political consciousness unknown in Colombian society. Everyone knew about him, the town shuddered at his words. There was a revolutionary climate, but Gaetan did not speak of revolution. He was a convinced liberal. He had a program of profound reforms. He knew that what we had always lacked was to adapt reality to the discourse of equality before the law, of human rights and of citizen dignity, but also to take possession of a territory very different from that of Europe or the United States, to build an economy in dialogue with this nature and these climates, to make the well-being of the people a priority, to affirm cultural traditions, to leave that the country express its diversity and its originality, and firmly oppose a criterion of dignity to dialogue with the great international powers. Its main slogan was not the dismissal of the powerful and the privileged, but the moral restoration of the republic, something that had to do with legitimacy, with decency, with respect for a country, for customs, and for a sense of community. And if that could be said 70 years ago, if Gaetan saw public morality broken 7 decades ago, What could we not say today after the storms of the 20th century, after the successive tragedies that tore the nation apart? Faithful to his pact with modernity, Gaitan was perhaps the first politician to use the radio as an instrument for disseminating his thoughts, and far away, in the remote provinces, among the tangos of Gardel whom death had made Colombian, tangos that already announced our urban future, between the Mexican rancheras, the Cuban zones and the Andean corridors, the peasants felt that the future was coming. In the Plaza de Bolívar in Bogotá, in March 1948, on the day of the March of Silence, Gaitan pronounced his prayer for peace, because the official violence of the Ospina Pérez regime against the liberals was already growing, the climate of intolerance and persecution worsened. Between the massacre of the banana plantations in 1928 and this March of Silence, 20 years had passed of a growing campaign against liberal ideas. The force of Gaitanismo attracted the poor of both parties, but it also separated them from the sphere of influence of the old leaders and their speeches. Bipartisanship, which had come together in a single doctrine, was losing its power over society. The clerical sermon and the speech of the notables were losing their hegemony over the spirits, and the reaction of the old power was not long in coming. The shots that, at 1 in the afternoon of April 9, 1948, killed Gaitan on the corner of Carrera 7 and Avenida Jimenez, produced an explosion of rage, a wave of fires that swept through the center of Bogotá, leaving countless dead, and for a moment he was about to bring the insurgents into government. The hosts hoped that the Liberal Party, to which Gaitan still belonged, would accompany their advance towards taking power, because they did not doubt that the old establishment was the one that had armed the fanatical or mercenary hand that stopped the leader at the very gates of the transformation of Colombia, and they did not want to allow the people to be excluded once again from decisions. No one came out of their stupor. The rebels who built forms of popular power in different cities did not know exactly where to direct that repressed fury, that contained pain. Gaitan, despite his haughty oratory, was not in favor of violence. He had always believed in democracy, he had trusted in institutions, and it had never occurred to him to prepare anyone to face a treacherous assault. But the liberal leadership closed ranks around the conservative government of Mariano Ospina Pérez, and the fire of popular pain, indignation, and orphanhood was extinguished in the capital and in the provinces, leaving in the souls of humble Colombians, anxious of a change, the feeling that the ship of the future had foundered before setting sail. From that moment on, the establishment's strategy was relentless. It accused the Gaitanistas of having set fire to the city, directed the fire of repression against them, but what immediately began was a campaign to recover its influence over the soul of the town. They went in search of those who had fallen into disenchantment with the old parties and set out to recover them through the dangerous path of fanaticism. The ruling party did not really appreciate that the liberal bosses had rushed to support it when it already lacked social support. The liberal leader himself, Dario Echeandía, who could have been the candidate for the Union of Liberalism in 1946, and refused, who could have been the leader of the excited crowd before the murder of Gaitan and preferred to join the cabinet of the conservative government, was the sure candidate for the 1950 elections, but when he saw how his brother was assassinated in Bogotá on the eve of elections, resigned for the second time from the candidacy and left the way open for Laureano Gómez to come to power. Like Marco Fidel Suárez, Dario Echeandía was an academic who knew that he did not have in his hands the real power to conjure up the terrible forces that were dragging his country towards the abyss. They were men lost in the maze of an alien power, called by history to manage an order that they were not in a position to change. They did not have the privilege of being faithful to their deep convictions, as Gaitan managed to be. They did not understand the challenge that history placed in their hands, and they were an example of how the Colombian establishment used intelligence, only to carry out subordinate tasks, but without any capacity to guide the course of history or to make transcendental decisions. The power they were to administer was not theirs, the owners of the country were others. The story was already opening in another direction. The speech in which the parties had been confused after the great pause of Eduardo Santos, for reasons of strategy, forked again. Suddenly, Those two parties that no longer had any real differences or a plan for the future to offer the country because they had renounced the project of modernity, that could only appeal to the past as an argument, invoked their historical roots, convinced the docile citizens deprived of any modern education that parties were hereditary passions, they magnified a web of rhetorical differences that no one could justify, and in town and country there suddenly grew a discord between liberals and conservatives that no longer seemed possible. With the purpose of uprooting the Gaetanist discourse from the soul of the people, the hope that it had sown, the Gómez government and the clergy continued their campaign against liberalism, the liberals in turn launched a campaign against the Conservative Party, and the old manipulative discourse cast its shadow over the fields of Colombia, sowing fear, intolerance, and the spirit of revenge. Gaetan would never have imagined that the country that he was about to liberate from the clutches of superstition and fanaticism, 5 years later, would be torn apart by the discourse of the old parties. But it wasn't just the speech. We would have to say, like Lucano in the Farsalia, that soon crime was seen invested with legality. The conservative government had armed the police against the liberals, undertaking a strategy of intimidation in the provinces, and in response to that atrocity called the Chulavita, the liberals armed guerrillas with the support of the political leadership. There was no combat, it was a dark war of ambushes, assaults, and executions, encouraged by the leaders and in which only the people were sacrificed. Before anyone could understand what was happening, it seemed that half the country was killing the other half, but in reality they were groups of active sectarianism, armed by the bipartisan aristocracy, and the great majority of the peasants only suffered the consequences. People who had grown up together, who had always lived together, who knew each other's parents, their uncles, their girlfriends, their friends, suddenly woke up as irreconcilable adversaries. Due to the action of some fanatical minorities, gradually debased by the very dynamics of violence, the majorities experienced this polarization in the form of a nightmare of anguish and fear. There is no worse violence than that which is not understood. Nobody seemed to know what was the cause of the sectarianism that fell on the country like a plague and put the whole world to live under threat. As in a Kafka delusion, each one seemed marked by an unknown guilt, was the object of a hatred that seemed to be in the atmosphere, hereditary guilt for which one could pay with one's life at any moment, and the humble people of the two parties suffered with the same intensity that persistent and grim horror. The language revealed, once again, its strange power over Colombians. A speech without any basis in reality moved crowds. To the empty cry of cheers and blind downs, the town that had been about to break its centennial spell, to leave behind its 100 years of solitude, was lost in madness. A madness fueled by the pulpits and the stands, a hatred stimulated by the most illustrious and influential men spread like wildfire, and thus what historians would call violence in Colombia was installed. The times in which the Colombian people could be dominated by discourse were over, from then on it could only be dominated by violence. Scholars of that period never agreed on considering the violence as a civil war. Eric Hobsbawm has said that it was the largest mobilization of armed civilians of the century, but we cannot say that there were actual battles in it. The first thing was a climate of fear, an escalation of humiliations against the peasants from power and the process of arming defensive guerrillas, but everything progressed furiously, without anyone doing anything to stop it and with all the powers contributing to its growth, in the old breeding ground, well described in these pages, of discrimination, abandonment, poverty, and resentment. The offenses began to provoke retaliation, on peaceful communities nullified by fear and under the fanaticism of the armed actors. Increasingly lurid phenomena proliferated. Nobody has made an examination of this gradual and merciless process of degradation of men and their methods of extermination. It is enough to see the list of the 598 assaults and massacres reported by the media between 1946 and 1966, to feel before the motley map of a terrifying memory, like a root of rubble from old conquerors, a barbaric holocaust. Las Tapias, Nemocon, Pamplanita, Manizales, San Cayetano, Ansermenuevo, Quinchia, Bogotá, Bucaramanga, Caldonia, El Coque, Buenavista, Santuario, Chita, Marapai, Nuncia, Betania. Death roamed the territory. 6 peasants, 2 soldiers, 19 conservatives, 8 settlers, 50 liberals, 22 peasants, 4 policemen. The enumeration was exhausting. Enciso, El Platanal, Saboya, Madigual, Barichara, a country was emerging named after bloody deeds, and sweet names of geography were being converted into figures of horror: La Primavera, Naranjal, El Vergel, Los Coquillos, Los Lullos, Miraflores, Pedra de Molar, El Yerbal, El Turpial, El Turpial, El Turpial, Yacapai, Urima, Barragan, Calarma, Guasimos, Frazadas, Moral, Pajarito. One would not believe that they are talking about massacres and nights of blood. This was not what the enthusiastic settlers of the beginning dreamed of founding: La Belleza, El Silencio, Monte Azul, Tortugas, Las Anias, Las Delicias, La Cristalina, La Estrella, Alguazil y Brillante, Rio Lijos, and El Porvenir. The effort to eradicate rebelliousness that had spawned Gitanismo was very present in the minds of the leaders, and the government of Ospina Pérez had already politicized the police, but in the 1950 elections, which Gaitan would have had to win if the world had remained the same, if history had not changed its orbit, the refusal of liberalism to participate allowed the man with inflexible convictions to finally come to power, the crusader of inexorable causes, Laureano Gómez, determined to stop popular dissent, what he called, speaking of the Gaitanista marches, riotous violence. But Gaitan was, as in any vigorous democracy, rather the phenomenon of the people in the streets. If looting took place before his assassination, they were rather proof in many places of the lack of a political direction for that blind popular reaction, of the lack of a shared project to channel the rebellious energy of the multitudes. The Colombian people, like their leader, had trusted in democracy. The following decade forced the persecuted Gitanismo to resort to violence to defend itself, and the horrors of the human condition did the rest. Once the director of one of the great newspapers of Bogotá declared that Colombia had always lived well, without frights and in peace, until Gaitan appeared with the speech that the people were oppressed and that there was a social problem. He added that from that moment the country had been convulsed. It is important to remember those words to understand how the Colombian leadership understood the central theme of the history of the 20th century. This was truly the country of the 32 wars of Colonel Orleano Buendía. Long before Gaitan appeared, the country had already bled to death in the Thousand Days' War. Before his word began to thunder, the crime of the banana plantations, the struggle of the Indians, the exclusion of the children of slaves had taken place. The prolonged annulment of a people, its prostration in precariousness, the closing of horizons and the lack of hope for millions were there forever, and they did not move anyone. When at last a man educated in liberal thought, sensitive to the arguments of Voltaire and the humanity of Victor Hugo's novels, came to speak about these issues, it happened as in ancient legends: the emissary was attributed the responsibility of the message and he was even found guilty of creating a reality that no one could deny. Still today in Colombia evils do not exist as long as they are not talked about, and whoever dares to talk can be accused of inventing them. But how could the director of the main national newspaper not see what he had before his eyes, not realize that poverty existed, that abuse existed, that aberrant phenomena of slavery accepted as eternal servitude persisted everywhere, that 4 centuries after the conquest and more than a century after independence, there was not the mere exclusion but the extermination of indigenous people in the eastern plains? How could I not see that discrimination against blacks, mistreatment of women, the main victims of patriarchal society, arbitrariness with employees, lack of any formality at work, were everywhere here, that this massacre of the banana plantations could not be an inconsequential and casual event? How could he ignore all this and declare, without seeming cynical, that the country was a haven of peace and harmony? The process had been carried out perfectly. People were invisible as long as they were not needed, their pain was non-existent as long as no one had the right to complain. Discrimination was only noticed by those who suffered from it, and even they were indoctrinated to consider it natural. The disrespect for human dignity, imperceptible as a custom so old that it already seemed to be part of the natural order, only caused discomfort when someone came to mention it, pretending that things could be different. Also regarding Gaitan's death, Alfonso Lopez Michelson once maintained that everything had been due to personal revenge, a crime of passion. The fact that the greatest political leader of a nation, who proposed historic transformations, who was going to displace a long tradition of selfishness and pettiness, was assassinated just at the moment when he became not only the main political adversary of the aristocracy but in the leader of the society and in the sure president of the republic in the following elections, the fact that there was a smear campaign unleashed against him by the mainstream press, depicting him as an enemy of civilization and leader of cannibalistic hordes, the fact that never before had it been about to change history in the only country on the continent that had not undertaken a modernizing liberal reform, everything could be forgotten to support a thesis that disdained the evidence and transformed the assassination into a trivial anecdote. But these theses, formulated in an almost naive tone, were not casual comments. They had a conscious intention to trivialize the great facts, to deny that they were susceptible to a historical interpretation. Only when all events are reduced to private anecdotes is it possible to keep society at the 0 degree of politics. Latin America had experienced remarkable efforts to build democracies that did not deny their local characteristics, their human composition, their natural exuberance, the crossed paths of their cultures. Brazil, from the beginning, had been allowed to go its own way, and the most remarkable thing was the fact that the Emperor of Portugal, faced with the imminence of the Napoleonic invasion, made the decision to move the heart of his empire to Rio de Janeiro. This had an incalculable symbolic effect. By historical chance, the body and soul of the Portuguese Empire managed to coincide on American soil. Later, independence was achieved in an almost bloodless way, and the joy of Brazil, the confidence of its people, the pride with which it assumes the mulatto festivities, have to do with that initial affirmation in a territory and in a culture. The nations of Hispanic America had been part of the Spanish Empire in a more distant and ghostly way. The Spanish monarchs never had the curiosity to come to see what land this was that sent them their rivers of gold, that financed their endless wars, that gave them the vain certainty of being the first planetary empire. That ghostly condition floated over a hidden world, and after independence we were all forced to let our faces emerge, erased by colonial flaws, by that phenomenon that German Arseniegas deciphered by saying that here there had been no discovery but a covering of America. It is a valuable example of character that Mexico, asserting itself in the indigenous culture, has vigorously rejected French domination and the imposition of a European emperor, but that after shooting the usurper and expelling the invaders, has received with enthusiasm, a free and voluntary way, the influence of French culture. What Benito Juarez galloped from his chair was saying that we could enter into a dialogue with the ideas of France, with its institutions, only if we were respected as different societies, if France did not betray its principles by preaching the republic in its own home and exporting the monarchy to someone else's house. Once self-possessed, Mexico had opened up to the world. Manuel Gutierrez Najera received and assimilated Verlaine's music, the graces and pranks of his style. My little Duchess, the one who adores me. She doesn't have big lady fumes. It is Paul de Kock's grisette. She doesn't dance Boston, and she doesn't know of the races, the high enjoyment, and the pleasures of the 5 o'clock. My little Duchess has no jewelry. But she's so pretty, and she's so pretty. And has a body so vilain, so sued, in such a way that it transcends France, that it is not equaled in elegance, nor are the clients of Helene Causud. If someone reaches it, if it requires it, she, light as a zebra, continue on the way to the warehouse. But woe to the tonneau if he extends his arm. No one saves him from the parasol that unloads on his temple. I knock, dresses, opens me, we had lunch. With appetite we both take a couple of eggs and a good beefsteak. Half a bottle of rich wine. And by car, together, we're on our way. From the picturesque Chapultepec. But it was not just Gutierrez Najera. Mexican popular culture knew how to mix its local features with European influence, and it is significant that popular orchestras continued to be called mariachis, as they were first called in mariages, at weddings, in times of occupation. French. Mexico knew how to dialogue with the world. There began the admirable work of Alfonso Reyes, who reflected on the profound affinities between the Mexican world and the Greco-Latin tradition, and translated Homer facing the volcanoes. He, without knowing it, prepared his culture for Juan Rulfo, for that powerful descent into Hades that is Juan Preciado's journey to the Comala underworld. Also under the influence of the Mexican Revolution, participating in the adventure of the European pictorial avant-gardes of the 20s, Diego Rivera understood that in the search for new paradigms and original aesthetic canons, under that thirst for different saps that shook the Dadaists and the Surrealists, he had a very rich soil from which to draw, the indigenous world on which Mexican culture rested and which had just asserted itself with the thunder of the revolution. For this reason, when he set out to paint the spirit and dignity of his land, Rivera was able to renounce the duty of pretending that we were Greece, and was encouraged to paint the faces of Mexico, its color, the turbulent history of its people, the cavalcades of the guerrillas, the passion of the soldaderas, the heels of the syrup and the tingling of the gentle homeland around the festive feathered death. A whole generation of artists around him extracted from the natural and historical roots of Mexico a new language of colors and shapes, a treasure of dreams and symbols. It would seem that Santa Muerte is just a handful of black sugar on the mosaic of colors of miscegenation, but it is something deeper. It is a tribute to the mystery of what is different in the center of the painting. It is allowing everything that came from afar dance and party around the deep secret of the place. More amazing is that those who venerate as the heart of history the swollen corpse of a kind man suspended on the log of martyrdom, look with horror at a festive skeleton made in colored syrup. How not to understand that the indigenous world had a fundamental role to play in the construction of the republics? It was not just the system of its archaic myths, the long familiarity with the world and its sense of belonging, it was the possibility of dialoguing with modernity from a precise perspective. The literary generation of the late 19th century in Hispanic America had been led by a man of indigenous descent, Rubén Darío. It had fully demonstrated that the American world accepted the Spanish language, a language that had already reached a continental dimension, as one of its main instruments of expression, a valuable instrument to access modernity, in the flight of a new music. And very 18th century and very old. And very modern, bold cosmopolitan. With strong Hugo and ambiguous Verlaine. And a thirst for infinite illusions. Even in what seems ornamental, that spirit was revealed in its singularity. It was a soft air of slow turns, the fairy harmony rhythmicized its flights, and there were vague phrases and faint sighs between the sobs of the cellos. How not to understand that in Spain you couldn't speak like that in Spanish? That only the deep silence of the Indian knew of that softness and those pauses? That in front of the imperative and impatient kingdom of color were we in the region of nuances? That in the face of the black and white tyranny of fanatical cultures only miscegenation would save us, the subtlety of what is one thing and its opposite, of what is not lost in tales of purity. Writers across the continent called themselves modernists because they wanted to breathe in lockstep with the rest of the planet. The soul of our peoples had understood that it was possible to listen to the voice of the earth and at the same time be contemporary. We were not dreaming of returning to any indigenous arcade, but of defending our Indian and mestizo traits, our dreams, and our dignity, while entering the debates of the present and displaying our own reflections in the face of the challenges of the future. The descendants of the slaves were also impatient to assume that modernity, to show that in it their ancestral memory, their vitality, their sensuality, their affective capacity, their joy, had much to contribute to the construction of a world more capable of coexisting and happier. Now we can see how important the contribution of the children of Africa was in the 20th century, and in a very prominent way in our continent, for the transformation of the cultural languages of the time. The mestizo world had taken the initiative in the field of language and literary creation, the black and mulatto world was taking the initiative in the field of musical creation, and the first decades of the 20th century saw the birth of Cuban and Puerto Rican boleros, the sones, the cumbias, the merengues. It was the same time that jazz was flourishing in North America, and even tango, the music that accompanied the growth of the southern cosmopolis of Buenos Aires, was equally influenced by the habaneras and the black rhythms of the Caribbean. So Gaitán was not wrong in claiming among us a place in democracy and in history for the indigenous world, for miscegenation, for blacks and mulattoes, who in Colombia continued to be the wretched of the earth. The politicians who listened to him believed that Gaitán was only talking about giving them jobs, uniforms and perhaps subsidies, and they didn't even like that. But what the thought of modernity demanded was not to give them something, it was to demand that they assume their position in society, their place in history. The town grew, the town was taking shape in politics, the town discovered its meaning and its power. In Mexico, the Institutional Revolutionary Party, PRI, which governed the country for decades after the revolution, came to be called by someone the perfect dictatorship, because maintaining all the appearances of democracy, it was actually configured as a regime of single party that even had a monarchical character, since the incumbent ruler appointed his successor at the end. The agreement between liberals and conservatives in Colombia tended to be configured in the same way, but with a central difference: the same leadership organized into two parties to take turns in power, maintaining the same mental order and with a greater appearance of pluralism. But the PRI had been the consequence of a revolutionary process that changed many things in the order of Mexican society, which sought to give the citizen a place in the republic and a place for Mexico in the world, while Colombian bipartisanship was agreement only on a model of distribution of power, excluding its people, denying what is its own and assuming before the world the tone and discourse of a society without character, given over to imitation and lacking all local pride. What one does not understand is that those powers have looked with such rancor at any expression of dissent, have disavowed it with such severity and persecuted it with such viciousness, when their mental model was not capable of building a country that even they could feel proud. In Mexico, although many debts with the people remained pending, a business community committed to the country emerged, natural resources were nationalized, the project of a self-confident society was assumed, responsible for its memory and affirmed in its particularities. In Colombia, the large business community, which at one time had a certain drive and a certain commitment, gradually lost all sense of belonging. From a certain point on, they only cared about their presence in the world market, and although for the construction of their companies he had always counted on the favor of the state, of the social capital, whenever he could he decided to alienate them without the slightest patriotic consideration. It is not necessary to remember how, when the country was sinking into barbarism as a result of the negligence of this irresponsible leadership, those who could have saved the humble people from barbarism and did not do so, now only thought of saving their capitals through at all costs, and large national companies that were the pride of the entire country, of which even humble people felt proud, ended up handed over to the great octopuses of the world market. But nothing was sacrificed more easily than work. Thousands of workers who had given their lives to these companies were fired without explanation, and that was the way to welcome them to a world and an age in which human beings are considered the part more cumbersome and more expendable from the companies to which they gave their energy and life. In industry, in agriculture, in the publishing sector, in communications, in the cinema, what Mexico, Argentina, and Brazil did as fronts of a continental culture was decisive for Latin America. And in none of these fields was the Colombian leadership less worthy of its example than in the cultural aspect. Literature was made in spite of itself, the art that sprang from the community was as invisible to it as nature itself, and the habit of underestimating for decades the social imagination prevented the treasure of a people's creativity from being stimulated. When Laureano Gómez was elected to the presidency in 1950, violence was already unleashed on the territory. The great fanatic had come to power late in life and in poor health, and this prevented him from fully configuring his fundamentalist dictatorship. But even the sectarian ruler warned that the mental model he was trying to impose in Colombia was inclement and perverse. In 1944, expressing his joy at the liberation of Paris and the expulsion of the Nazis, Jorge Luis Borges affirmed that Nazism, like hell, is uninhabitable, men can only die for it, lie for it, kill and bleed for him. No one, in the central loneliness of his self, can yearn for him to succeed. The poet risks stating that Hitler wanted to be defeated because he could not ignore that he was a monster. This reminds me of the story that Abel Naranjo Villegas told us one day of his meeting with President Laureano Gómez one night, as he left the Colón Theater in Bogotá. Gómez asked his co-supporter how things were on the street. Naranjo replied, "Very bad, Mr. President." And the dark ruler said to him, "I can imagine what that will be like. The truth is that if I were not here, I would be in the opposition." Laureano Gómez soon left power in the hands of Roberto Urdaneta, who had been a government minister, that is, responsible for the police in the Ospina Pérez administration. Gómez, who had appointed him Minister of War, had just transferred him to the government portfolio, and for this reason he was appointed to govern the country in the illness of the president. This lasted a year and a half, but on the same day that Laureano decided to return to power, June 13, 1953, the leaders of the two opposing parties, who saw in Gómez's extreme personalism a threat to their very existence, preferred to resort to the army to free them from great danger. And that was how the only interruption in the entire century of elite power in Colombia took place. Although it cannot be said that General Gustavo Rojas Pinilla was a transforming leader, capable of bringing modernity to the country, he came to power as a resource against violence and had a margin of initiative for a certain time. Rojas, a man from the town and from the province, was suddenly able to make decisions for himself. Some of them were beneficial for the people and many increasingly dangerous for the establishment, but in the end the arbitrariness of the one who has no one to oversee it made its way, as well as a mixture of military arrogance, political irresponsibility and administrative corruption that made the city repent. Elite of the initial support they had given him, which led them not to initially call his barracks a military coup but rather an opinion coup. But, significantly, it was enough for a man who did not belong to the old ruling caste to come to power in Colombia for a time, for great modernizing initiatives to open the way. In just 4 years, between 1953 and 1957, Rojas Pinilla undertook important public works, built highways and airports, undertook campaigns that are still remembered for the benefit of the poor, electrified some regions and built aqueducts in a country where even today most of the municipalities lack drinking water, granted women citizenship and the right to vote, and even brought television to Colombia, which in the hands of the immobile elite would have taken 20 more years to arrive. Its initial purpose was to depoliticize the police and put an end to violence. Having the two sectarian parties out of power would perhaps help acclimatize coexistence. One of his most audacious initiatives was to offer an amnesty to the guerrillas who were scattered in the fields. That invitation to demobilize was announced immediately, and it was then that the liberal guerrillas of the Llano, commanded by the leaders Guadalupe Salcedo and Dumar Alger, laid down their arms and surrendered. Guadalupe, a legend in the Llanos Orientals, carried the cuatro on her shoulder. The joropo and corridos that the town did in their honor still run through the wind. He was the incarnation of the popular hero, defender of the persecuted and vigilante, in the manner of the legendary Mexican leaders, but in an environment hostile to the glorification of popular heroes he ended up becoming a marginal legend, who was barely vindicated at times by art. And the most famous play of the second half of the 20th century, Guadalupe Ana Cincuenta, from the La Candelaria Theater. The Llano guerrillas were born with a precise purpose, to defend the liberals from the Chula Vita, the police armed by conservatism against the liberal people. Even the old conservative peasants have reached the conclusion that the most decisive moment of the violencia was the one in which Laureano Gómez announced to the country that it was necessary to separate the gold from the scum, thus proposing the segregation and perhaps the extermination of the liberals. The good people of the countryside, who had fraternized for a long time in work and in poverty, suddenly woke up divided into gold and dross. The rhetoric of language from power worked on consciences, strengthening old quarrels from the 19th century and the Thousand Days' War, and the proclamation from the pulpits calling not only to put an end to evil but also to its seed infiltrated its poison into the blood. The persecuted liberals of the beginning had become Gaetanistas. Once the rebel guerrillas were organized, they soon assumed the purpose of going beyond resistance to the fanatical dictatorship of Laureano Gómez. They wanted to embody the deferred dreams of the ongoing revolution and bring Gaetanism to power. The liberal leaders, as long as it suited them, supported this resistance, but, as usual, they wavered between their support for the persecuted people and their old cronyism with power, and as soon as they saw that their friendship with the conservative rulers was in danger, they not only abandoned their fate to the brave people who resisted, but openly condemned their actions. There was a war, but, as always, the Colombian leadership accepted as legitimate all violence exercised from power and condemned as criminal all violence opposed to the authorities, including legitimate defense, even though the actions of the authorities were obviously unfair. Guadalupe Salcedo was a vigorous warrior, loyal to his men, a skilled strategist and memorable human being, firm in his convictions and relentless in combat, who when he was called to peace and harmony and was convinced that the official promise was sincere, he acted with the same decision and the same loyalty. He persuaded his 5,000 guerrillas to lay down their arms and trusted the promises of the state. She still awaits him, like so many warriors loyal to the Pax, the only guarantee of coexistence, the vindication of history and art, but Guadalupe also became the symbol of the insurgent amnestied and betrayed by power. Rojas Pinilla, who had kept his word, was deposed on May 10, 1957, and it was enough for the two-party system to return to power under the figure of a transitional military junta, for the old national style to resume. Less than a month later, on June 6, 1957, one night in the south of Bogotá, Guadalupe Salcedo was surrounded by the police, and although he came out with his arms raised and saying who he was assassinated along with his companions. He had a very different spirit from that of the savage liberal bandits of other regions, who, often filled with resentment and increasingly capable of anything, filled Colombia at that time with legends of blood and horror. The fact that Guadalupe Salcedo and the fighter of Syro-Lebanese origin Dumar Alger have preserved their names in legend speaks volumes about their dignity as warriors defending a cause, and the same can be said of Efrain Gonzalez, another mythical rebel whose last battle was broadcast to the country through the mass media of the time. Besieged in a house in the south of Bogotá and fighting alone against an entire army, he seemed to confirm Borges' fable that fate likes repetitions, because his final fate repeated the fate of the Zapatisquesosa at the time of the conquest. Surrounded by the troops, he defended himself bravely until nightfall, and when he was about to escape from his enemies and slip into the shadows, a casual soldier saw him pass by and almost accidentally killed him. They kept their names, while in many other bandits what was kept was an alias, what they had come to represent in the collective imagination. The resentment in Desquite, who dedicated his entire life to avenging his murdered family, the military ingenuity in Chispas, the festive ferocity in Mariachi, the malignancy in Captain Venom, the cruelty without entrails in Sangre Negra, the most feared of the monsters of that time, among the innumerable bandits that in those times filled the nightmares of Colombia. And it was in the coffee zone, which had built the strongest peasant economy in the 19th century and sustained the country for 3/4 of a century, where the bloody carnival of violence took place with greater force. Beneath the river of political discord and the strategy of using war as a lifeline for bipartisanship, ran a river of greed and ambition that caused the massive exodus of families from the countryside to the cities. 20 years of violence changed the picture of peasant property, but in a country in need of a fair agrarian reform for decades, which would prevent the concentration of property and combat social exclusion, once again violence was carried out to exacerbate injustice, to force rural crowds to join another social order. Power preached the discourse of modernization that the conservatives timidly began and that the liberals proclaimed as propaganda. It seemed that the elites were going to turn Colombia into a country of cities invigorated by industry and employment. But if in 1945, when we were 10 million inhabitants, 8,000 industries gave employment to 150,000 people, in 1970, when we were already 20 million, 12,300 industries did not employ more than 300,000. In that same period, Colombia had ceased to be a rural country, and the cities had grown in an amazing way, but what made them grow was not the urban attraction, the development of the city, but the expulsion of the fields in waves of barbarism and horror. In 1953 we were 12 million, and since then every 20 years the population grew by 12 million inhabitants, 24 million in 1973, 36 million in 1993, 48 million in 2013. But the industry did not grow again after 1970. We will see that with the so-called National Front, the path was closed for the industrial pioneers. Big industry was applied to the greedy task, typical of an anti-democratic regime, of accumulating power and appropriating small industry, and from 1990 the politicians' heirs of bipartisanship dedicated rather their efforts to ruin the countryside and put an end to the national industry, seduced or bought by the policy of incorporating the country into the world market without protection and without scruples. Behind La Violencia, in addition to the fight against Gaytonismo and the effort to maintain, albeit in an infernal way, the supremacy of the parties, were the doctrine of the growth of cities, the lure of industrialization and the fable that the cities would absorb as workers the mass of expelled peasants. The Curry mission, contracted by the bipartisanship, even recommended that the rural exodus be stimulated, arguing that industrialization would resolve that issue. Mario Arrubla tried in vain to demonstrate that our precarious bourgeoisie had no desire for industrialization, that the disorderly and dramatic growth of cities would only bring poverty, marginality and new forms of violence. Nobody listened to him, perhaps because it is a law of nature that the Colombian plutocracy only listens to itself, or perhaps because the business was precisely not listening to those warnings. A few gentlemen of industry tried to keep the bulk of coffee production, which was the main national wealth, and the peasants who made the country prosperous lost their peace of mind, their small farms, and their lives. It is sad to see that the vain power of its democracy did not lift a finger to protect the sacrificed little peasant, nor did it make the slightest effort to welcome him in the city, where he arrived dragging painful stories, carrying in his memory the patchwork quilt of his lost world. There was produced, for the penultimate time, not the urbanization of the peasants but the ruralization of the cities. The derogatory name of mountaineers was given to the peasants fleeing from hell in the city, and no one gave them a place in urban legend, recognition of their value in building the country, or balm for their wounds. They had already found in the peasant music of the Andes mountain range, in the corridors and the zambas, the appropriate tone for their misfortune and their exile, and in the saga of the tangos of the South they found the stormy train of their incorporation into the world urban. It is a typical phenomenon of our curious Latin American destiny, songs that express the complaint of Argentine compatriots, living on the fringes of the law, confined to the suburbs, nourished by resentment and elbowed in brothels, captured well the feeling of orphanhood and exclusion of Colombian peasants, cornered by hatred in their homeland, expelled by crime and thrown into the sadness of the suburbs. It is a very unique phenomenon of the vessels that communicate cultures, that works that arise in one world only release all their significant charge in another. The Waltz When Your Eyes Look, by Enrique Cadícamo and José María Aguilar, recorded by Charlo in Buenos Aires in 1934, never had for Argentines the mysterious and tragic resonance that it released in Colombian Tolima, between the bursts of violence of the 50s, in the voice of Oscar Agudelo. But why be surprised that these things happen in such a discrete example, if we know that the work of Edgar Allan Poe never had in the United States, where it emerged, the spiritual resonance and the ability to influence the world that it gained in France when it was translated by Baudelaire, if we know that the work of Verlaine, which in France was just the song of an anomalous nightingale, was the instrument of freedom, sensuality, and harmony with which the modernists of the late 19th century reinvented the Spanish language in Latin America. A familiar theme made its way into the torn Colombia of half a century, the nostalgia of the lost house. Nothing was heard as much in the country as Las Acacias, a song in which the trees tell the exiled person who returns to his childhood home the melancholic story of dispossession and violence. They say that the lyrics were written by a Spaniard. Perhaps in this way the misfortune of the Colombians expelled from the countryside was secretly linked with the desolation of the few immigrants, Republicans exiled by the dictatorship, German Jews fleeing from Nazism, Syro-Lebanese who had escaped from the Turks and those whom the whole world called Turks here, those immigrants who had spread throughout the American continent and who never saw their homeland again. That theme had been announced by the greatest poet of half a century in Colombia, Aurelio Arturo. His poem Morada al Sur, published in 1945, is the sublime song of lost childhood, the magical kingdom of that childhood in the vicinity of a nature that in nostalgia takes on supernatural dimensions. In the mestizo nights that came up from the grass, young horses, curved, brilliant shadows, shook the earth with their bronze helmet. Black stars smiled in the shadows with gold teeth. Then, from between large leaves, the world slowly came out. The wide earth always covered with skins of suns. Kings had burned, queens white, soft, buried inside trees, still moaning in the thicket. Before the great collective tragedy, Aurelio Arturo not only managed to capture the magical flavor of what was lost, but also the moving music of that endearing world. Not everything was rough, a golden thread of dreams entangled itself in the pulp of my enchantments. And if to the north the old forest has a deep tick-tock, to the south the curving wind brings streaks of scent. There is the turbulent life of the haciendas, the energy of some men who go in light canoes through wild rivers, but also the terror of that simple world scared by the threat of violence and the warnings of history. Night, shadow until the end, between the dry ones. Branches, among foliage, broken nests between years the eggshell moons shone, the great moons full of silence and fright. The most significant thing is that this poem was written in the city. Morada al Sur, the memorable song of the lost house, tells something that is written in the soul of every Colombian, the Casa Grande, the paradise, and in 2013 we were able to prove it, when thousands of young people who had always been integrated into the urban world, saw in the marches of the last peasants the symbol of that past from which their parents and grandparents came, and dressed in ruanas they went out to express their solidarity with the agrarian world, slandered and threatened by the deformations of modernity. Perhaps all of this, like Arturo's own poem, is not only the nostalgia of a world rooted in nature, but the premonition of other times, because if something is announced in the signs of the time it is the urgent need for recent generations to celebrate a new pact with nature, with the land of origins and with the rivers of memory. In 1958 the leaders of the liberal and conservative parties, who had profaned and bloodied Colombia, signed peace. They did not do it to apologize to the country for the 300,000 dead of the violence and for all the collateral tragedies, but to impose a curious contract. For 16 years the same parties that had sponsored the horror and inhumanity from the state and outside who had preached infamy and educated the country in barbarism, would share power without allowing the expression of any other political force. The nation was so horrified, so intimidated by the propaganda of both parties and the effectiveness of their methods of extermination, that the whole world accepted the blackmail. Not accepting the collusion of the two machines was equivalent to suffering the threat of a prolongation of the violence. The great leaders Alberto Lleras and Laureano Gómez embraced, the country remained in the hands of bipartisanship for 16 years, and there began the illusion of a peace built on 2 decades of violence, on silent rivers of blood, on dark pictures of inhumanity. Colombia made an effort to forget that the power of the bipartisan alliance was born from the irresponsible hatred of the parties and only sought to perpetuate the rule of the old leadership and the persistence of its interests. The purpose of the so-called National Front was not to save the battered country but to guarantee the continuity in power of the castes that had dominated Colombia for more than 100 years, and would continue to dominate it for the rest of the century. Today we can ask ourselves why those who were not responsible for the violence were precisely those who were excluded from the agreement, why the critics of the prevailing model were the only ones who did not have the right to speak, and why they were the most persecuted by the governments of the National Front. But we can only ask today, because in those days the mere question turned critics into enemies of the social order. Something of the ferocity of the Spanish Civil War had this Colombian violence. That feeling that a party has that losing power at the hands of another is equivalent to losing its place in the world, and that takes it to all extremes. But in the Spanish War it is clear that they fought opposing positions on all public issues, and given that in Colombia the two parties did not have so many differences of principles, it is necessary to conclude that in reality they were fighting against something else. Possibly against the formation of a different alternative, which would endanger traditional power. One would say that if the shadow of Gaetanism was behind, the violence also configured a kind of preventive counter-revolution, a warning, and that is why horror and atrocity were so important, the desecration of the human condition, inventing hell on earth to have something to threaten the rebels with forever. But what was conjured up with this was not a reality, but a purpose, magnified and deformed to the point of delirium by the owners of power, and the executors of both sides did not have the capacity to assume as their own that strategy of defeating a political project barely outlined. What really happened was something less methodical but perhaps more guilty, the way in which an irresponsible leadership not only took advantage of the credulity of humble people but, after having kept countless human beings deprived of recognition and dignity, deprived of education and opportunities, after letting them grow to their own devices, he allowed himself to sow fanaticism in them, and abandon their baser instincts to a society that it would have been their duty to form and guide. There we learned how far a helpless community can go in terms of civilization, grown in exclusion and in no appreciation of itself, when it is authorized by the pulpits and by the leaders to all excesses. Those miserable executors of horror were not going to be the winners, they were also the victims. They had learned to despise each other, they had never been pitied and they did not know how to pity. For me, nothing resonates so much about the Holocaust of those years than the terrible verses of Barba Jacob. Contempt for myself, I am wounded. Contempt for myself, you have gangrened my heart. Civil wars are usually officially declared, this war as such was never declared. Civil wars usually have a winner and a loser. We can say of the Colombian violence, seeing the results, that the owners of power and the heads of the parties won but the country lost. That time saw an overwhelming confirmation of the anti-popular tradition of the Colombian regime. At the time of suffering and defeat, it was the people who had to put everything. At the time of triumphs, the ruling caste reaped the gains. Did they make any effort to alleviate the suffering of the people? Did they ever show repentance, or were they aware that it was their way of governing the country that had educated it in hatred, in mistrust, in discriminating against the humble and in the helplessness of the weak? On the contrary, as soon as the peace that they themselves had decreed began, the persecution against everything different began again. Neither the indigenous people were vindicated, nor the grandchildren of the slaves were integrated into a national project, nor were the victims of violence the object of some generous project, and instead the dissident initiatives, such as that of the National Popular Alliance, ANAPO, of Gustavo Rojas Pinilla, or the United Front, of Camilo Torres, or the student struggles for educational reform, were harassed, persecuted or betrayed by the elegant dictatorship of the two parties. Colombia's dream was postponed again. The town was left behind again. The Second Republic was left for the following century. Since the time of the conquest, literature here has been able to follow historical events day after day. Juan de Castellanos had left us the longest poem in the language, collecting in detail the events of those bloody campaigns in the Chronicle of the Indies, more extensive due to its setting, more original due to its theme and more ambitious due to its aesthetic purposes, which he did not want not only tell but sing the greatest fact of history, the way in the 16th century the two halves of the world, the two faces of the human, finally met and did not recognize each other. Shortly afterward, Hernando Dominguez Camargo attempted to celebrate the triumph of Christianity over animism, the triumph of the Spanish language over native languages, and the triumph of European symbols over American nature, but the result was the triumph of excess over canon, of the profusion of meaning and the delusional imagination of the simplifying version of the world imposed by the victors. Language strove to resemble the world it had arrived at, and poetry turned language into a workshop for experiments. Álvarez de Velasco y Zorrilla abounded in poetic labyrinths, mystical puns, and mischievous emblems. The poets discovered that the imperfect correspondence of language with reality gave them spaces of mental freedom that perhaps others did not have. The 20th century would come to benefit from that imperfection. Only when, at the end of the 19th century, the language reached its modernity, did it resume its effort to be American, to interrogate the hidden substratum and the complex world that the discourse made invisible. That is why there was a search for local truth in the works of Carrasquilla and Gutiérrez González, in the prints of Luis Carlos López, and even in Rivera's Parnassian sonnets, which attempted to enclose the morichales of the plain, the herd of foals, the fury of the rivers, the way in which the tiny cooing of a bird distresses the jungle with its soft whining, spreads its desolation to the entire space. The entire continent continued to search for the words of the American world, in the ghostly poems of César Vallejo, in the ascent to the indigenous world of Arguelles, in the vast geographical exploration of Los Certuanes by Euclides de Cunha, in the indomitable nature wrapped in woman by Dona Barbara by Romulo Gallegos, in so many novels of the Mexican Revolution that prepared the powerful Pedro Páramo by Juan Rulfo, in the transition from gaucho poetry and its horizontal vertigo to the lyrics of the tenement houses of Carrigo and the Cancionero de Buenos Aires, in the way in which the surrealist experience and insomnia in the Far East refined in Neruda a new ability to name the seas of Chile and the American world. Colombia also sought to name itself in poems. Here too prose pursued history. Numerous novelists tried to catch the key to violence. Osorio Lizarazo, chasing the tumultuous truth of Bogotá lit by fires, Tulio Bayer, tracing the human conflicts that accompanied the construction of the highway to the sea, Daniel Cachado, putting the dry wind to narrate the atrocious days and the impiety of the crimes, Garcia Marquez himself in La Mala Hora, making us experience the climate of anxiety in the towns where discord grows, Gustavo Álvarez Gardiazabal, portraying his people in the valley under the wings of death. Next to Aurelio Arturo, and in full youth, the other major poet was Álvaro Mutis. After living his first years in the interwar period in Europe, Mutis was dazzled in his childhood by the landscapes of the hot country, by his farm on the banks of the Coelho River in Tolima, and he could no longer separate from his being and from his memory those overflowing rivers, the houses overlooking the immensity of the abysses of mist, the brilliant seaplanes descending into the immense rivers, the trains crossing the gorges of the mountain range, and the world of the coffee zone that he celebrated forever in his memory. Night. It's raining, on the zinc of the roofs. Sings his presence and takes me away from sleep. Until leaving me in a flood of the waters without calm, in the very cool night that drips through the vault of the coffee trees and drains through the sick trunk of the giant rafts. Mutis took the nature celebrated by Isaacs and José Eustasio Rivera and filled it with echoes of mythology, history, and legend, as well as the decorations of modernity. I knew the world. He knew how to place those landscapes, which others saw only from the perspective of the village, in a newer and broader context, knew how to fill them with human meaning, and very possibly it was he who helped Garcia Marquez find the physical universe where the delusional saga of his characters takes place, the historical perspective by which the village of Macondo would become a scale image of the dramatic Latin American history. All great literature is the fruit of a dialogue. And the literature that, in the mid-20th century, changed Colombia from a village lost in the mountains to a country convulsively sown in the heart of the contemporary world, was the result of the persistent dialogue that Alvaro Mutis and Gabriel Garcia had maintained since the 1940s Marqués. Because what was initially a dialogue in the cafés of the highly literary Bogotá in the mid-century, where Jorge and Alberto Zalami, Hernando Tellez, Leon de Grave, Aurelio Arturo, and Jorge Gaitán Duran were present, became in Mexico a dialogue in the exile. Each of the two was for the other that country that they had left far away, the country that each of them was forced to reinvent in nostalgia. In all the languages of art, Colombia tried to decipher itself, after the storms of half a century, after the thunder of Gaitán and his tragic sacrifice, after the fire in Bogotá and the betrayal of the people, after bloodshed and hatred, after the embrace of political enemies and on the eve of the great commotions that would result from all that, Colombia did not stop questioning itself and searching for the keys to its enigma. But in its first moment, it was enough for the elites of the parties to stop preaching hatred, for the violence to be reduced to the relentless persecution of gangs of outlaws, the hunt for monsters. However, it was already discouraging for a project of civilization the way the army captured the bandits and ostentatiously exhibited their agony in dump trucks and vans through the streets of the towns, so that the people believed that in this way they were paying all the guilt and correcting all evils. It is already known that paramilitary groups can only exist if the state gives them its support and protection. As soon as conservatism understood that its access to power was guaranteed, it renounced official violence, and once the liberal directories saw the alternation assured, they denounced and persecuted the guerrillas that they themselves had sponsored. People asked for nothing more than a little quiet. Many peasants preferred to remain in the harsh neighborhoods of exclusion and poverty, rather than return to a field that had been marked by the stigmata of blood and fire. The rivers had carried too many corpses, the birds of prey had filled the sky with too much soot, there were too many ghost houses in the mountains, the cemeteries had grown too large. The old country of the bambucos and the corridors, of the guabinas, the buns, and the whirlwinds had died, and only the fortunate regions that did not suffer from the violence, such as the Caribbean and Pacific coasts, kept the traditions alive, and even made it bloom more intensely. Since the end of the 1940s, nothing had given the country as much joy as those cumbias by José Barros, those joints by Campo Miranda, those merengues and parandas by Crescencio Salcido, the barefoot man always to feel the contact of Mother Earth, who lived in material poverty all his life and in the richness of the spirit, and who composed those songs that always come back, I don't forget the old year, La Mucura, El Hombre Cayman, or that inspired burst called El Capital, and also the first walks of Guillermo Buitrago, who flew full of innocence and joy over the country of violence, like a bomb over the profaned land, and that the country continued to listen to and dance to year after year because they were the last vestige of the lost peasant arcade. Vallenato music was born from them, the melodious storytelling of the minstrels of the plains in the shadow of the Sierra Nevada. And in a country where disagreements between human beings had begun to be resolved only by the machete, it is a moving vestige of the sweetness of another era to hear that ride, La Gata Fria, which Carlos Vives sent flying around the world, but which is no longer. It moved Colombia more than half a century ago, when in the voice of Buitrago he told us about the naive discord of the people of Urumita, who fought with music, and that when they wanted to hurt each other they did not go beyond saying, I have a rude Rico. For Lorenzo Miguel. He treated me like a liar. And more liar is he. Will he take me or will I take? So that the pod ends. Once the last dead had been collected and the last tears dried, when the country began to work on its illusion of oblivion, that music of walks and joints filled all of life. Colombia felt capable of forgetting, of restarting, of believing in the future again. Lucho Bermudez cumbias filled the social clubs, the voice of Matilda Diaz greeted the beginning of another era, and later Julio Brazo, who had composed the only Colombian tango, Lejos de Ti, or at least the only one that became really popular, filled the Sunday afternoons of the new neighborhoods with mischievous songs, and Leandro Diaz sang the landscapes as if he saw them, and Escalona installed trains and airplanes on his promenades, a girl who has her house in the clouds and a Brazilian who the singer also chases by plane to the waters of Belém de Para. On the banks of the Magdalena, in 1960, in the Hawaii bar in Barrancabermeja, a music of uncontrollable joy flowed from Juan Madeira's clarinet and spread like a fever to the bodies of the couples who danced in the tremendous heat of the oil port. The work, only instrumental at the beginning, seemed perfect, but the singer of the orchestra, Wilson Choprina, proposed a lyric to Madeira for its melody, and thus the song for which Colombia is most recognized in the world was born, where the black loneliness magically changed into happy company, the colored skirt. Thus began in Colombia the only happy decade of a terrible century. It was enough for the war to end, or to put it more truthfully and frankly, it was enough for the war to pause, for Colombia to experience a flourishing that today we can see as the announcement of everything that the country could be if it truly conquered its reconciliation. The cities had grown, urban life brought both worries and pleasures. For a time, the horror had receded into the imagination. It was in those radio soap operas invented by Fulvio González Cachado, imitating the old Cuban radio program Turn Off the Light and Listen. But it was already a consolation that the real violence was transmuted into horror stories and urban novels. The country returned to normality, where crimes are just accidents of passion or madness and not a collective pestilence. Campitos took his parodies of political life to the theaters, television made jokes about reality. The program Yo Y2, directed by the Spanish Alicia del Carpio, gracefully approached history and daily life. The radio abounded in comedy programs, and young people believed in the possibility of inventing the world. Having overcome the horror of the Second World War, and the existentialist depression that was its consequence and that filled Europe and the United States for half the century, the 1960s were the decade of youth throughout the Western Hemisphere, and it was fortunate that for us that awakening coincided with the end of our own war. Also here at that time the ideas that moved the world spread. Estanislao Zolta, Mario Arrubla and Jorge Orlando Mello reflected on the country, brought up the great debates of the time, translated the authors of the moment. There was a new intellectual vivacity in Orlando Fals Borda, in Eduardo Umana, in Jorge Gaitan Duran, in Antonio Garcia, in Eduardo Santa. During those years, Marta Truba arrived in Colombia, an intelligent, sensitive, awake Argentine, attentive to the phenomena of contemporary art, and she knew how to draw attention to the awakening of young art in the country. It did not have all the necessary subtlety to also appreciate some arts more rooted in tradition but no less necessary for that, the valiant efforts of those who knew that in Colombia there was still a need to discover nature and invent the landscape. That is why he underestimated artists as valuable as Gonzalo Ariza, who incorporated the perspectives and languages of the Eastern tradition into our nature. He failed to understand the importance of the artists who denounced violence and who extracted powerful languages of modernity from that denunciation of horror. That is why he did not know how to value works like that of Carlos Granada, the most indignant and sensitive of the painters of La Violencia. He did not sufficiently appreciate the value of the artists who sought, nurturing themselves from Mexican art, to approach the old mythical horizons of our culture. That is why she rejected Ignacio Gómez Jaramillo, Pedro Nel Gómez and Luis Alberto Acuna, but at least she was intoxicated with optimism, with youth, with irreverence. He founded the Museum of Modern Art with Gloria Zia, and it was as if a fresh wind had entered our ordinary and village world. We had stayed in the Middle Ages too long. We had dedicated ourselves to hating and destroying ourselves under the relentless preaching of a greedy and stupid leadership. But although the Catholic Index and the tacit prohibition of reading still prevailed, the young generations read, listened in their own voice The Dream of the Stairs by Jorge Zalami. They listened to the delicate and immobile poems of the stonemasons, and they preferred the voice full of amazement by Pablo Neruda, who changed our breath. And soon the new rebels took to the streets to challenge the whole world, to denounce the country that had touched them, to even scandalize the old bipartisan country that never ended up leaving, the old state of tinkerers that never finished enumerating its subsections and its deceased, the dark church that followed unaffected by so many disasters. Their leader was Gonzalo Arango, a boy from the Andes, who had been trained in skepticism and a critical spirit, alongside Estanislao Zolta and in the shadow of Fernando González. Gonzalo was one of the few Colombians who knew what had just happened, who understood that the cause of so many atrocities was a petty power, lacking in authenticity and intelligence, a dark clergy that enslaved the spirits, an authoritarian and irresponsible state. A people mistreated and deprived of education and imagination. His strategy was provocation and irreverence. His troop, a band of middle-class boys, Josemario Arbeláez, Jaime Jaramillo Escobar, Elmo Valencia, Amflócar Osorio, Eduardo Escobar, nurtured by the spirit of the surrealists and beat poets, their instruments, a recursive prose, defiant acts, blasphemous proclamations, poems, and newspaper columns. More than a literary movement, Nadaism was a social fact, and above all a great friendship, but if Colombia needed something then it was that preaching of affection, solidarity, and shared dreams. They were together at parties and in prisons, on trips and in love, at the time of joy and at the time of fear. Important poets were part of that capricious and rebellious group that fortunately did not respond to a creed, or to a political doctrine, or to a pattern of conduct. They were great improvisers, sensitive, imaginative, brave, challenging. They did not reject the wine of the Skystones or the marijuana of Barba Jacob, nor the vodka of the communists nor the sacred water of the mystics. They were alive, and they hit the streets at the right time. That's enough. It is famous that one of the first acts of the Nadaists was the desecration of the hosts in the Cathedral of Medellin, during a congress of Catholic writers. They say that someone asked Estanislao Zolta, a friend of Gonzalo Arango since he was a teenager, what he thought of that desecration. With a smile, Stanislas replied, "It always has to be that they believe a lot in that, because nobody desecrates a soda cracker." The phrase is ingenious and fair, but Zolta was not unaware that in a country so oppressed by superstition and clerical tyranny, these rudenesses fulfilled a role, even as signs of resistance, as that will to say no to an intolerant and savage world. Deep down, both the blasphemous spirit of the Nadaists and much later the angry curses of Fernando Vallejo against the clerical power are part of the mosaic of oppression that clericalism wrought in Colombia. They are indicators of the power that the Church came to have over the spirits. T.S. Eliot said well, speaking of Baudelaire's blasphemies, that Satanism is not the opposite of the Christian religious order but its rebellious complement, that the Satanists are beings who want to enter religion through the back door. But Fernando Vallejo, with his mastery of the language, his radicalism, and his constant sense of humor, is much more. He is the man who broke the Gordian knot of a centuries-old silence, the man who turned our oldest chain, language, into an instrument of freedom. Colombia lived with joy and avidity that peace truce, the peasants adapted to the city, its dizziness, and its dangers. The rural wind was installed in the streets, but although there was a quiet pause for millions of exiles, the governments that tried to respond to the challenge of directing the tsunami of urbanization, that unbridled growth of small cities invading the surrounding space, after bringing electricity and services to these neighborhoods, the rate of growth of industrial activity was much lower than what the country demanded. Thus, while young people watched Gloria Valencia de Castano and the teenage singers of El Club del Clan on television, who vaguely followed the musical fashions of Mexico and Argentina and the rhythms of the French New Wave, while listening to the songs of Oscar Golden and Pablo Gallinazo, while attending the reinvention of Colombian theater in the adventure of Enrique Buenaventura in Cali and Santiago Garcia and the La Candelaria Theater in Bogotá, while following exhibitions by Botero and Obregon, Manzur and Caballero, from Grau and Bernardo Salcido, from Negret and Ramirez Villamizar, from Wiedemann and Antonio Rota, from Cardenas and Beatriz González, the country was beginning to live by searching. Slowly, but not imperceptibly, the city was imposing its rudeness on the marginalized, unwelcome and never incorporated into a social and cultural project. Already in the 60s theft began to be a problem. Stoppers and pickpockets did their thing on the buses and in the streets. Someone had to warn that people needed employment, they needed inclusion, to feel part of a dignifying and shared national project. The old tradition of contempt for the people, for the poor, for the Indians, for the descendants of slaves, continued to be the spirit of the leadership, and the only solution to social problems was repression. What was seen from then on, throughout the decades, was not only poverty and misery, the abandoned children in the streets who in Bogotá were elegantly called, in the French style, gamins, homelessness and begging. It was a perceptible upward progression that no one corrected. It was the passage from theft to robbery, from rape to robbery, from armed robbery to robbery and robbery of residences, from fraud to kidnapping. Antisocial behaviors grew over the years, with the lack of responses from governments to the most urgent needs of the population. Soon the phenomenon of guerrillas returned in the fields. Soon in the cities there was organized crime. Already in the 60s a gang of professional assailants, La Peseta, was a permanent theme for the newscasts. What nobody foresaw was that from those first waves of crime great social forces would rise over time that shook Colombia: insurgent armies, drug mafias, the return of paramilitarism, and new waves of violence and horror. All this would be the fruit of the National Front and its narrow horizons, its spirit of exclusion and the blindness of its leaders. But in the early days there was something festive and idyllic in the dream of national reconciliation. The country, however, offered so little for those who truly expected prosperity that the exodus to Venezuela and the United States soon began. The poor discovered that beyond the borders there were decent wages for the effort, there were job guarantees, there was respect for work, there were real opportunities. In 1948, when Gaitán died, a new international order began. One of the many disturbing things hidden in this story is the number of significant figures in hemispheric politics who were present in Bogotá on the day of the crime. The 9th Pan-American Conference was being held, which planned to create a new continental system with the founding of the Organization of American States, OAS, and there were prominent delegations from the 21 member countries, coinciding with diplomats and unofficial assistants, so that in Bogotá was from Marshall and Romulo Betancourt to Fidel Castro, Joaquim Balaguer, and Luis Cardozo y Aragon. Only 2 years had passed since the end of the Second World War. The Cold War began between the two great powers that emerged from that apocalypse. That same year the State of Israel had been founded, the Chinese Revolution was already triumphing and the ghost of the communism swept the world. The Spanish Republic, crushed by the Phalange, had emigrated to America and encouraged intellectual adventures on these shores of the Atlantic. She promoted the great editorial initiatives of Mexico and Buenos Aires. European intellectuals fleeing the war stimulated an awakening of thought in Latin America. Eduardo Santos himself, whose historical role had been to put the brakes on the liberal reform that Colombia needed for life or death, was not without some liberal trait, even in the field of intellectual hospitality, and had received researchers such as Paul Rivet and Gerardo Reichel Dalmatov, who contributed so much over the years to the rescue of indigenous memory and to the vindication of the value of native communities, their knowledge and their mythologies, in the mosaic of the nation. It was also he who received Richard Evans Schultz, whose work in the investigation of the botanical wealth of the country is invaluable, and to which that beautiful novel of knowledge and love for the world that is The River, by Wade Davis, testifies. And the contribution of another immigrant, the German Gerhard Masser, who dedicated his years in Colombia to writing the most notable biography of the liberator Simon Bolivar, a book copious in its information, detailed in its knowledge and also full of deep human wisdom, was not minor. The National Front was barely beginning when the revolution broke out in Cuba. It is difficult to understand that it was precisely the regime that the two traditional parties had just invented in Colombia that denounced Cuba as an enemy of the Continental Union and proposed its expulsion from the Organization of American States. I am not saying this because Cuba was more democratic than Colombia, but because to found the National Front an inhumane war had been waged that cost the country 300,000 dead. It is more, the violence had not ended yet, and no one in the hemispheric order established 12 years ago had demanded explanations from the Colombian parties for that scandalous bloodshed. It is always that being good friends with the great powers exempts certain rulers from many responsibilities. The national bipartisanship had celebrated an increasingly surrendered alliance with the United States, and Colombia was that country's main partner in its fight against the new Cuban regime. From the moment the Cubans made their revolution, the Colombian leadership considered all popular demands to be communism and terrorism, ferociously persecuted dissidents, demonized rebellion, and curiously, along this path, which was nothing more than taking an old tradition, turning the democratic struggle into a crime, harassing it with courts and prisons, if not with powerful measures of force, suppressing constitutional guarantees, pushed many popular fighters to violence, and began to forge the catastrophe that Colombia would become. For several decades, if the arrival of the liberal republic had put our oil in North American hands, if the crash of 1929 had frustrated our railway network, the Second World War, although it allowed the growth of a national industry of basic goods, textiles, footwear, iron, construction materials, food, aligned us in an unrestricted way in the old tradition of res bis polum, of only looking to the north, and the North Star did not notice that Colombia had postponed its urgent liberal reforms until eternity. But long before the Cuban Revolution, long before the guerrillas existed in Colombia, the popular struggle was already persecuted here. Since the 1920s, since the birth of the industry, hostility with the trade union movement had begun. A notable woman stood out in these struggles, Maria Quino, from Antioquia, who affirmed the rights of women and work, the basic principles of an awakening liberal society, and was persecuted for that effort, when in reality she was the symbol of the dignity and modernity of Colombian women. Maria Quino stimulated the struggles of the oil workers in Barrancabermeja, and invited the workers to participate in the exquisite pleasure of reading. She stimulated the struggle of the railway workers, the struggle for good working conditions in the threshers, the struggle for land of the peasants of Villota, asserted her rights as a woman and as a citizen, followed with interest what was happening around the world at the time, and energetically celebrated the fall of Nazism. But one of the hardest moments of his career was the prison he faced for having denounced the massacre of the banana plantations. Already in the way this incarnation of democratic dignity and liberal generosity was treated, one can clearly see the spirit that dominated and continues to dominate Colombia. One wonders what is the cause of this excessive anti-popular reaction of the Colombian elite. What is it that leads it to declare all protests subversive and communist, to treat the students who throw stones as sinister terrorists, the peasants who demand changes as infiltrated guerrillas, the citizens who march as dangerous rebels? Why does that leadership continue to see a communist danger in everything, even when communism is already like a delusion from another era, a fever that is left behind? The astonishing answer is that the Colombian elite does not hate communism or subversion but rather liberalism. What it hates and fears is the discourse of human rights, citizen demands, trade union movements, all those instruments of liberal democracy, because it belongs rather to a system of castes and repulsions prior to all modernity. Gaitan was not killed for being a socialist. The moving truth is that they killed him for being a liberal. The three words in which he believed, and for which they hated him, are liberty, equality and fraternity. At the beginning of the 1960s, a sector of liberalism denounced the National Front as an anti-democratic pact, and sought to become the spokesperson for the people, for the workers in precarious industry, for the dispossessed peasants who arrived en masse in the cities. Although some of its national leaders ended up allied with the establishment, many of the regional leaders of the liberal revolutionary movement, MEL, the last historical attempt to give philosophical meaning and coherence to a party that had abandoned all principles, were a true expression of that popular spirit. In Cali, Alfonso Barberena and his partner, Valvenda Alvarez, waged an admirable fight so that the municipal ejidos would be a housing solution for thousands of dispossessed. It was the old Gaitanista spirit that refused to die, but the country was already in the hands of an implacable grip. Henceforth, the critics of the model had no choice but to bow to it, abandon the fight or embark on an adventure without horizons. Cali, which had experienced a terrible tragedy in 1956 during the military regime, when 7 trucks loaded with dynamite, irresponsibly parked on an avenue, exploded at night and blew up an entire section of the city with an undetermined number of victims, began its urban reinvention and became in the following 2 decades perhaps the most lively and dynamic city in the country. What Bogotá, Cartagena, and Popayán had been in colonial times and the First Republic, what Manizales had been in times of the coffee boom, what Barranquilla had been with the rise of trade, what Medellin had been with the first industrialization. New cities were added to the urbanization process, and it must be said that a unique characteristic of Colombia is that despite its extreme political centralism, in the economic field and especially in the cultural field it was always a country of vigorous and original regions. Perhaps where there was traditionally less literature was in Bogotá, the Tunja of Juan de Castellanos, Hernando Domínguez Camargo and Julio Flores, the Cartagena of Fernández Madrid, of Luis Carlos López, of German Espinosa, the Barranquilla of García Márquez and Álvaro Cepeda Zamudio, Cine by Raúl Gómez Jotón, the Antioquia of Epifanio Mejía, of Carrasquilla, of F. Gómez, of Porfirio Barba Jacob, of León de Grave, of Fernando González, of Manuel Mejía Vallejo, of Estanislao Zolta, of Gonzalo Arango, of José Manuel Arango, the Santander of Jesus Zarate Moreno and Pedro Gómez Valderrama, Old Caldas by Bernardo Arias Trujillo, Danilo Cruz Velez and Tulio Bayer, Diego Falens Tolima, Juan Lozano y Lozano and Arturo Camacho Ramirez, the Huila of José Eustasio Rivera, the Valley of Jorge Isaacs, Antonio Llanos and Daniel Cachado, the Casanare by Eduardo Carranza, the Cauca of Guillermo Valencia and Rafael Maya, the Nerino of Aurelio Arturo weighs more in our history than the Bogotá of Rafael Pombo, Caro Silva, Jorge Zalami, Nicolas Gómez Davila and Osorio Lizarazo. There was a people everywhere trying to believe in the future and to dream of a possible country, and in the field of culture and the arts there was an admirable effervescence in those times. Colombia is a paradoxical country, in which it is always possible to find a kind of desperate joy. Since peasant times it was possible to see joy combined with ferocity, here it is easy for the celebration of a sporting triumph to end up leaving wounded and dead, because something in the religious preaching of sacrifice made us perhaps feel guilty for being happy and that there was in our people a mysterious propensity to sacrifice. But if fatalism rises like an inevitable shadow before happiness, so before horror tends to rise the festive spirit of a people that tries not to sink into fatality. Barba Jacob exclaimed, against death, choruses of joy, and possibly without that reactive spirit, which invents reasons to continue living, the country would not have been able to survive its many disasters. The first impression that travelers have of Colombia is that of a sweet, hospitable, and happy people, so welcoming that sometimes they cannot believe it, and they have a hard time accepting the truth of that plot of accumulated tragedies and misfortunes that can only be described by those who see it. Known. The country always shows a deceitful surface, not necessarily because of hypocrisy but because of a stubborn need to convince itself that things are not bad. A great student of languages, who has lived in Colombia for 35 years, once told me that what had surprised him most from the beginning had been the conceptual clarity of politicians and leaders. Their speech revealed not only great modernity of thought but a remarkable sharpness of analysis, coupled with a pertinent understanding of solutions. However, in all that time the country did not change. It took many years to understand that the discourse of the leaders never had a practical application, it was more of an alibi than a philosophy. One thing was what they said and another what they did in their practical lives. This is perhaps one of the consequences of the fact that from the beginning there was no correspondence between language and reality. The language that came from elsewhere, that felt superior to the world it arrived at, from the beginning tried not to discover but to cover this world with its interpretations and its impostures, with its truths, its authority and its importance, but it tried to float above reality without taking root in it. It did not pretend to decipher reality but to accommodate it to its logic, and it ended up being less of an instrument to understand the world than an instrument of power to disguise it or to disregard it. This had to happen in all the countries of the continent, but the entry into modernity meant everywhere the effort to build a critical conscience that would moderate the mystifying pretensions of language. It was the alliance of the language with a suffocating and tyrannical religion, with a medieval spirit, which refused to make concessions to reality and tried to impose itself through fear and authority, not through argumentation and persuasion, that eternalized us. In a model denied to research, dialogue and logic. It is enough to see those officials who never respond to what is asked of them, but who always have a tangle of arguments from authority that entangle the matter and divert attention. It is enough to see the power that such astute and cynical language achieves in that typically contemporary context of a media that has a measured time, and where every message goes in a single direction, to understand how, when the narrative of the nation ceased to be exclusively in the hands of the church and in the hands of politicians, the juggling of communication took charge of building a version of the country no longer based on tradition, thought or knowledge, but on the urgencies of today, in the impact of novelty, in the alarms of an emphatic, momentary, and discontinuous version of events, which easily becomes a spectacle. Something different happened in its beginnings with the English language in the north of the continent. There the weight of the Protestant ethic was fundamental in the construction of a responsible legality, their respect for the citizen was founded on a true enlightened tradition, their real efforts were made to incorporate minorities into the inclusive discourse of the nation, the social pact was respected, the immigrants cyclically integrated into the spirit of legality, the pride of the territory marked the thrust of the businessman, the American myth shaped a national legend, and the priorities of domestic consumption, of citizen opinion, of greatness of the country, promoted all the economic, political, and cultural initiatives. It is enough to hear the tone with which in a poem by Edgar Lee Masters, a woman who was in legend the bride and inspiration of Abraham Lincoln speaks from the grave of the greatness of her country. Dark, unworthy, but they spring from me. The vibrations of an eternal music. Without rancor for anyone, with compassion for everyone. In me the forgiveness of millions of men for millions, and the blessed face of a nation resplendent with justice and truth. I am Anne Rutledge, who lies under this grass, adored in life by Abraham Lincoln, betrothed to him, not by union but by parting. Bloom forever, O Republic, from the dust of my breast. It is impossible to exaggerate the importance of these invisible things, of loyalty, of love for the territory, of pride in fellow citizens, of solidarity, of trust, of responsibility, of the awareness of feeling accepted and dignified, in the construction of a true society. That is why affection, pride, dignity, respect, compassion, shared memory, love that becomes generosity, trust, and coexistence are also fundamental political facts. For this reason, it is essential to transform a language that has been used for centuries to subdue and dispossess, to deny collective values, into an expressive instrument of emotion and affection, into a power that truly helps to decipher reality and also help transform it. For something the language was among us from the beginning, the cohesive of a discordant reality. But perhaps that passion for the grammar of the Colombian rulers was the symbol of a secret alliance of political power with the imperative power of language. Here we still have to ask ourselves why we constantly need so many laws and why, nevertheless, the profusion of norms does not make us more capable of living together. Legal philosophers know that any excess of rules only betrays the absolute lack of customs and traditions, and above all promotes the culture of transgression. An excessive emphasis on the normative nature of language ends up subjecting speech and thought to mental schemes, to formats that are not shown as such but instead feign unappealable laws, forms of good, civility and good taste. Having the language completely codified serves above all to detect what is out of the established mold, and in Colombia language has become a very subtle instrument of social control, because we live in a country where the stratification system reaches overwhelming levels. when it was no longer easy to detect from their physical features who belonged to the old lineage of criollos and mestizos that made up the republic and who belonged to the excluded species of Indians, blacks, Zambos, and mulattoes, the language, the manners, became a telltale element. It is already known that precisely to maintain that spirit of aristocracy denying others, so that cultural homogeneity would not occur, the idea of universal, compulsory, and free education, which could turn us into equivalent citizens, was always rejected. Education was rather the main instrument perpetuating inequality. That is why it is painful to know that of 100 children who enter the school system, only 17 finish the second cycle, and that the vast majority of dropouts do so because the system expels them. Many, upon entering school, are surely denied to be subjects of knowledge. They have already been denied the right to be interlocutors, to ask questions, to disagree. And it is that before entering the order of knowledge it is necessary to have entered the orders of affection and dignity, and for many, society has been responsible from the beginning of closing the doors to the construction of a true citizenship. That is why the rulers strive in vain to undertake educational reforms that do not take into account social inclusion, the dignity of citizens, the possibility of occupying a place in the economy, incorporation into a story of shared memory and national pride, a possible dialogue between generations, between friends, between economy and health, between recreation and culture, between school and life. A model like the one that has been eternalized in Colombia can only be sustained by arrogance or stupidity. No leadership is so suicidal as to deny so many citizens the minimum dignity that allows them to be part of a nation project. Although there is wealth and poverty throughout the world, there are traditions of solidarity, spaces for coexistence, inclusion efforts, shared legends. An insane caste that disregards the fate of the majority, that disrespects work and resigns itself to being surrounded by dispossessed and resentful beings, ends up a prisoner of its own madness, unable to even go outside. This Colombian leadership, prey to a medieval ideology, has allowed for decades for social morality to deteriorate, for large social sectors to sink into helplessness, indigence, and marginality, if not rebellion and crime. But she has never taken responsibility for what happened. She refuses to admit that she was the one who caused these exclusions, and ends up feeling that her fellow citizens are aliens. Seeing everywhere the results of an evil way of using power to ensure privileges and deny justice, he ends up feeling, however, that all protest is absurd, that all refusal is perverse, and that the inevitable rebellion that the model produces is a manifestation of evil and must be exterminated. Nothing is preached to us more in recent times than the extermination of monsters, but no one wonders what causes so many enemies of public order to arise in a society, why decade after decade we have to go out to pacify the country in new extermination crusades that always leave us amazed at the magnitude of the evil and numb us at the atrocity of the results. The Colombian leadership asks itself more and more frequently what is the cause of the evils, and almost always points the finger towards some side of our complex reality. He blamed the bandits of the 50s, but after exterminating them the evil continued to grow. He attributed the blame to the first guerrillas, who were then not recognized internal causes. The responsibility lay with international communism. But once the Soviet Union fell and the communist project was closed, Colombia's ills continued. At the end of the 1980s, the blame for all our disorder lay with the big drug lords, but once Gonzalo Rodriguez Gacha had been shot down on the Caribbean coast, Pablo Escobar shot on the rooftops of Medellin, and the brothers extradited to the United States Rodriguez Orihuela and exterminated among themselves the men of the North Valley Cartel, Colombia's problems persisted. The guerrillas were the cause of everything. It was common crime, it was winter. All those efforts to find someone to blame for our plagues avoided the central problem, wondering who threw the guerrillas into the insurgency, the criminals into crime, the poor into poverty, the mafiosi into drug trafficking, the paramilitaries into combat, hitmen to their mercenary trade, but a way of governing the country that closes the doors to everything that does not belong to the order of the chosen. That leadership that has all the privileges, makes all the decisions and manages all the budgets, never assumes the responsibilities, but is always above suspicion. And deciphering reality is enigmatic when there are things that should not be said, sectors that cannot be suspected. The Colombian leadership is like Oedipus, it points out culprits right and left so as not to have to ask the seer who is the cause of the plagues in Thebes. Colombian writers continued to be forced to leave the country, not so much because they were expelled, but because there was neither an environment conducive to creation, nor stimuli, nor even respect for the creative processes. A country sometimes willing to read the books never seemed willing to help write them. Alvaro Mutis had traveled to Mexico, where he was persecuted by the intolerance of some companies that considered it always acceptable to spend money on electoral campaigns and public relations, but that they considered it scandalous that the same expenses were made on cultural relations and on incentives for creators, but this was fortunate for his own work, and when Gabriel Garcia Marquez came after Alvaro Mutis, the Mexican cultural environment allowed him to steal time from advertising and journalism to devote himself to literary tasks. In 1967, 100 Years of Solitude appeared in Buenos Aires. It was not a novel, it was an explosion of life, creativity, and inspired language. Our continent had never experienced a phenomenon of editorial astonishment like the one experienced in Buenos Aires in those first weeks, when it seemed that a book was not emerging but a country, a continent. Everything that the traditional power of Colombia had insisted on erasing from reality for decades, the indigenous magical thought, the vigor of the mulatto, the local colors, the defiant sensuality, the tree of the races, sprouted converted into a powerful and ineluctable. Garcia Marquez did not tell the story of Colombia, but the story of a fabulous village lost between the swamps and the mountains, near an invisible sea, abandoned by the central powers, far from the male roots, far from universal history. But Colombia was that village tyrannized by superstition, devastated by civil wars, persecuted by the obsession of an old incestuous crime, captive of family life, dazzled by everything that came from outside, the deceptive magic of the gypsies, the refinements musicals of the Italians, the French vices, the gringo colonial companies. An exuberant nature, whose vegetation could be seen growing before the eyes, an overflowing vitality, all the resources of ingenuity and the sprains of malice in an astonishingly clear prose, hypnotic in its fluidity and its meticulousness, and a gallery of characters whose way of living was always halfway between clairvoyance and madness. Colombia had been slow in giving the world news about itself, but when it appeared it knew how to disconcert scholars and laymen alike. Garcia Marquez's novel seemed like the treasure trove of the 1001 Nights. The old obsession of guilt for an ancient crime, the exodus from the origin, the curse of discord between neighbors, the plague of oblivion, destructive fertility, isolation, and deluge, the routine of civil wars, the stubborn life sprouting always again between the deaths and the ruins, they left in the conscience a sensation of miracle. To explain the magic of that powerful and captivating prose would be, as John Keats said of poetry, to unravel the rainbow. But the first of Garcia Marquez's biographers, Dasso Saldivar, has tried to show us how the many episodes of the fable are facts of history transfigured by the power of language and by the symbols of the imagination. I remember that once, when Gaba was already a legend that made girls cry in surprise in the streets, someone told him, "Gaba, they already read you more than the Holy Spirit, and that is a sin. Tell me what your secret is." And Gaba replied, "The truth is that I do have a secret, and I'm going to reveal it to you. It's all about preventing the reader from waking up." In other books by Garcia Marquez one feels the work of a great architect, a rigorous investigator, an inspired creator. But in 100 Years of Solitude one does not feel any work. One has the impression that the author, like the ancient poets, is writing to the rhythm of an unknown breath, is a fountain in a state of pure inspiration, and at the same time is aware of each word and its weight in the story. When told that the days of his writing must have been days of astonishing illumination, the author replied, "So many things occurred to me at every moment, that I think that if I had had a little more money, the novel would have lasted another 200 pages. A literary and historical fact of this magnitude could not be due exclusively to a personal state of mind. Garcia Marquez always felt a living part of a culture, he always identified with his land, with the music of his vallenato world, with the popular culture of the country, and with the awakening of Latin America. His book was a sign of that great awakening. Latin America began to be perceived differently from the creations of that generation of the 60s, to which publishers gave an advertising name, the Latin American boom, due to the sudden resonance that had throughout the world and especially in the English language. The 60s filled the world with facts and symbols. They were the age of the Beatles and the Cuban Revolution, the death of Kennedy and Marilyn Monroe, Che Guevara and the Chinese Cultural Revolution, the riots of May '68 in Paris and the invasion of Czechoslovakia by the Russians, the Vietnam War and the landing of man on the moon, the Vatican Council and the Algerian War, the Six-Day War and Martin Luther King, of the massacre of the students in Mexico and of the Woodstock Festival. Garcia Marquez contributed to this heterogeneous and memorable mosaic one of the happiest events in our history, the novel that put Colombia in the world. We had grown up as a marginal country, colonized, made invisible by an inauthentic, petty, and pretend discourse. The history was elsewhere, the beauty was elsewhere, the culture was elsewhere, but something was brewing in our reality. The reductive discourse of the elite could no longer contain a vigorous and contradictory society that was beginning to find itself and recognize the complexity that was in its entrails. Garcia Marquez's book was definitive for Colombia to begin to look at itself in a different way, to begin to admire itself in another way, and to begin to have eyes to see its nuances and complexity. Language continued to fulfill the mysterious mission of being the central element of the story, the articulator of our social order. Oscar Wilde said that reality copies art, that there was never a fog in London until the English saw it in Whistler's paintings. Perhaps what he meant was that art is here to reveal to us the world we live in, that eyes of habit usually make us blind to many things in reality, and that art fulfills that perplexing and revealing function of making us sensitive to things that, although they were always before us, we were not in a position to notice. Long would be the process of awakening Colombia. But what kept us in lethargy was a discourse that denied everything we were, the colonial discourse, the clerical discourse, the fact-eist discourse of the parties and of a leadership that made an effort to ignore the world to which it belonged. But we would still have to go through many shocks, before Colombia woke up to its contemporary reality, and when we could finally see what we were, the bewilderment took hold of us. It was also necessary for the Colombian leadership to lose its ability to drown the country in its fierce denial and in its discourse. And I would say that it was from the 50s when the old leadership lost its hegemonic power over society. Until the 1950s, the power of the Colombian elite was unquestionable. Gaitanismo had already been a first sign that in Colombia something did not fit in the simplifying and arrogant model of the Republican caste. To stop this radical change of course that Gaitan proposed, the elite had to resort to violence and the fanaticization of society. With Rojas Pinilla he understood that not even the army could be trusted as the guardian of the old power of the castes, and by quickly taking back the reins of the country, he chose to build the exclusive and aristocratic model of the National Front. But the country no longer fit into his model. Each government of the National Front left the leadership and the country with some serious unresolved problem, a long-term conflict. In the government of Alberto Lleras, not only did the exodus of peasants to the cities culminate, but there was also the phenomenon, not fully noticed at the time, that many peasants did not accept the urban destiny that violence imposed on them, and rather retreated for outside the economic border, towards that other half-country that, as we saw, did not fit in the institutional order. There not only began the process of colonization of the so-called national territories, of the extensive Orinoquia, but also the phenomenon of a guerrilla movement that no longer identified itself with the traditional parties. The first communist guerrillas were actually betrayed liberals, peasants who said no to the order to emigrate to the city, people from the countryside who decided to stay in the countryside and understood that they could only do so by resisting. The peasants of El Pato, Rayaquito, and Guayaburo, who in 1964 demanded of the government public works, highways, bridges, the institutional presence of the state and health posts, perhaps would not have become anything else if their demands had been met in time, but the proud and contemptuous old country sent the troops and bombed them. It was a son of Laureano Gomez, Alvaro Gomez Hurtado, who, to magnify his threat, inaugurated the custom of calling all groups of demanding peasants independent republics, and managed to get the government to respond with annihilating fury to those demands. The leadership never imagined that those peasants who could have been incorporated into legality with a little technical and social assistance, with a minimal timely investment, would not only survive extermination but would rise up as guerrillas, and would grow at the rate of social unrest until it became over the decades a true insurgent army. A peasant who had been part of the liberal guerrillas, Manuel Marulanda, was the founder of the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, FARC, which would wage a 50-year war against the state. Today, even the presidents of the republic tell us that the guerrillas are no longer what they used to be, those peasants fed up with injustice who fought for their rights, romantic warriors who believed in the need for a different country, that over time those righteous guerrillas became criminals, who from a certain moment benefited from drug trafficking to finance their war, and ended up becoming terrorists. But the truth is that in the early days they were not treated precisely as romantic warriors who had to be respected and cared for, with whom peace could have been made before they became a violent phenomenon spread throughout the territory. And no one recognizes that it was this purely military handling of a problem that had its roots in the dramatic history of the country, in that painful and savage history that I have tried to trace in these pages, that made those humble combatants from the beginning become the relentless warriors of today. Manuel Marulanda, however, will go down in history as the peasant who did not allow himself to be thrown into the cities, the one who said no by force to that red and blind wind that expelled millions of beings to urban poverty, marginality, and poverty. Nostalgia. He believed that another country was possible, or at least that the peasant country could not allow itself to be trampled by history, and if his movement ultimately sank many times into barbarism and inhumanity, because history is bitter and wars are cruel, at least it showed that in these peasants there was an irreducible dignity, an unexpected firmness and an amazing character. One day, while reading the tremendous novel Michael Kohlhaas by Heinrich von Kleist, which tells the story of a man, victim of injustice, who waged a savage war against power in 16th century Germany, I felt that I had found a literary character who resembled him, and I believe that Belisario Baedenker was right when, upon returning from an interview with the old guerrilla in the jungles of Colombia, in one of his attempts to make peace, he said, to the astonishment of the journalists, that I had met a legend. Perhaps Marulanda would have been something else if he had belonged to a different country. Perhaps Colombia would have given him what Mexico gave to Pancho Villa and Emiliano Zapata, and perhaps he deserves these verses by Jorge Luis Borges, a man who perhaps I would have never admired him. You knew that win or be defeated. They are faces of indifferent chance. That there is no other virtue than being brave. And that marble, in the end, will be forgotten. One could attribute the appearance of the FARC exclusively to the influence of the Russian Revolution and the Communist parties, but it remains to be explained why when in 1989 the Soviet Union and all the regimes that were subject to its influence collapsed, and the guerrillas disappeared throughout the rest of Latin America, this Colombian guerrilla not only has not died out under the weight of the official war, like many guerrillas on the continent, but has experienced a significant boom in recent times. The government of Guillermo Leon Valencia came, and under his command new guerrillas grew in Colombia. The repression of the student movement and the dissatisfaction of sensitive sectors, particularly the church, in the face of growing poverty and inequality, gave rise to the National Liberation Army, ELN, and saw it strengthen with the departure of some student leaders to the mountains. It is known that the main influence on this guerrilla group was the Cuban Revolution and the theories of the guerrilla focus that Fidel Castro and his men had developed in light of the experience of the Sierra Maestra. A young law student at the National University during the days that Gabriel Garcia Marquez was studying there, a vigilante and sensitive young man named Camilo Torres Restrepo, embodied in those times all the dissatisfaction that the new regime aroused in the citizens. He had lived through the end of the Liberal Republic, the death of Gaitan, the violence. He did not know how to dedicate his life to the service of his people, and he soon felt that the law would not be the instrument of that transformation he was looking for, because the law in Colombia was the enemy of justice. He became a priest. The church was no longer just the old fanatical clergy, now there were also young people influenced by liberation theology and moved by a long national history of poverty and marginality. But Camilo would also soon notice that there was a marriage between political power and the church, and the Archbishop of Bogotá himself began to block the path to his social struggles. He then founded the United Front movement as a response to the National Front. He denounced how the anti-democratic spirit of the bipartisan alliance was closing the horizons of Colombian society. He was a sociologist, he had studied in Leuven, he had looked at Colombia in the light of the experience of other countries and understood that, compared to most democratic countries, Colombian democracy was a scam, how the workers, the small businessmen, peasants, students, here everything was demanded of them but nothing was given in return. He also understood how the Colombian legal system did not offer citizens the minimum guarantees to live or the minimum conditions to respect the law, but it did know how to fall with all its weight on the infractions of the poor and on the crimes of the humble, while the entire state was actually a crime. Harassed, he began to suffer persecution. He saw what the old politicians called the barbed wire of hostile guarantees that the official world in Colombia had become, the system of compadrazgos that only allowed life if infamy was acolyted, that even allowed prosperity and success if one renounced to identify with the people and their sufferings. Perhaps he also saw, in the distance, the horizon of crimes, violence, and horror in which that town would fall over the cliff without state protection, without justice and without hope, and desperation threw it into the hands of the ELN guerrillas. But Camilo Torres was not a guerrilla, he was an idealist lost in the violent party of the world. His fate was the same as that of José Martí, the Cuban poet, a martyr in the struggle for the independence of his country, who died on his first day of combat. The Colombian system had thrown the rebel priest into the war. It is said that the warriors who greeted him did not even give him a weapon, but made it a condition of combat that he get his own weapon on the battlefield. The brave but inexperienced fighter paid for that tragic adventure with his life, and Walter Joe Broderick's book, Camilo, the Guerrilla Priest, is his memory and monument. In the third government of the National Front, that of Carlos Lleras Restrepo, the opposition of the Popular National Alianza, ANAPO, was strengthened, and new guerrilla groups nested in the fields. Now the Maoist guerrilla of the Popular Liberation Army, EPL, was also there. Finally, in the last National Front elections, where Misael Pastrana Barrero was elected, a last-minute electoral fraud against ANAPO, led by former dictator Rojas Pinilla, a fraud that no one doubts anymore and that many justify, exasperated the young middle-class ANAPists, who decided to found the first urban guerrilla in Colombia, the M19. The old Colombia died on April 9, 1948, the new one has not yet been born. We all know that the clock of history stopped on that fateful day and that since then we have done nothing but spin in the whirlwind of violence that we no longer even dare to call wars, because apparently they no longer deserve that name. It is already known that the Thousand Days War was the last war that the owners of Colombia agreed to call that, a war with two armies that considered themselves equal in rights, legitimate in their aspirations, worthy of respect, some defeated with whom they were ready to embrace the winners. And this means that the Thousand Days War was the last war in which the aristocracy was on both sides, the last war in which the aristocracy fought, because after that the two parties assumed practically the same ideology, with nuances that the opportunity dictated only, and from that moment the war was not of elites. We have already seen that the violencia of the 50s, one of the most chilling national wars, only had as executors the poor of both parties who had nothing to gain from it. From then on, the war was between factions of the people fanaticized by the leadership, or between the state and some insurgents whose status as interlocutors was almost never recognized, who had to be exterminated because they did not represent any of the values that the elite I was willing to respect. The old generals of the Thousand Days War, Benjamin Herrera or Rafael Uribe, entered the national legend, but after that the warriors of our history have never again figured in any legend. Because what happened in the Colombian 20th century is very difficult to explain in terms of conventional warfare. National armies were instituted everywhere to defend the borders, to protect all the citizens of a nation against external enemies, while the police exist to hunt down delinquents and criminals within. From what moment did the National Army, whose last foreign war was in 1934 against Peru, become an army to fight nationals? From what moment was it accepted in such a way that there were wars that the Ministry of the Branch was called the Ministry of War for a long time, and yet it was denied that those wars were so as not to have to accept the contenders as interlocutors? Was it that remnant of legitimacy, that refusal to accept that there was any validity to the claims of the contenders, that did not allow our historians to call that tremendous civil war that shook the country in the 50s a war, that they resort to the euphemism to call it generically the violence, so as not to have to recognize political protagonists in it, to turn it into a kind of biblical curse without causes or explanations, or without any other explanation than the evil of some human beings, the depravity, the madness, and infamy? In wars there can be heroes, because there are men fighting for legitimate causes, even if they are partial. In the Crusades there can only be heroes on the good side of the conflict, the others belong to the outposts of evil. They can have no history, no legend, no justification, no greatness, no heroism, no grave, no memory. Here, again, as in the times of the conquest, we once again had an army of paladins that represented humanity, good, morality, civilization, and wild hordes that did not even deserve the dignity of a burial. Some killed, others killed. Some were good even if they killed, others were bad even if they didn't. Camilo Torres, who never killed anyone, belonged to the evil side, and those who killed him were the good guys. That can happen for short periods and humanity can be willing to accept it. But when things drag on to become habits of history and of the mind, isn't it worth pausing a bit and wondering when a crusade against evil ceases to be a crusade and becomes a policy of extermination? How many do the enemies have to be considered an opposing army, to stop being considered a horde of bandits? How many were the combatants of each side in the Thousand Days War? The violence of the 50s produced 300,000 deaths in Colombia. Were they all victims of evil? Were they all bandits and criminals? When will they tell us who represented humanity, dignity, culture, civilization? When will we be able to bring to the pantheon of the country those who represented the high values of society, the defense of life and the dignity of a territory? And if we decide that the violencia of the 50s was really a civil war, when will we honor the heroes of those two sides who sacrificed themselves for ideas, even if they were wrong, who faced danger and gave their lives for represent one or another of the projects that were proposed for our story? In the war against the guerrillas, many soldiers of the National Army have died for their country, and they should not be anonymous heroes. But you should also ask, how many guerrillas have died in the 50 years that this war has been going on? Someone must have even a tenuous balance. How many were captured and how many demobilized? In sum, how many were those who took up arms in that half-century? Because if those insurgents are 1,000, or 2,000, or 5,000, perhaps we can accept that they were a gang of criminals, but if it turns out to be, as some official statistics seem to indicate, even the triumphant reports of our army, which could well be 50,000, or 100,000, or more, the warriors who faced the state in recent decades, it is already hard work not look at them as an insurgent army in a civil war, and if we don't want to drown in unreality and lies, we will have to accept that there was a war here, that in that war, just as there had to be atrocities and errors on all sides, there also had to be positions, principles, values, some heroes following a cause, and that the reducing and simplifying discourse will never allow us to reconcile and look at each other again as fellow citizens. While in the half-forgotten country illicit crops spread and the power of traffickers grew, the M19 guerrillas became strong in the cities. This, which was more like the guerrillas of the south, the Argentine Montoneros, the Uruguayan Tupamaros, for 20 years filled the headlines of the newspapers with alarm, and their leaders, Jamie Bateman, Carlos Pizarro, Antonio Navarro Wolf, Alvaro Fayad, had a certain romantic aura for the young people of the cities. The old peasant guerrillas did not disturb the life of the cities where the majority of Colombians were now. The M19 symbolically seized the sword of Simon Bolivar, stole weapons in the army's own magazine, held hostage the diplomatic corps that attended a party at the embassy of the Dominican Republic and, finally, the Palace of Justice was stormed in a suicidal action that caused not only the death of all the hostages, among whom was a good part of the Supreme Court of Justice, but also the death of the assailants. But there was much more that had been gestated in those 2 decades of illusory reconciliation that were called the National Front. The 1970s began with 4 guerrilla movements acting in Colombian territory, with a deterioration in urban security and a growing tendency to resort to repression to silence citizen demands. The custom of suspending constitutional guarantees through decrees of a state of siege was aggravated by the issuance, during the government of Julio César Turbay, of a security statute that precipitated the armed forces into practices of violation of rights, torture and other forms of inhumanity. The phenomenon of colonization had been spreading through the Virgin Territories. The old land that José Eustaquio Rivera had loved and sung about, to which the poet had asked to be protected and integrated into the national imagination, was slowly entering, out of control, into the cycles of property and the economy, and, predictably, in the cycles of illegality. Perhaps the man whose work has most influenced Colombia in recent decades was Alfonso López Michelson. Son of the most famous president of the Republic, he grew up in the aristocratic environment of Bogotá and was educated in illustrious foreign universities. Few people like him came to have privileges, and already in his youth he was accused of having taken advantage of the confidential information that the government had to make economic movements for his own benefit. After that juvenile scandal, he jumped into public life as the most eloquent critic of the National Front when he founded the Movimiento Revolucionario Liberal, MRL, the rebellious dissidents of liberalism, in the late 1950s and early 1960s, whose newspaper, La Calle, seemed to want to give a voice to the neglected people. But although that movement ignited the last lights of true liberalism in the darkness of bipartisanship, and although great leaders such as Alfonso Barberena were active within it, the truth is that López embodied like no one else the old aristocratic spirit of well-to-do liberalism. It was up to him to govern Colombia just when the National Front was ending, when it was necessary to put an end to the exclusive spirit of the parties, when it was necessary for democracy to be truly founded by expanding the scope of opportunities, opening the horizons of political participation, attending to criticism, reforming everything that creaked and was already fossilized by custom, and if the country chose him to be the ruler of the transition, it had to be because he remembered the criticisms that he had formulated from the beginning against the excluding model of bipartisanship, because he remembered the indignant tone of his speech and the liberal promises of his campaign. However, López did not fulfill any of the expectations that the country had formed with him, the man who was supposed to lead the nation finally to democracy and plurality, the man who should lead Colombia to a political and social. It was precisely what allowed the political and excluding model of the National Front to be prolonged, that the stagnant and bureaucratic model of the state was eternalized. One can understand that Laureano Gómez would have been who he was a strong and stubborn man, forged from the beginning in the forges of clericalism and convinced that the state model we needed was in the pages of Thomas Aquinas and in the military spirit of the Society of Jesus. All his life he was faithful to his convictions, because he had convictions, he was faithful to his doctrine, because he had a doctrine, and nothing else could be expected from him than that fierce crusade against everything that was not the white and Catholic Hispanic conquest of the barbarian lands. But Lopez was pretending to be something else. He was pretending to be a liberal. He had been a classmate of that great writer and thinker that was Gore Vidal. He had been trained in the thought of the 20th century, he knew the rest of Latin America, he had lived in Mexico, where he tried to make movies, so he could not ignore the difference between the Mexican liberal reform and the betrayal of the liberal thought of the Colombian elite. He was an intellectual, a writer, he had written an appreciable novel about the customs of Colombian high society, and above all he had articulated the discourse of the opposition, rebellion, and reform. In addition, Lopez had power, he belonged to the ruling elite, he was privileged and could take initiatives, he also had the intellectual capacity to argue for changes, the talent to persuade, and he was the son of the most famous ex-president of the Republic, son precisely of the man who had owed a democratic revolution to Colombia. How strange it is that when it was his turn to act, he so fully renounced all change. Neither the opening to political pluralism, nor agrarian reform, nor urban reform, nor the deactivation of conflicts, nor large infrastructure projects, nor large industrial undertakings, nor new opportunities for the people, nor inclusive policies, nor educational reforms, nor a true commitment to that fundamental task that was to create employment and give work the recognition that modern societies must give it, a civilizing role. In exchange for that, everything was simulations and cunning. Borges says of some of his characters that he gave the uncomfortable impression of being invertebrate. Lopez seemed to accommodate everything that existed. He would like to reform agriculture, but lose the friendship of the landowners. Modify education, but lose the greeting of the archbishops. Give the economy a different dynamic, but have friction with monopoly owners. He accommodated himself to power, to the powers that be, and from a certain moment his only interest seemed to be to guarantee that nothing would change in Colombia, the same task that the obtuse bureaucracy and the repetitive and uncritical educational model fulfilled. If he fulfilled some important tasks at the continental level, such as supporting the cause of Omar Torrijos to recover the Panama Canal, he surely did it to look good with Carlos Andrés Pérez and Gabriel García Márquez. He had to administer a time of coffee boom, but nothing changed in Colombia due to his government, and on the contrary, what should have changed was screwed up, rusted and fossilized in the institutions. On the other hand, some new evils were added during his government to the evils that the National Front had already left us. Corruption was born there, which was not a serious evil in the days of the National Front. One can affirm that the presidents of the bipartisan republic left power as poor as they had arrived. They were leaders of selfish and exclusive powers, but they did not govern for their own benefit. From Lopez, corruption began to make a career. But perhaps the most serious thing was the way in which the government closed its eyes to a phenomenon that was beginning to grow. It is said that during the Lopez administration half of the territory of the Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta was deforested and replaced by marijuana crops. An underground economy phenomenon was growing in society, and it would be strange if the rulers did not notice it, for something in those times what was then called the sinister window of the Bank of the Republic was opened, which bought foreign currency from citizens without question its origin. It is possible that no one could have known at that time the magnitude that such things would have in our society, but we choose our rulers because we think that they understand more than the rest of the people what is happening, and they have many more instruments than the others to figure out what's going on. And in 1974, the year that Lopez came to power, Colombia already knew what was moving in the airports, what was happening at the borders, what those timid travelers were carrying in their double-bottomed suitcases to the Bahamas and to the United States. It was the time when Pablo Escobar was changing the traffic of cigarettes and cemetery tombstones for other more productive shipments. Starting in 1974, not only did enormous processes of wealth accumulation begin, other powers began to grow in society. Lopez may have thought that these new fortunes and these new social sectors would bring new winds to Colombian society, but he could not ignore that in the scenario of a society malformed by exclusion and mistreated by violence, all wealth stripped of principles and condemned to illegality is a source of violence and blood. The American soldiers had returned from Vietnam in need of hallucination and oblivion. The end of the 60s and the beginning of the following decade were also the time of the great renunciation of a whole generation to the paradigms of the consumer society. The defeat of Vietnam, Nixon's lies, the pessimism of the existentialists, Fromm's and Marcuse's critiques of industrial society, the novels of Aldous Huxley and George Orwell, the conversion of the Beatles to the pacifism of Buddhist philosophies, Lucy's hallucinations among sidereal diamonds, the preaching of a return to nature and skepticism about the promises of opulent society gave rise to hippieism and the cult of mystical drugs. Nothing so revolted the good conscience of the laborious and industrious American society as this withdrawal of its young people towards leisure, nature, free love, mystical ecstasy, hallucinogens, and the calls of natural religion. The first great response of industrial society to this desertion of the workforce was Prohibition, the great declaration of war against drugs launched by Richard Nixon in 1969. And that prohibition strengthened the market, exactly as it had happened half a century before, when the interdiction of alcohol increased its consumption in the United States but also left that industry, which the state could not assume, in the hands of traffickers. It did not take a decade for the first large Latin American multinational to appear, the cocaine multinational, and although all the Andean countries are good potential producers of coca leaves, the sacred plant of the native peoples with whose paste the alkaloid is made, no, like Colombia, the country had a potential for industrial pioneers blocked by an infamous model of exclusion and privileges. Because with the end of the war, American soldiers returning from hell brought with them an enormous need to escape the nightmares of history, and one of the possible windows was drug use. Marijuana was an old custom of gourmets and bohemians on the continent. Rubén Darío smoked marijuana in his lyrical ecstasies and Barba Jacob smoked marijuana in his poetic delusions. What is more, in his delusions he had forged his dream of a continental culture nurtured by the old Greco-Roman culture but also affirmed in the American world, and a singular poem, daring like all of his, but full of Dionysian passion, of Roman hedonism, Latin sensualism, and love of nature. My full glass the Anahuac wine. My vain effort sterile my passion. I'm a loser, I'm a marijuana user. To drink, to dance to the sound of my song. The poet seeks to affirm himself in a deep cultural tradition, but also in a look at his own American origins. The odorous thyrsus girds, the playful cymbal strikes. A mad bacchante and an outrageous satyr. They combine their loving frenzy in my blood. If we were children of affluent civilizations, our own world had given us nothing but deprivation. Athens shines, thinks, and sculpts Praxiteles. And Grace chains passion with roses. Oh dear life that does not give us its honey but with a certain rhythm and in a certain proportion. One of the constants in the history of Colombia is the fact that wherever there was an economic boom, a source of wealth, a war arose. We know of the gold wars that bloodied the territory in the 16th century, we know about the War of the Pearls of Cumana and Cabo de la Vila, which made the fame of Nueva Cádiz in Cubagua, of Margarita in Venezuela, of Manor in La Guajira in Colombia. Also since then there was a territory of wars and conflicts in Muzo, in the region of the emeralds of Magdalena Medio, there were wars for the cities of gold never found in the Amazonian world, for the non-existent cinnamon of the Napo River and for the golden tombs of the Sinu. We have already seen that there was a war against the peasants in the Coffee Mountains. But in more recent times, the marijuana and cocaine wars in the country have become as fierce and astounding as wars of old. The national industry, which had grown in Colombia until 1970, since then, due to the spirit of bipartisanship, not only closed the roads to the enterprising middle classes, but also caused the large industries to begin to devour the small ones in an obscene and suicidal business concentration process. So that things never happen by chance but because all the conditions are given, the water of the floods always finds the slope where it overflows, and in Colombia it was the middle and lower classes, without the capacity to influence the thousand windows of the state but with initiative capacity, and in a context of high-risk capacity, of proclivity to transgression, those that took advantage of the tunnels of history and flooded the North American market with marijuana and cocaine, which began to consume them avidly. The Colombian pioneers quickly became some of the richest entrepreneurs in the world. It wasn't just any business, it had the curious advantage of not needing any publicity other than what the newscasts gave it day and night, turning drugs into the topic of the moment, into the most famous villain of the time. But it also had another amazing feature: it didn't need to bring the product to the final consumers, it was the consumers who were willing to look for it anywhere. The rest of this story would seem like a fictional novel: the extraordinary resourcefulness of traffickers, the idea that many had that it was not a sin, and that it could not even be a crime, to distribute a substance that years ago was practically freely available for consumption. It had not only been used by the European aristocracy and by tycoons from all over the world, since at one time consuming cocaine was something as elegant as consuming snuff, powdered tobacco, in the same way that consuming coca-based liquors was the most popular in the France of the Impressionists, but it was a substance frequented by artists and intellectuals, to the point that the great father of the revolution in 20th century psychology, Sigmund Freud, often consumed the alkaloid in the course of his studies. Research. However, the real danger of prohibiting substances such as cocaine and alcohol is that leaving the state out of their production and control not only does not solve the problem of addiction, but also leaves the business in the worst hands, those of traffickers, whose contempt for danger is rewarded with gigantic fortunes, and those of state agencies determined to turn a public health problem into a high-budget police or military issue. U.S. law guarantees the freedom of its citizens and their right not only to bear arms but even to consume dangerous substances. For this reason, the United States assumed as its duty not so much to penalize consumption as to persecute the production, trafficking and marketing of illicit drugs, to put the emphasis of the war not on consumers but on producers and traffickers. But no country knows better than the United States that it is not production or distribution that drives an industry, but consumption. Latin America would produce in vain and try to export leaves or roots that North Americans are not interested in consuming. They had to know in advance that it was a lost war as long as consumption was not controlled. However, the police handling of the problem is nothing more than a way of discharging the responsibility on the producers and not on the consumers. It is just the record left by the North American authorities that they are fulfilling their duty without harassing the citizen. It is even paradoxical that a 1,000-year-old sacred plant from the Andes was declared malignant and that, at the same time, the Coca-Cola industrial plant in Atlanta was the largest legal buyer of coca leaves. It is amazing that the most famous product of the legal industry in the world, and the most famous product of the illegal industry, are originally derived from the same South American plant. There were even those who said that this drink owed its addictive character. But although the manufacturers affirm that they have already replaced the original substance with another, or that they only use its beneficial components, the word coca never disappeared from the name of the product. Latin American popular songs had already spoken of the subject as a social custom before the Prohibition popularized it, and it is possible to hear, in one of the most famous tangos, these verses. Do you remember, brother, what those times were? Other men were more men than ours. Neither coca nor morphine was known. The boys of before did not use hair gel. I remember that when Belisario Betancur was elected president of the Republic in 1982, the teacher Estanislao Zolta told me, what a great person Belisario is, but I'm afraid he won't be able to do anything. Why do you think that? I asked him. Because it only has the affection of the people, he replied, and affection is not a political force. Belisarius was one of those old conservatives who were more liberal than the liberals. Intellectual himself, friend of poets and painters, who celebrated the birthdays of writers such as Alvaro Mutis and Manuel Mejia Vallejo in the government palace, in sober poetic evenings. He was also one of those prominent figures of humble origins to whom the Colombian leadership was capable of entrusting the government, but who had to discover along the way that the power belonged to others. When he won the 1982 elections, saving the country from a second term by Lopez Michelson. Perhaps he was not unaware that Colombia was a hotbed of conflict, that the National Front had left the country with the ballast of 4 guerrilla movements, that after Lopez corruption and drug trafficking had already been unleashed, that after Turbay the security statute had inaugurated a new type of repression, that if these problems were not dismantled politically, the country was going to explode. Belisarius did try. He had not posed as a reformer, but at the time of the challenges he tried the renovations. He managed to sit down at the table with the FARC guerrillas and achieved a ceasefire with them for the first time in history. Its commissioners John Agudelo Rios and Otto Morales Benitez managed to advance the talks, as well as agree on the creation of a political movement, the Patriotic Union, which would legally receive the guerrillas who demobilized with the agreements. He also managed to start a dialogue with the M19 guerrillas. As president, Belisario tried to arouse nationalist fervor, stimulate pride in the country and its regions, but the evils were unleashed, and although his democratizing attempt was sincere, all the eggs of the basilisk were lukewarm in the nest and about to burst. Centuries-old knots had to be undone, social forces had to be liberated, long customs had to be broken, but the old country did not yield. No one like Belisario must have felt during his government how powerful the fossil weight of tradition was in Colombia, how difficult it was to make the formal country would accept any reform, that the political country would give space to other forces, that the military power would agree that the conflict be handled as a political problem and not as a criminal issue. Estanislao was right, Belisario only had the love of the people. The inflexible and crusading spirit of Laureano Gómez, who had died 20 years before, continued to impose restrictions on the liberal spirit. The old mantle of the church did not allow us to see that politics cannot be handled with doctrine and dogma. The old military power did not admit that the civil power could politically dismantle a war. Old prejudices and old interests did not allow the state to give political and practical management to judicial problems. The negligence and immobility of the state prevented the regions from joining modern resource and risk management processes. Belisario had to enter the stage when the furies were already unleashed, and the margin of power he had did not allow him to make the necessary decisions on his own, the most serious decisions that a ruler has had to face in his career. Whether Otto Morales Benitez declared one day that there were hidden enemies of peace. It was hard for the president to accept that powers that should be under his command opposed his decisions. Gabriel Garcia Marquez confided in German Castro Casto that, when the traffickers had not yet become terrorists, Pablo Escobar, before rushing into madness, had sent a message to the president and that the president had not wanted to hear it. The M19 guerrillas, who had been in talks with the government, stormed the Palace of Justice. The president left the handling of the situation in the hands of the army and did not listen to the call of the president of the Supreme Court, who asked him to come to the telephone from the heart of the burned palace. Dario Echeandía had said no to the possibility of being the presidential candidate in 1946, he had said no to the possibility of accompanying the liberal people in the streets on April 9, he had said no to the electoral candidacy of 1950. That triple no from Echeandía marked the fate of the country for the rest of the century. Belisario said no to Garcia Marquez without even listening to Escobar's message. He said no to the president of the Supreme Court who was surely going to propose negotiating with the rebels, and we don't know if he said no to those who asked him to advance with the negotiations of peace, contrary to the hidden enemies. But that reiterated no from Echeandía and Betancur does not mean that these two men had been enemies of dialogue and civilized solutions. It means that at the decisive moments of their lives they understood, surely with pain and without alternatives, that true power was not there in your hands. They were men of the people discovering very late that the people had no power in Colombia. Time later, other presidents dared to enter into agreements with traffickers, as the United States does relentlessly. Other rulers have tried, and at times succeeded, in reaching peace agreements with the guerrillas. Other rulers have shown that customs could be modified, the Gordian knots of legalism broken, and spaces opened for new social forces. But the story is like this: What to one generation is an insurmountable wall, to the next is a wall that a trumpet blast can bring down. What for one time has the hardness of myth, for another it may well be no more than a superstition. And sometimes what has most prevented the transformation of Colombia are superstitions treated as indestructible myths, fossil dogmas made by ghosts so that the living cannot live. The traffickers had changed. At first they felt like just some kind of lucky smugglers, but they were seeing unsuspected wealth coming into their hands. It was as if the sesame from the Arabian Nights had opened their rocks and suddenly shown them things that no poor man had ever coveted in our patched-up, anemic republic. Thus began an extravagant era, where more than ever in Colombia the most pitiful poverty coexisted with the most ostentatious wealth, where biblical helplessness and indescribable opulence intersected in the streets, but it also began one of the most dramatic eras in our history. Because if in every business there are conflicts, there are disagreements, people who do not pay their debts, goods that break down or go missing, the legal industry and its trade can always resolve disagreements and settle accounts in court. But a gigantic business that cannot appeal to the law to resolve its conflicts is forced by its own marginality to resolve them by applying justice into its own hands, and the law of retaliation is little compared to the methods used by the mafias to solve what Don Quixote called the wrongs and that in the jargon of the patches of the Colombian neighborhoods began to be called the crooked. In one of his stories, Borges tries to establish a contrast between the humble ritual of courage of the malevolent South Americans, the deadly dance of some men who faced each other on equal terms, what he called the sect of the knife and of courage, and the confusion and cruelty of New York gang warfare, with outlaws prowling in the sewers, precocious murderers of 10 and 11 years, fine copper apparatus for emptying the eyes of the adversary, men capable of beheading a live rat with a single bite, fights by starving rats, horse poisoners, and riots that set the streets ablaze and threatened to take over the city. The history of the Colombian mafias showed us that there are no differences in the barbarity of our worlds. We also saw in another time the primitive ferocity of those duels with daggers and machetes, men always ready to die just to show that they were brave. As a child I knew the story of two men in northern Tolima, who clashed with long sticks like spears until they were reduced to two tiny wooden stumps. When they no longer had anything to beat themselves with, one of the men suggested to the other that they go buy a couple of machetes to continue the party, and the two left, almost embracing each other on the same horse, to look for weapons to continue fighting until they died. Summarizing in one page the atrocities that have been experienced not only in Colombia but throughout the continent with the drug war is to risk building a hell more gloomy and insane than Dante's. From the dagger to the bullet, from suffocation to slitting, from torture to detailed depravity, the revenge of the mafias not only includes the common forms of murder, machine gun bursts, beheadings and dismemberment, but also the proliferation of ostentatious massacres and full of warnings, to educate opponents and societies alike. And in addition to the bloody saga, there is the insane novel of wealth, the man who builds himself a building identical to that of the rich club where he was not received, the floors with gold pipes and taps, the most expensive Paso Fino horses than paintings by Basquiat or Picasso, the bins full of $100 bills hidden again in the fields like a revival of Indian burials, the haciendas of the capos whose memorable symbol is that portal where the plane in which they crowned is the first shipment, the way in which not only the most luxurious haciendas anyone had seen in Colombia grew, the most opulent flats, but also the way in 20 years new cities grew out of old ones. The modest automobile fleet of the 1960s and 1970s became the same as the streets of Miami, and an unusual cult of wealth and luxury took over not only the drug dealers who could support it, but also the dreams of a new generation of drug dealers. Poor who were no longer resigned to continue being so. The country that was despised because it thought it knew itself suddenly became unknown. A boy on the streets of London or Rome is usually no more than a student, an artist, a journalist, or any other teenager, but one could not know in Medellin if that young man with a shaved head and tattoos who passed by smiling and flaunting his diamond in the lobe was the owner of a fleet of planes in the Caribbean or the assassin who had just shot a minister. Everything began to be redesigned for the taste of the new rich. Popular music, the architecture of the neighborhoods, the bodies of adolescents, the deadlines in the application of laws. The arrogant leadership that had despised and abandoned its people, that left entire generations deprived of opportunities, horizons, education, and dignity, began to see that suddenly another country was born in the country that they previously dominated without allowing any opposition. There were, of course, sectors that tried to oppose this avalanche of new customs, of unknown behaviors, of money ready to pave all roads, of fashions, of styles, of insults, to the new red wind that now turned any place in the cities into a stage of crimes, which turned the previously invisible boys of the slums into desperate executioners. But the phenomenon had exploded in an uncontrollable way, and the old Colombian leadership that had taken advantage of power, parasitized at the expense of privileges and practiced all the abuses, did not seem to have the moral authority to disqualify the new rich and their new morality founded in what they call easy money. The country understood that for the first time in a long time something different was happening. It was around then, in the mid-80s, when Colombians began to change the cult of resigned pain, of the Sacred Heart of Jesus, for the cult of hope, in the image of the Divine Child. The wind that was coming was not only that of drug trafficking, it was conduct that the state had tolerated, that the old elite had allowed, but that had never been preached or exhibited in such a defiant and ostentatious manner. The first generation of traffickers had many debts to collect from that exclusive Colombia that had spawned them. They wanted to be received in social circles, but the old caste rejected them. She wanted to be accepted in the circles of power, but the political leadership closed ranks against her. The country had been so closed to all social promotion, that the good people detected by their faces if a person had the right to have the car they had, to live in the apartment they lived in, even to wear the clothes they wore, or if those things that in any modern country are usually rights of all citizens betrayed a dark origin. Perhaps it was because the Colombian elite was so closed and so united by ties of kinship and compadrazgo, because it was so easy to see who had money for reasons other than tradition and privilege, so that the new social class suddenly felt so much hatred towards the old power, that it closed all opportunities for wealth but could detect immediately who had gone off the script. Perhaps that was what aroused the resentment of the traffickers towards the formal country and its institutions. Many old owners of the land sold their properties to them, and the power of money was opening the way for them, as usually happens in all countries where smugglers and mafias accumulate wealth. But the traffickers in Colombia did not find it easy to go unnoticed. Here the old elite, with its exclusionary customs, had an infallible detector of matches. And when they tried to enter politics, where they were not rejected because they were rich or criminals but because they did not belong to the old circles of power and their troops, they understood that even if they had all the money they still belonged to the order of losers. Perhaps that was what precipitated them into terrorism and the attempt to refound the country. It is possible that they were even willing to pay their sentences in Colombia, as they said, to pay the external debt, as they once even proposed, to legalize their fortunes, but they did not fail to see that the elite, nurtured above all by the aristocratic spirit of the capital, was willing to do business with them but not to consider them her equals, and that drove some crazy. Many people wonder why a man like Pablo Escobar, owner of a fortune that made him appear at times in Forbes magazine as one of the richest men on the planet, did not take advantage of that wealth to dedicate himself to living in peace, with all his relatives and his compadres, and rather he launched into a savage war against the whole world, beyond what his devious business and the private justice of his industry imposed on him. The truth is that suddenly the slums of the cities were filled with brave young people, dispossessed, risky and lawless, willing to do anything to bring their mothers a refrigerator for the first time in those destitute houses on the hills where the wind gets tired. How to blame those who had illusions if it was the first time in their history that many poor people saw a light in the blind wall of their doomed destinies? Fernando Vallejo has already told us in La Virgen de los Sicarios about the moral climate that prevailed in Colombia when a generation of resentful businessmen found a way to enrich themselves outside the law, and managed not only to buy young people so that they would become executioners, but to impose their blackmail on society, to propose to judges and policemen, to colonels and politicians, to governors and journalists, the tenacious dilemma of collaborating or dying. The old powers tried to cry out in heaven when they saw that the mafias turned the youth of the slums, the children of violence and contempt, into hit men, seeing that they began to expel the peasants again. However, it was the same old aristocracy that had taught them their methods, how a social sector can appropriate the land, expel the peasants, eternalize itself in politics, and continue dictating the law as if nothing had happened, demanding respect for the rest of society. The Thousand Days' War was the dark memory that fueled the violencia of the 1950s, and the violence of the 1950s was the furnace where the violence of the 1990s was hatched. The National Front of the 60s was the furrow where the tragedy of recent decades germinated. The displacement of peasants in the middle of the century was the model of the displacement of the 1990s, in a country that spins on the treadmill of its old horrors without ever opposing them with a civilizing project. It was not only the time when bombs were placed in shopping malls, when a passenger plane was blown up in the air, when 4 presidential candidates were assassinated in a single electoral campaign, when everything could be killed a political party in the streets. Once again, at the end of the 20th century and the beginning of the 21st century, hundreds of thousands of people were murdered, millions of hectares seized and millions of people thrown into the cities, so that the new century would also see how in Colombia, agrarian reforms are only carried out to aggravate injustice, to continue closing the fence of exclusion and dispossession. And it must be said that it was enough for them to become as rich as the old owners of the country, for them to become as cruel and as insensitive as them. The only thing they did not abandon was their old suburban and peasant tastes, although they no longer had the sincerity and sensitivity of simple people and were distorted by ostentation. In this way we can understand much of the music that has since filled Colombia. After Belisario, the country fell into the hands of oblivion. During his government, the mafias launched into terrorism, and the guerrillas, hardened by 30 years of war, once again sank into mistrust. The enemy forces of peace had chosen, not to exterminate the demobilized warriors, but to anticipate, exterminating the political party that had been created for these demobilizations to take place. It is possible that they did so not so much, as they said, to punish civilians who had some sympathy for the guerrillas, but to convince them that there was no place for them in the legal system, that they should persist in the war. The truth is that in the government of Virgilio Barco, a government that well represented how unaware of history the national leadership was already, and how the country was in the power of the Furies, a new phenomenon of loss of power of the institutionality took hold of Colombia: paramilitarism. 50 years is not usually the time it takes to make a revolution, it is more often the time it takes to undo. Fidel Castro had won his war in 5 years, Mao Zedong in China had won it in 20, half a century is a long time, and turns all armies, however romantic in origin, into habits of ferocity and callousness. And in a society that refuses to see combatants as equals, where war is denied, where some are killed and some are discharged, where poor soldiers are slaughtered as patriots and poor rebels are slaughtered as monsters, there is no way to require enemies to behave like Homeric heroes. And in the harshness of the Colombian countryside, only humble people from all sides manage to fight. To finance a war against an entire state, the guerrillas resorted to kidnapping and extortion, and they could not fail to get close to the big business of the time. The protection of illicit crops, the collection of taxes on the weight of coca leaf, the drug business itself. But it is clear that trafficking is one specialty, waging war against the state is another, and there will be very few who can afford to practice both. Perhaps nothing suits the mafias as much as the state being engaged in an anti-insurgency war. It is difficult to conceive a greater profit for fishermen than the troubled river of these aimless wars, wars of attrition and exasperation, infinitely mortifying for the peasants who suffer them, infinitely painful for the people who live them, exhausting for the society that finances them, and that decade after decade confirm the confrontation without horizons of a divided society, the paralysis to which they condemn a country. The money from the mafias is there to try to finance all the armies, and one of the things that is most threatened in these wars is the legitimacy of the institutions. The old Colombian ruling class had already advanced a long way down the path of distorting democracy with its privileges and exclusions, with its corruption and blindness, but the new wealth, which already surpassed that of the old plutocracy, had yet to decide to seize what that remained of the old peasant property, seize the vacant land, embark on the purchase of the law, take over the administration, put the state at their service and seize loot greater than that of drug shipments, the loot from the public treasury. In 1989 the Soviet Union and the socialist camp collapsed. In 1989 the Berlin Wall fell. In 1990 the M19 handed over its weapons and returned to legality. In 1990, a National Constituent Assembly was convened in Colombia. In 1991 a new constitution was proclaimed. It seemed that the country had conjured up its evils and its wars, that a new legality was making its way, that another country was emerging from the ashes of the Palace of Justice, from the massacre of the Patriotic Union, from the bombs in the supermarkets, from the reinsertion of urban guerrillas. But, once again, many things had been left out of the National Pact. Cesar Gaviria launched the appropriate phrase, according to the country's old tradition of illustrious words, "Welcome to the future," and bombarded the guerrillas with whom he had been in dialogue until the day before. In 1992 Pablo Escobar agreed to surrender to justice and was confined in a prison specially built by himself. Shortly after, he escaped. In 1993 he was shot on the rooftops of Medellin, as the painting, from the lineage of the popular plates, painted by Fernando Botero, narrates. In 1989 the coffee pact had been broken. The coffee economy, which had been the basis of our stability for a century, was the latest casualty of the Vietnam War. The United States, committed to rebuilding a country that had been devastated by them, decided to favor Vietnamese coffee, unhesitatingly sacrificing its oldest continental friend. If just beginning the 20th century the North Star had been taken to Panama, before the end of the century the coffee business was taken elsewhere. He just kept buying cocaine. But Gaviria wanted to continue being the best ally of that great country. Once the Soviet model had vanished and the end of history had been proclaimed by the aulics of modernity, the strategy was to move forward with the process of internationalization of the economy, openly offered to the whole world. However, in countries where a coherent balance of productive forces was never achieved, and even more so in this one, where liberalism never made its way, it was crazy to think that spontaneous market justice could occur. The inevitable consequence would be to dramatically dismantle local production to open up to the products of the great world industry, and reduce ourselves to the subordinate role of providing raw materials. Only that phrase, the economic opening, was missing from the list of clamorous words in Big Mama's funerals. The amnesia or the bad faith of our politicians concealed the fact that this process had already been experienced in Colombia other times, and that at other times it had ruined the industry, destroyed work, raised values and symbols. It is enough to read the letter that Miguel Samper sent to José Leocadio Camacho in 1867, where he says, "If industry had been encouraged and protected in our country, stimulated those who work in it, the monster of employment mania would not have been fed, which is the one that slowly devours us. The peoples where the arts have been protected have reached such an eminent degree of prosperity, that they have won the respect and admiration of the nations, not only for their wealth and preponderance, but for their material strength. The glass, paper, and cloth factories have declined in Bogotá because the spirit of foreignness has made people feel disgusted by these productions. If France had had that same antipathy for its own, today it would be a political country, like ours, but a slave to England or the United States. It is not that the processes of market opening are necessarily harmful and negative, it is that in order to join them, to enter into competition with stronger and more coherent economies, a rigorous and meticulous preparation process is imposed, not only technical but cultural and legal, because there is a risk of blindly sacrificing large and fragile social sectors for the mere romance of a fragmented modernity, which barely benefits a few. One must be essentially frivolous to sacrifice the few collective fruits of an effort of many decades, the long accumulations of social work, to happily join the club of fine business. Even more serious is assuming that one can profitably enter an international order of competition and reciprocity without having faced the tremendous pitfalls of exclusion, a model of privileges where only a few can benefit from the economic order because they already have the resources, know the cheating mechanisms of the bureaucracy and know how to manipulate the laws at will. It is amazing that the theoreticians of economic liberalization and free trade treaties insist on ignoring the aberration of a model that has closed the paths to social initiative, that they do not first notice or try to change the style of an unjust society, accustomed to violence and venal methods, which condemns the majority and blocks the way to anyone who wants to compete legally. It is the problem of managing the economy by examining theories in the abstract and refusing to see the reality in which they must be applied. The doctrines, which can be admirable in their abstract scheme, must be applied in real societies, and here the persistent denial of the country that we are, of its nature, its people, and its history, made us strive century after century to apply recipes sent to us by the great powers of the world, infallible because they had already been tested in France and the United States, but deadly if we did not first try to comply with the premises of true democracy. The recipe for economic openness was not new, it was a formula that was proposed to us cyclically and that many governments tried to apply over time. It was already the preaching of the economy in the 19th century and it had already prostrated other generations. Only the lack of memory of the leaders made it new in their eyes. If he knew better the national history, Gaviria could have said in his speech, "Welcome to the past." When Spain was preparing to join the European Union, it had to discuss exchanges line by line and tonnage by tonnage, so that this historic opportunity would not mean a collapse. But we were not entering into such an alliance, which would provide Spain for decades with that European income that allowed it to rebuild its road network, rebuild its infrastructure, modernize its equipment, and even so it ended up passing a large bill for the joyous expenses of the new neighborhood. Here, agriculture began to be dismantled, since there was no way to compete with North American agricultural products. They continued, for the same reason, dismantling a good part of the traditional industry. Not only did cotton cultivation end, but also the textile industry. The Colombian economy began to be handed over without protection, without any adaptation, to the free competition of the world market. The great business community did not hesitate to dispose of some of the most emblematic companies in our history. And as is known, the first thing that was sacrificed, and happily, was work. It wouldn't be the only thing. 15 years later there were no longer the Caja de Credito Agrario, nor the Banco Central Hipotecario, nor the Instituto de Fomento Industrial, nor the Instituto de Marketing Agropecuario, entities that had been an essential part of the country's economy, and that seemed to be part of the effective and family environment of Colombians. The few valuable institutions of the two-party republic. It would be hoped that after 20 years we would be able to appreciate the advantages of the model that has since been installed among us. We should be seeing productivity, employment, infrastructure, roads, bridges, ports, the progress of the regions, everything that was going to flourish with the arrival of the world, everything that was going to unfold from our own being, in the celebration of that new alliance with the planetary powers. Nothing is heard. Silence and mist, breaths of the arcane. The light is a lie, the song is a lie. It is already known that the job of our governments is to one day impose great solutions on us, and spend the rest of their lives trying to explain to us why they did not work, looking for someone to blame for their faulty application. Escobedo Samper came to power in 1994 with the intention of putting a heart into openness. We never knew if he really intended to do it or if he would have been able to achieve that goal, because since he became president he had to spend every day defending himself against accusations of having received illicit money for his presidential campaign. It was something that had undoubtedly happened to all presidents, but that it had happened to this one is something that worried the United States a lot, to the point that, as president, they cancelled his visa to enter North American territory. And this is already a story that new generations have lived. At the end of the 20th century, Colombia experienced a new war. The guerrillas had grown and spread throughout the territory. Their practice of kidnapping brought them into conflict with drug traffickers, but they responded by arming self-defense groups that also began to act as counter-guerrillas, and soon allied themselves in certain places with members of the armed forces to carry out what they called peasant self-defense groups. It seemed like a war between the state and the paramilitaries against the guerrillas, and it was strengthened when Andrés Pastrana militarily cleared several municipalities to try to advance a new peace process. Even the rise of paramilitarism seemed to stem from opposition to that demilitarized zone. But rather it was configured as a new war against the peasants, with atrocities on all sides. Suddenly there was no longer just the army and the guerrillas on the battlefield. From the late 1980s and throughout the following decade, paramilitarism grew throughout the country, and with it a particularly vicious phase of the conflict. There was no town where people were not charged for the new security. Private justice became a huge business, and death once again toured the territory. In the recent report of the Historical Memory Center, it is affirmed that in 20 years in Colombia there were again 200,000 deaths. The most shocking thing is knowing that the vast majority of these victims were civilians, that once again in this war there were no battles but executions, that it was the people, and especially the peasant people, who once again suffered from the cyclical plague. Then came the cyclical demobilization, and the best proof that the paramilitaries were an army under the orders of a sector of the leadership is that it was very easy for Álvaro Uribe Vélez to talk with them, and for them to demobilize without returning a single hectare. What the world fails to see is that the drama of Colombia, at the beginning of the 21st century, is still the same as it was at the beginning of the 20th century, the absence of the people in the narrative of the nation. In vain will a traveler look for the great monuments to José María Melo and Manuel Murillo Toro, to the geographical exploits and political dreams of Jorge Isaacs, to the relentless cry of José María Vargas Vila, to no clamorous of Porfirio Barba Jacob, to the struggles of Maria Quino and Manuel Quintin Lame, to the selfless and lucid journey of José Eustasio Rivera, to the loyalty with which Guadalupe Salcedo and the Patriotic Union fulfilled their commitments and gave their lives for them, to Alfonso Barberana's struggles for the town's housing. Moreover, there is not a single tribute to Aurelio Arturo in Bogotá, and there are more monuments to the García Márquez saga in Mexico, France, or Russia than in Colombia. Here only Gaitán continues launching his soundless cry in the small squares of the poor. But it is clear that these are not monuments. A traveler will also search in vain for the classic library of Colombian authors, as all countries have it, as all countries renew it cyclically. They tried it here once. The beautiful Aldeana Library of Daniel Samper Ortega tried it, the Library of the Presidency of the Republic tried it in 1955, but above all what we will not find is the continuity of a project for the evaluation and dissemination of these works. And if we have a few works of great world art, it is only because the talent of Fernando Botero obtained them and his generosity donated them to the country in recent decades. Great things for the people are not done by the state, they are done by individuals who manage to make their way despite persistent adversity. Because it must be said that in the official world, in a growing way, there is so much lack of solidarity, that not even the governments of the elite have shared projects anymore, but each one manages to put an end to the projects of those who preceded it. In all instances of power, and in a dramatic way at the local and regional level, each administration that arrives is like a gale that seeks to destroy what was done, to start over from scratch, and often it is not even possible to connect the government that leaves and the one who arrives. This can tell us to what level of forgetfulness and improvisation the institutions have reached in the hands of a leadership that has abdicated history, that does not feel the call of the land, the greatness of a tradition, the need for shared symbols. But it also tells us to what extent the country is now a drifting dream, which the vote hunters parasitize with their old pompous phrases and their great emphasis, without anyone proposing a project worthy of a nation, a shared cause. Proposing a country requires rigor and responsibility. It is not a task for those who want to seduce an electorate for 4 or 8 years, it is something that requires collective effort, thought, will and commitment. It requires being above appetites, and the state is the loot of those who sometimes seek resources and sometimes power, the intoxication of deciding for others. That does not mean that there are not those who selflessly fight for the memory of Colombia and for its dreams. The amazing truth is that efforts abound, but they suffer from the evil that the country suffers. They are invisible. Scattered pearls that no thread has managed to turn into a necklace. Everywhere are the generous efforts of the community, facing adversity, under the blindness of a political world that is increasingly rapacious and more vain. A country full of talents, resources, strength, and natural and human wealth is adrift in the hands of powers that waste their time, that do not manage, although they sometimes try, to formulate a course, because they lack the fundamental, of a language to speak with the people, of deep respect for that people so long dispossessed, condemned to dispersion and silence. Some time ago, after a restless dream, Colombia woke up transformed into something unknown, and it is true that for a moment they wanted to convince her that she had become something monstrous. But it must be said that everything that has happened to us in recent times, crime, guerrillas, drug trafficking, anguish, uncertainty, bewilderment, are actually signs that the old leadership has lost its grip on reality. He lost his place in the world and condemned the country to crime, perversity, and madness. And Stanislaw Zolta, the great master of our time, used to repeat, crime is a lack of country for action, perversity is a lack of country for desire, madness is a lack of country for imagination. The current order is a mold in which this overflowing, multiple country no longer fits, with a nature that demands to be discovered, a wealth that needs to be expressed, so many tasks that it is urgent to undertake. The country is lingering on the threshold of its reinvention, still contained by the evil influence of a caste that wants to remain the owner of the resources and the decisions, and the interpreter of all realities, when it no longer even manages to understand itself. Because he had his chance and lost it because of pettiness and selfishness, and the country has paid several times with blood and tears for the failure of his leadership. We have to escape from this scheme of a country where an opprobrious caste always treated its people as intruders, and built a no-man's land where even they could not live in peace. Where you can't lose sight of your luggage for a single moment, where the momentary loss of a child causes untold anguish, where if someone doesn't report for several hours you have to start fearing the worst, where for an indigenous or black person is appreciated by power has to perform the greatest feats imaginable, where the edges of each road are a mortal danger, where many think that trusting others is taking a risk. Is it too late to build a homeland? Is it swimming against the current, going against history, thinking of Colombian peasants, workers, thinking of knowledge that resembles us, of engineering that resembles these lands, of architecture that resembles us? Look like these climates? Is a way of inhabiting the territory possible that does not allow the terrifying catastrophe of Armero to be repeated, where 25,000 people died in a single night because they were unaware, as Gustavo Wilches says, that the rivers that are born from the melting waters of the mountains are not only the Rhine and the Danube but also the small river Lagunilla, which passed calm and cold by the town of the plain, but suddenly in November 1985 it came down through the canyons, turned into a wall of boiling mud, logs and of enormous rocks, and when it opened in the valley it crushed and dragged the town with its living and its dead, and showed those who flew over the region the next day a plain of mud and bones. We let them make the country, its culture, and its people invisible. Afterwards, it was easy for them to manage the territory as if we weren't there, as if only a few gentlemen from industry, landowners, politicians, and the media inhabited this land, the Colombia that appears in the social pages of magazines. They even managed to make the world not see the dead, not see the horror, that the river of blood flow in silence. And we have allowed the public debate to be reduced in such a way that today the media only talks about the criminal code. There is no other issue than who goes to jail, who has committed a crime, who has stolen more, but nobody talks anymore of how to prevent crime, of how to redeem history, of how to prevent prison from being the only argument for justice. Outside of some luxurious shopping malls and residential neighborhoods, everywhere we see a desecrated country, degraded soil, poisoned rivers, ghost houses once again in the fields, a community deprived as always of its possibility of being the protagonist and owner of its destination. And the country has sunk in such a way in illegality, that we are already beginning to feel that what is illegal is the law itself. What about the most recent figures, according to which in less than a year they have already captured more than 25,000 minor delinquents, and of them 400 accused of homicide? The processes that accumulate in the courts will not be able to be evacuated in 30 or 40 years, that is, we have to conclude that paradoxically the law has no legal solutions, and yet the prisons are full, even more, they are saturated, overcrowding in them is inhumane. No one will be able to say if those who occupy them are the ones who should occupy them, because there are possibly more culprits on the streets than in prisons. But what we are experiencing is not a problem of guilt, it is something deeper and more subtle at the same time. And the solutions are not legal in almost any case. Where to get a new legitimacy that makes us protagonists of our history and not guilty of old guilt, forced into illegality by a delinquent state? Colombia will have to undertake a deep reparation, it will have to offer so many beings destroyed by the lack of opportunities the possibility of a new beginning. It is understandable that in Switzerland they severely punish those who commit theft, because if they steal in Switzerland they steal on a whim, but for people not to steal, they should first be given work, education, and dignity. If this state of ours were truly legitimate, it could continue to collect all our bills, but now we need new spaces of legality, and this also implies a new rigor. Why delay in examining what happened in the last 15 years, if we are still immersed in its turbulence? The only thing that has happened is the confirmation of the old vices of the Colombian elite and of those who now aspire with their own methods to replace it, grabbing land, waging eternal war, finding a suitable culprit for all evils, disputing power without rest, disqualify the adversaries, speak of the country only in inquisitorial terms, without greatness and without dreams, without summoning new protagonists, other talents, other solutions. We have to forget the old mistake of thinking that a chosen few will be in charge of transforming the country and saving us from adversity. Colombia needs an entire people committed to its transformation. You need to deeply believe that power is not in a chair far from the world, that power is in every place. That today it is only possible to build an economy thinking about the place, an economy whose priority is not what the United States or Europe buy, but what the children of Colombia produce and consume. Whose priority is not how much a product costs in the world market, but how much work it creates by producing it here, how many hands it employs, how much social stability it provides us. Here is ancient wisdom. Here there was love for this land forever. We have delighted in remembering those songs, those books, those works of art. We have been moved remembering how there was a time when everything seemed to begin, when the end of a war left us young and happy, dreaming of a possible country. Perhaps the end of this war will finally be the beginning of that new country that we have waited so long for. The young generations have to insist on that happening, because Colombia cannot lose another 50 years in a sterile war, and what Garcia Marquez said is tragically true, that human beings, the races condemned to 100 years of solitude, will not have a second chance on earth. Colombia is no longer under the control of the old elite. She pretends to still have it and dominate it, but she can only sell it to the highest bidder, and we won't let ourselves be sold. And the new powers that compete for the state have not been able to articulate a discourse with which they can build a great country, a true country. Building the country that Colombia is capable of being, inventing and displaying the generous life that every Colombian deserves, those are the duties of the Yellow Belt. More than half a century ago, Guillermo Buitrago sang, "I want to scream and they won't let me. I want a vagrant scream." Following the example of Fernando Vallejo, every Colombian has to tell their truth. And only when all truth can be told, when we stop being locked up in the truth of others, will we again learn to argue without killing ourselves, and will we have given its meaning to the musical cry of Emiliano Zolta that has toured Colombia for 70 years and that gives it its name, this book? Something is changing in Colombia. After centuries of repetitions, where a culture, a people, and a territory were persistently erased and ignored by arrogant powers, an enormous reality is emerging, an unknown people is discovering its own existence, a territory is springing to light. Sooner or later, what was war will learn to be dialogue, what was violence will learn to be demand and claim, what was silence may become a story. And when every Colombian has a worthy place in a country that until now has been shared by a few businessmen, a few conquerors, when it is able to severely curb greed and barbarism, to take advantage of its treasure of waters and trees, climates and memories, we will be able to build, as Aurelio Arturo wanted, a dwelling, a space for life and for friendship. Big house, white wall, stone, and rich wood, on the shore of this green tomb, this powerful wave. Still, the old leadership and the new powers that have grown in recent decades would like to divide up Colombia, and even dream of once again fanaticizing the country in favor of one or the other. But the country that they tried for years to contain in the bed of PROC rusts will have grown too large to fit in the cash register of the old aristocracy, in the pine box of the new. And then we will see if they are alone, deciding as in the last 200 years the fate of the country, or if there is someone else who is capable of opening it, when history knocks on the door. Finish. For the pod to end. William Ospina.